And like many places in the world, things are changing. They're out of our control. One of the things, as you and I have been talking about recently, is the changing face of education. And our friends in America have announced over the last probably 2 or 3 weeks that the visa system is being heavily reduced, redacted, or whatever word you want to use, so that student visas are going to be either very difficult to get hold of or almost impossible. And that's got massive ramifications for young people that are studying and want to go to an American university from all over the world, but in particular India, because you've got quite a lot of young, up-and-coming superstars that see the dizzy sights of America, the lights of New York, the Sleepsville city of Los Angeles, etc., etc., and they troop towards the education system in America. But all that is literally, the rug is being taken from underneath their feet. So how are they going to be coping? What advice can we give to them? More importantly, their parents, actually, that are pushing them in that direction. What do you think we can give them today?
Well, Naval, I think this decision of the Trump administration is sort of linked with the H-1B visa, which is completely removed. That means no foreigner can go to United States and work. So, which affects all the countries from where the people are working in United States. So whoever is gone has gone. Whoever has got green card will have to retain their green card, but there will be no new foreign workers coming into United States from now on. And the curb on the student visa, I think, is a sort of a continuation of that, because what happens is that if people go for study and they find a job there, so they stay there. So I think the Trump administration and the US government do not want, they want to encourage the local public and not the foreigners. So I think this is where the premise of the government, and I think it's fair, because I think every country has to think for themselves. Now, how does this affect the Indians? Well, India has world-renowned education institutes. Um, there are ranked institutes, just like we have in United States. Some of them are called IITs, some of them are called IIS, Institute of Management. These are world-renowned institutes with ranking. The only issue with Indians is that millions and millions of Indians apply in something called combined entrance test, in short CAT exams, which are held every year. The number of seats are limited, and while millions apply, only the creme de la creme gets in. And these people are immediately picked up, large corporations, whether Indian or foreign corporations. So these are very, very brilliant students which are coming out from these universities. And people who are going to United States and studying in MIT or Harvard or Kellogg's, some of these famous institutes, are basically very few which are going on scholarships. So when the people are going and studying in Kellogg's on scholarship, the chances are those people would have come from one of these premium institutes in India, and hence they will actually go on scholarship. But almost like 90% go on capitation fee. So if you are a son or a daughter of a very rich person, it's a lot easier to get into universities in United States. So I think United States stopping or making it more difficult for students to study in their own university brings back the meritocracy in India. That means now it's a level playing field, and everybody has to go through the competition, which is all India competition. And only the best would get to study higher education. I think that is where the change which will happen in my own country, which is India.
Yes, and as we see, and you very eloquently put it, it's fair that the US have decided to do this, and they can do what they like. Really, they're an independent country, and we've just had Independence Day, so it's probably knock-on effect of showing their level of independence. But the point is, the meritocracy now returns. I think that's a really good phrase that we should be focusing on, because that now gives an opportunity to everybody, not just the creme de la creme, but all the way down. You know, young people have got a tremendous opportunity now because there is a level playing field. You can go online almost anywhere and study the best quality education from the best places, not just, you know, if you're physically placed in India, you can still get overseas degrees by going online. And lots of universities in India, just like other parts of the world, are partnering up with universities all over the world. I know my own university, Nottingham University, has got 4 big partnerships, one in Malaysia and 2 in other Asian states, and another one that's being grown up in Indonesia. So Nottingham isn't, you know, the most famous university in the world. It's becoming more famous, but there's Oxford and Cambridge and Bristol and Durham, etc., etc. And all of these, UCL as well, are creating partnerships with all of these other universities around the world. You can even go to university now and study accountancy exams, so that you don't have to be in an accountancy practice anymore. You can do all these exams, with the exception of obviously the practical, you know, the experience side, in a university setting. So our advice today is to, particularly to parents, just to open your eyes as to what's happening in the world, become more aware of what's going on out there, recognize also that the future of your student, your 16-year-old, your 18-year-old, is actually going to be predicated against not just the technical skills they're developing at university, not just their degrees, but also the soft skills and the attitude. These are becoming far more important these days than ever before. And I would say they've always been important, but now the focus is very heavily on words like emotional intelligence, leadership development. You can't do these fairly complicated arenas without a very good grounding in soft skills and a good attitude. And like anything else, any teacher, any good leader that wants a job done by someone in their team, they will turn around and they'll give it to the person with the right attitude. And it's as simple as that. We all know it, you know? As parents, we know which child has got the right attitude. And you go to bed at night and you dream actually of ways of making all of your children have that particular attitude, that volunteering, that I can do this, despite the fact they can't do it. They're prepared to learn. This is what employers want. This is what entrepreneurship is all about. So this one event that's happening around the world, this change in education, it needs us to start thinking again. And we think as parents, because we want the best for our children. I know I want the best for my children. I can't do it for them. That's the thing we can't do. But gone are the days where you're either a lawyer, an accountant, or a doctor. Those days are long gone. Not that they're poor professions by any stretch of the imagination, but there are other professions out there. And remember, it's your child that wants to be happy. Because if they're happy, then frankly, 90% of the battle's over. So just on this very simple subject about visas now being curtailed, being taken away, we've got such a huge opportunity. And India is so well placed to take advantage of that opportunity. All we've got to do is galvanise young people and their parents and the universities to now get out there and develop the people that we need for the future. Because today's students are tomorrow's leaders. It really is as simple as that. So I hope you're listening out there, you young people, you 16, sort of 17, 18-year-olds that were dreaming of going to the US to study a degree. Now that has gone, you know. Don't moan about it, you know, get over it. Now think about where your future can lie. What skill set you really need to be employed in the arena you want to go into. Follow that passion, follow the dream. It's not a utopia by any stretch of the imagination, and it's still hard work. It takes a lot of practice. There are no shortcuts to anything here. You know, it takes a long time between addition, subtraction, and multiplication to learning calculus. About 14 years, okay, in a maths timetable. So it does take some time. But the point is, if you're focused on something and you really get after it, there's loads of opportunities out there. So just grab them and run with them. And if you get bored with them, just go and grab something else and run with that. It's a big subject today, huge subject today, CK. All from the fact that visas have been taken away.
Neville, you said grab them, and I think that is a very powerful word. There are a lot of changes happening within India. I think the landscape of education is also changing. There are a lot of new players who are tying up with foreign universities, as you said, like UCLA and London School of Economics. There are universities which are providing online courses affiliated by LSE. So you don't have to travel to foreign land. You can get the same degree if you study hard. So I think all you have to do, the students who are brilliant, they can actually study wherever they want without leaving India. There are new players who are actually getting into learning and development space, offering the school education by tying up with universities. So I think the landscape itself is changing, and very well said. I think uh, these are different times, and I think new solutions are coming up gradually, and it'll offer new opportunities. So with this, we will end our discussion, Nepal, for today. But viewers, tomorrow is Sortie Wednesday, and Naval will tell us about how to make engaging videos, how to get glue added into your video so that the stickiness on the audience comes back to you. So don't miss out tomorrow's session. Naval, thank you for your time. We'll catch up tomorrow.
Pleasure, CK. Have fun, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. And today in the Spotlight segment of Top Brass, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Satya Madala, CEO of Single Point Solution. And today Satya will inform us about some of his products for the benefit of our contestants who are participating in Top Brass Speaker of the Year Award. Welcome Satya, good morning.
Good morning, CK, and good morning to all viewers of this video.
So, how is the weather in Hyderabad today?
It's very cool, Chandra, today. So it's some sort of small drizzling also. So the weather seems to be very romantic today.
So I think let's talk about your first romance, which is the electric vehicles, and you'd like to know more about electric three-wheeler, which you are about to launch in India.
Yes. So actually, recently, we are acquired one manufacturing unit. Single Point acquired a manufacturing unit of three-wheelers. So we are manufacturing actually 4 variants of three-wheelers. So one is a passenger vehicle, and another one is goods vehicles, and another one is waste collection vehicles, and tool tracking vehicles also we are launching. So basically we are mainly concentrating on three-wheeler passenger autos and waste collection autos. So waste collection autos is for municipal corporations. So we are also, trying to work with government, state government, municipal corporations. So wherein actually we wanted to replace all the fuel vehicles with electrical waste collection vehicles. Yeah.
Okay. So I think it's very interesting that you are working with two different entities. One is a private operator, which is going to run the electric three-wheelers for public transportation. And you're also
Yeah.
working with municipality, which is going to use it in their municipality work. So it is very interesting. So what are the features of this two variants that you are concentrating on?
Can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
What are the some of the features, key features of these two variants that we are trying to launch in India?
Yeah. See, when it comes to passenger vehicles, you see the passenger vehicle is when we say electrical vehicle, so people will think about the capacity and the performance of the vehicle. So the performance is pretty good, and which is more than fuel vehicle. But even when it comes to the person who is driving a vehicle, so he will not find any difference in between this fuel vehicle and electrical vehicle. So the only challenge people are asking is where they can charge the vehicle. So the very simple answer for that is they can charge the vehicle in their house. So by using with a single phase and three phase connections, so there is no problem at all. The second variant where I am talking about municipal corporation waste collection vehicles. So wherein actually municipal corporations, they can have a dockyard, charging dockyard, wherein actually all the people can go and charge their vehicles in the dockyard with a for a they can charge for a vehicle within 2.5 hours to 3 hours. So once it is charged for a 3 hours, they can run it for 100 kilometers. So that is the advantage with the electrical vehicle.
Oh, that is very nice to know, Satya, that one single charge can run for 100 kilometers. So
Yes.
some of these small cities can have these vehicle as a viable solution, because if it is a large city, then you will have to have another charge point after 100
Yes.
kilometers.
Yes.
But the small cities, like cities which are B class, C class, and D class in India, and also the rural, they can use this product which you are going to roll out very easily.
Yes. Actually, we are coming up with another business model also, wherein actually the person, if the companies, small entities, they can come and run their fleet in a rural areas. Actually, we are targeting tier 3 cities, to run the vehicles in between tier 3 cities and small towns to another villages, wherein they can come forward and they can take the take the dealership with us, and they can run the vehicles, and they can rent out the vehicles, and they can maintain the charging dockyard, and they can earn money on charging dockyard also. Like the person, they cannot charge the vehicle in their house, so they can come and they can come and park the vehicle in a dockyard, so they can charge the vehicle in a night, and they can run it for 100 kilometers. So 100 kilometers means actually, as practically, when I see in a rural areas, the connection between tier 3 cities and villages will take at 20 kilometers. So that means they can run the vehicle for 4 times, and they can park it in a dockyard for a charging. So it will take another 3 hours, and again they can run it. So like they will get a 60% more than the fuel vehicle. So the driver, they can earn more money by running these vehicles, by running the electrical vehicles.
And just in case if somebody wants to increase his mileage, he can also buy additional battery. So I think that could also be one solution, isn't it?
We are also again researching on a battery, wherein actually we are trying to reduce the battery size and increase the capacity. Once I increase the capacity, maybe in another 6 months time we can you people can hear a good news where like we are coming in a battery technology, nano battery technology. So where we are you going to use nano battery technology in our autos also.
So the
So it increases the capacity.
okay, so if so they can keep two batteries to develop their if they want to run for even 200 kilometers, they would be able to keep multiple batteries or multiple places where they can charge their batteries when they are having their lunch in between. So I think there are tremendous opportunity for the operators who want to get into this business, and for the contestants, I think today's conversation has given us a lot of inputs in terms of electric three-wheeler and where it can be best suited. So if some of the Speaker of the Year award contestants are making video on electric three-wheeler, I think this video will give them a lot of information.
Yeah, I just even I wanted to add one more point for countries where like they can they can talk about difference between fuel vehicle and electrical vehicle and the capacity, and they can research on electrical three wheelers how to take it forward to general market, wherein we are targeting low end people. Low end people means the drivers. So just I wanted this contest to research on to reach the low end people. So if the content is good, then we can promote the content to low end people, and they can see just a simple and crisp some research content we required from the contest. That's what we
Definitely.
are expecting.
Yeah, definitely, Satya. In fact, the India, as we know as a country, 80% is in the not in the metropolitan. It's all
Yes,
across the urban, semi-urban areas outside the metropolitan areas.
exactly, exactly.
That is the India which is now coming up in a big way, and there are a lot of opportunities in that part of India. So I think
Sure. Yeah.
like we are SME owners, you and myself, separate entities. We are doing different businesses. There are a lot of opportunities for contestants also to look at the opportunities which are there, and who knows,
Yes,
some of the contestants may come out with the bright business ideas. So I think these are
exactly.
very good inputs that you have given.
Yes.
And we hope that
So where we practically experienced when we are explaining the differences between these two. So we are practically experiencing some issues with the drivers, auto drivers. So where just I wanted the contests to concentrate on that point, and at the same time, if they can, give some input to find out the difference between these two, is much better in their videos.
all right. So I think the expectation from Satya would be to first create simple videos talking about advantages, disadvantages of electric vehicles, and
Yes.
comparing them with the petroleum, which are gas guzzlers and
Yeah.
they pollute the environment. I think that's a very good
Exactly.
input. That's a very
Yes. Yes.
so. Thank you, Satya, for coming on this session of Spotlight. And I'm sure that the contestants will look at this video and get their inputs. And we will catch up again with you in next session of Spotlight.
Sure, CK. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much for the video.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
You too. Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Vikas Bansal, who has 2 decades of corporate experience. He's worked with many brands across India, and now he's helping a lot of entrepreneurs, startups, and budding professionals uh, in their journey. He is actually playing a role of mentor and coach, and we are very happy to have him here to discuss about lockdown. Welcome to the show, Vikas.
Yeah, thank you, Chandra. You share your name with a very famous personality, right? So,
Well, I think there are many. Which one you're talking about?
no, I'm talking about the boss of TCS as of now,
Oh, okay, okay.
or the Tatas. I wouldn't say TCS here because we remember him as the boss of TCS, but now the boss of Tatas, right?
There was,
Chandra.
when I was in school, there was a notorious character also with the same name.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful.
So, Vikas, I'm very happy to talk to you today, and we are on day 12. We've already crossed
Yes.
2 weeks, roughly
Yes.
2 weeks, and we have few more days to go. So, what is your experience so far? Would you like to share? Because I think you're joining us from Delhi or Gurgaon.
Gurgaon.
How do you see this lockdown affecting you in particular and your neighborhood?
See, I would say everything has a silver lining. Though when I first heard the news of a lockdown, it seemed as if the world had collapsed. So I am not the one who likes to sit in my home per se. And over the last 2 decades, though I've had a mix of roles. I mean, right from sales and distribution to let's say being having a small role in finance to strategy and planning, analytics. So I've been on the field and I've been in the office, but I feel more comfortable in moving out and talking to people, conversing with people. So the first news of this lockdown, when Prime Minister spoke of this initiative, first obviously you had to reconcile with the fact that this is something which has happened. As a human being, many a times we fail to reconcile to the reality. So I believe it took me about a day or two to realize that this has actually happened. And this is something beyond me. I really have to live with it for the next 3 weeks at least. So that's the first reaction which I had to overcome. My first resistance, my own resistance, which I had to overcome in the first 1 or 2 days. That something actually happened and I need to abide by that as a law-abiding citizen. So I believe the first 2 or 3 days was still pretty good. It was like an extended weekend. So you come back from work and you suddenly are announced an extended weekend. So first 2 or 3 days, you kind of end up consuming a lot of food. You end up watching a lot of TV, reading a lot of newspaper. I mean, so first 2 or 3 days were pretty fine, kind of an extended holiday. But then again, the reality starts biting you. You can't be doing that every single day. So I believe by the end of the third day, I realized there has to be a proper regime. I still had about 18, 19 days to go. So that's when one sits down and realizes that there's more to life, what can be done. I mean, I'm confined to my home, but that's a great learning opportunity as well. So I believe the paradigm shift happened, Chandra, somewhere on the third day when I realized I had this time to myself. Though obviously, I mean, me, my wife, my parents, my kids, I'm sure my wife takes care of but we're all chipping in. So I believe when we sat down and thought about what could be done, what could the kids do, what I could do. So I believe the third day was the day which really changed my life. And it's been a great journey after that. I mean, I have really, if I could use the word, I really enjoyed this time. Enjoyed as a period of self-development, enjoyed as a period of really getting back to a lot of my friends and acquaintances, a lot of those people who I could not reach out to, not because I never wanted to, but many of these people were really keeping busy all this while. So as of now, I have this period wherein, so if I call you up, Chandra, I'm very sure if you're not in a Zoom call, which most people are as on date, they're actually happily waiting for somebody's call. So you're free to call them up. So, I mean, it's been a really good time, I would say, since the third day. So last about 8, 9 days has been really good, really productive for me. That's what my thing is.
So so what I'm getting is a lot of positive vibes while talking to you. Um, but one thing which I get after you spoke is that I think things are going to change forever. The way we do business, and how do we talk to people. So, do you have any observation on how things will pan out once the lockdown is lifted?
Yeah, I believe, and I had an interesting. So I posted a video on similar lines this very Tuesday. I mean, about 5 days back, and I actually spoke about the scenarios which would unfurl once this lockdown is lifted. First, I'm a firm believer that whatever changes are happening in our environment that we see, some of these changes will definitely become permanent. Not that we were not conversant with technology, right? I believe some of us are fortunate to have an access to this technology that we're using right now. So we were pretty conversant with this all these years. I mean, we've had all these Skype calls and WhatsApp video calls. So, but many of these changes will now start becoming permanent as a routine feature in our daily lives. So, and I also spoke about something in my video where not that, so once the normalcy returns, which it will, let's say a couple of days or a couple of weeks down the line, we will still start frequenting malls. We will get back to our sports events, get back to movies. I'm a big fan of movies, right? We'll get back to all those activities. But I believe the frequency just might reduce. So if I was a person who used to watch 12 movies in a year, I'm talking about going to a theater and watching a movie, right? If I was to go every single month, I don't know. As of now, I feel I just might cut it down to about 6 movies a year. I don't know. I mean, that's what my feeling is now. So some of these outings just might reduce, is what my feeling is. And then technology. So I use the word where technology, I would say, will no longer be an enabler. As of now, we always see technology as an enabler in whatever work we're doing, in trying to increase. So technology helps us to increase our efficiency, is what we look at. I believe now technology will be an integral part of our lives, not just an efficiency tool. So these are some of the things which I see happening even after the lockdown ends. Now, for some of us who have kids, I mean, believe me, their life is really going to change. They're all getting pretty used to this technology stuff. I really, though I'm not a very firm believer in kids going through Zoom classes, right, and schools engaging with them over technology. But it again hardly matters whether I'm a believer or not. This is here to stay. I mean, most of the schools that I know of in Delhi NCR, I don't know about the other areas, but most of the schools in this area have really cared up, and this could be a boon for students because you have all kinds of breaks up in North India. If you're conversant with, you have sometimes an extended summer break because of the adverse weather. Then you have now a new pollution break. For many of our audiences who are living in the other part of the country, they wouldn't understand what this pollution break is. But we have this annual, a few days of pollution break. Then we have an extended winter break again because of adverse winter conditions. Technology will really come to our rescue now. So I believe some of these things which we're getting used to are really going to be a permanent feature. That's what my belief is.
So I think you raised very pertinent questions. I think there is an immediate opportunity for uh, homeschooling kind of an application where students can study as they were doing normally in the school. Similarly, there could be an opportunity for innovation with regard to the office-based solutions. In fact, if I want to share some experience of my own company, because we work in the startup and the SME arena, and we are sort of 80% online even before the lockdown. So it took us
Okay.
hardly one day to transition everybody on virtual office. So,
One.
so that's let me share my experience. What is happening is I see all these people working from home because everybody is working because we don't want to, being a small company, we don't want to let go the revenue. So now, as a team leader or as a leader of the company, I am exposed to the personal life of the people because not everybody is fortunate to have a home office kind of a scenario. So they
Sure.
are converting bedrooms and whatever area, convenient area. So I am not only exposed to their work, which I was earlier doing, I'm also getting exposed to their personal life. So I think as a leader, I have to be, within quotes, I have to be uh, adjusting enough to get exposed to that. And then there are requests coming that, hey, I will work for 8 hours for the company, but I work 4 hours because the young parents don't have any avenue to leave their toddlers out. So they will work
Right.
4 hours in the morning, then they'll take a break because their wife they have to look after their children, and then they'll work another 4 hours. So a lot of these permutation combinations are now, at least as a leader, I'm getting exposed to. I'm sure a lot of people, other people who are in a different scenario, who work in a different kind of industry, or who work in a different segment, there may be a lot of inputs coming in from this experience.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned about you having a sneak peek into your associates' lives per se, you mentioned about that. So, in fact, I read a very interesting article written by Nikhil, one of my friends. He posted it on LinkedIn a couple of days back, wherein he used the terminology of not working from home, but working at home. And I also kind of narrated the same in my video, which I posted. It's a different scenario. I mean, as you rightly pointed out, some of us who are fortunate to have a separate space, so I have converted altogether a room in my house. So I have slightly a bigger house. So I have converted an entire room to my office. But for people who didn't have spaces, I mean, I know of my friends who really literally converted one of their bedrooms, right, to an office. So kind of no longer working from home, but working at home. You need an office at home now. So again, a paradigm shift. Yes. So incidentally, what you just mentioned.
Right. So I think it is very enlightening to talk to you and get this perspective. What is your advice to some of the viewers of this particular show? Because I think the lockdown is not going to stop at 21 days. Presumption is it will continue for some more time, or it will be released in phased manner.
In phased
Because,
manner, yes.
because pandemic is upon us, it's not going to disappear just like that.
Absolutely.
What do you think we should do as humanity, and so that we are streamlined in the positive direction?
See, I would say this is again. So the current situation is like we are at war with someone, right? So we definitely will have to be confined, as you rightly pointed out. Even if the lockdown ends, it'll end in. So we'll have a phased end to the lockdown. It'll not be a 0 and 1. It'll not be a digital kind of an end to a lockdown. So again, I would say, what can we do to improve our value per se? So that's what my only message is to anybody who's watching this video. See, again, this is the reality. Come to terms with the reality. That reality might last another 9 days, might last another 12 days, 15 days. We're still not sure about how many days we're still going to be in this space. So what can be done? So I would say, first of all, take out some time and enjoy. You know what happened, Chandra? So when this lockdown started, everybody was kind of enjoying for the first 2 3 days. But now I've been calling up a lot of my friends who still happen to be in corporate jobs. Thankfully, I'm out of a job now. I run my own venture like you do. So people who are still in jobs, I don't know if you've experienced this. Since last week, they extremely got busy. Everybody's kind of on a call since morning till about late in the evening on a video call. I don't know how productive is that. So are you literally getting consumed in too much of work? You're not being too productive. So take some time out for enjoyment is what my message is, first of all. It's a golden opportunity spending some time with your family. Are you dedicating some time? Now, I have two kind of grown up kids. I wouldn't say exactly grown up, but yeah, in high school kids. I'm possibly making a point to spend some time with them even in front of the TV. I mean, we have two epic serials being shown. I mean, am I doing something? Can I do something to inculcate some good values in them? Possibly I can make them sit in front of the serial, in front of the TV when you have the Ramayana and Mahabharata being telecast. So, as parents, do we have some responsibility towards our kids, except for asking them to attend their maths and the science classes? So, I mean, this is the time to really do things which you've not done. Can you pick up a small book which you always thought about reading? You will definitely have an access to that book online. Can you actually watch a movie which you always wanted to? Can you actually do something which you always wanted to, but you're still confined, and you can do which you can manage within the confines of your house. So, I mean, this is the time which will pass. But what is the value add that you do within yourself, within your family, or even within your peer group? And again, I spoke about something in my video. Can you actually call up some friends? As I told you, I've been calling up 3 to 5 friends every day. I mean, I'm not saying message them. Can I talk to them? Everybody is available right now. Can you talk to 3 or 4, 5 friends? Can you talk to somebody who you spoke for 2 years back? I mean, there's a lot to do. And believe me that these new connections which you're establishing today will help you, will come to your leverage in the long run. So I mean, I'm saying do something to keep yourself engaged, and there are enough and enough things. Just summarize, do something for enjoyment, do something with the kids, call up your friends, and obviously carry on with your routine work. So there's a lot to be done.
There's a lot to be done. It's a great pleasure talking to you, Vikas, today. I'm sure we will find another opportunity very soon to talk to you once again. We've got a few more days. I think the lockdown is continuing. And before the lockdown ends, we will talk once again.
Thank you.
And be positive, be safe.
Thank you. Thanks, Chandra.
Bye-bye for today.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Ruchika Mehta. She is a well-known personality in India. She represents one of the leading hospitality brand which is recognized globally, and she's joining us now. She is going to share her experiences with the lockdown. Welcome to the show, Ruchika.
Thank you so much, CK. Thank you so much for inviting me in. These are exciting times that we are sitting in. So it's always fun to chat and understand what's going on with every one of us.
I'm glad that you found time. I'm sure even in the lockdown, you must be very busy. You are heading a team. You must be having a lot of conversation going with your team members. So would you like to share some experiences on how this lockdown situation has changed your working environment?
It's actually quite amazing, if I may be honest with you, because I feel that we are working a lot more than what we were working earlier. In fact, that's what we were discussing yesterday. I was discussing with my team. Why does it doesn't feel like a lockdown. It feels like, oh my God, we are working 24/7. We are also forgetting to be able to distinguish between when is it a Sunday, when is it a Monday. So we end up working almost all days. It definitely, to be honest and fair to you, I think it has at some level also increased our productivity levels, because we are not distracted so much. We are not wasting our times on travel commute. So there's a lot more time on hand. And as I lead the communication piece for my brand, this is the time when there is a lot of communication that needs to go. So there is a lot of conversation that is happening. There are a lot of engagement that needs to be done with the stakeholders. So at some level our work has actually phenomenally increased. So it perhaps is a lockdown for a lot others, but it looks like, and it appears, and it does appear to me from my other friends and colleagues that I've been talking to, that the work has really not slowed down. The work is still on.
So the work is still on. That is where the message is. I think most of us are working more. And my comment on this one would be that the lockdown has actually brought us together even more than before. Don't you think so?
Absolutely. I mean, it might be a social distancing phase, but I think we are all the more socially being engaged. So socially, I think we have just increased our engagement levels, because we have never faced with something like that, right, in our lives. I don't know how it is. I'm sure none of us has, none of our parents have. So it never felt important enough to be so socially engaged earlier. And it feels super important now that we should be socially engaged with everyone, because we really don't know what the life has in store for us. So it's it's a very different sort of time for us. I don't know how it is going on with you, CK. I'm sure, I mean, you're doing such phenomenal, you're not taking it easy. You're doing all these webinars, you are conversing with a lot of leaders around. I'm sure your workload has equally increased, and you're highly and actively engaging with a lot of people around.
This is a great question. So, what we have done is, because we are a quasi IT company, so we immediately transition all our employees into work from home, and we have used the technology to make sure that we are all connected. So all of us sees different windows, and it looks like as if we are working in the office. So the productivity
Yes.
has gone up. But more important, I would like to share as a leader myself. I would like to share some experience that now I'm actually seeing personal life of my team, which I was not aware of, because there's always two parents, the small kids, babies, so all of that is now coming. So this is also creating a new scenario where you're working with your team and you're also exposed to their personal life.
Yes, I agree with you because you are not seeing them just as a person. Now you're actually seeing them juggling so many things together. And I think this lockdown has also allowed us to appreciate each other so much more. We're able to appreciate each other so much more. We are able to unite with each other so much more. We want to be together. There is so much of support that is coming across, and everybody is trying to understand each other's issues, each other's problems. It's a lovely period at some level, allowing us as humans to really look beyond also work at some level, right? Otherwise, in office hours, you always end up just talking about work. But right now, you're pushed to look beyond, which is fantastic. I think it's a great learning for all of us.
Certainly, Ruchika. So let me ask you one another thing. Now we are all
Sure.
under lockdown, and we are all spending our professional time while being at home. So in your community, did you face any challenge or people having some sort of adverse effect on them because of lockdown? Have you noticed something like that?
Thankfully, not where we live. Thankfully, no. I have to also go and say that it's amazing to see that how people are taking the lockdown so seriously. I think it is a fantastic thing. We are known not to really follow sometimes rules and regulations. We do have we are a generation that seems to not be following a lot of things and are rebel. But it is amazing to see that how people are taking this situation seriously and are following and abiding by the rules, which is fantastic to see. I see a lot of people in our community, are talking to each other. The neighborhood system is becoming super strong. I also personally didn't know a lot of them, but now I get to see their faces at least, and a hi and a hello that happens, across the balconies or the terrace, that, oh, we are also there and what is happening. It's fantastic to see that. Thankfully, we do have the grocery shops which are open. We have the emergency facilities which are still available. Thankfully, I don't think in our area the pandemic has yet reached, which helps us, I guess, at some level to not panic. So sure, there are not too many shops that are open. If there were 4 grocery shops, there perhaps only 2 or 1 which is open. But I mean, there are people who are hoarding. I'm not going to say that they aren't. I mean, there is all set of people. But as personally, we all are taking also individual responsibilities of not necessarily going out and buying and hoarding things that are not required. I have to say, in our area, I live in the west side of Delhi, I see police coming and patrolling after every couple of hours. I see there is no noise pollution really. The weather definitely seems to be in our favor as well. The pollution has gone low. So it's not so bad. It's really not so bad. And I think we are thankful and grateful. I believe Gurgaon is facing a lot more issues, because I do hear from colleagues and friends. Thankfully, we haven't faced that issue yet. So I would like to believe this will continue for a while. I mean, it's not been so bad.
Great.
How is it at your place? How's it at your area?
Yeah, so we are a community of about 3,000 homes. So we immediately created an app because the biggest problem we had was the provisions, basically, because you have to buy
Yes,
the
yes.
So
Yes.
we have a supermarket in our community, and their main door is main gate is locked. So outside the gate there are police patrols. So no one is allowed to go out or come in. Uh, you know the rules and regulation around
Yeah.
who can go out and who
Right.
can come in. So we are following that as
Right.
a community.
Right.
We have
Right.
built an app. We have capped the per day purchase per family to 1,000 rupees, so that there is no
Oh, that's nice.
right. So we are ensuring that all of this is controlled by an app. You can book your slot. Each person is given 15 minutes time, and at any point in time, 1,000 rupees purchase you can make. So we are ensuring that everybody get the basic essential whatever they need, and it's also helping us control the crowd in the supermarket.
That's very fantastic actually. That's a very fantastic idea to use technology and to also show that everybody is together in it. You know, it creates that whole homogeneity in this activity. That's a very great idea.
And another thing I would like to share, because I was watching the Prime Minister address in the morning at 9 a.m. today.
Right.
One of the
Right.
one of the critical message which I as an individual got in his conversation is he's saying that he is grateful to the countrymen, to the citizens of India for following the lockdown. So which
Yes.
something I really appreciate today, because as a leader also he's grateful to us. So likewise, if I reflect that on myself, I have to be grateful to my team. So what I'm planning to do is have the last session of the week, because today is Friday, and tell them thank you to all of them to be.
That's fantastic. Yes. Yes. I've been also doing these no agenda calls with them, where we either get ourselves a coffee or a tea and just talk about each other and talk about life in general and the frustrations, because this is also a time when people get into a very you're just sitting at home and you're not sure what's going to happen. It's the uncertainty level is so high right now. We're not even sure if the lockdown is going to get extended, not going to extend it. There's so much of speculations which is happening. So I think as a community, as a team, if we could do that as leaders with our team fellow members, at least they get an avenue to even speak out if there is something that's really bothering them. And there are multiple issues that are bothering, right? Both at the work level, at personal level. So it's a great idea. I think it's fun. I think everybody enjoys that also, that no agenda call. We're not going to talk about work, but anything other than work. And being grateful to each other for being there for each other in this time and crisis. I mean, one cannot work alone. You need your teams and everybody to be aligned in the same wavelength, in the same similar thought to be able to finish work. So it's a great idea. I think your team is going to like it.
Thank you. Hopefully they will also say thank you to me. Hopefully.
Yes. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will.
So Ruchika, it was such a great pleasure to talk to you. I'm sure this lockdown is today's 10th day. We have few more days to pass, maybe slightly longer. So we will find another opportunity to talk to you after a few more days to see if things have changed and how things are at your end in your community. It was a pleasure talking to you today.
Thank you so much, CK. I look forward to hearing from you and the other leaders as well. How are they coping the lockdown period, and what are the things that they are doing to keep themselves engaged? It was a lovely session, lovely speaking to you. Thank you so much for inviting me again.
Thank you, Ruchika, and be safe, be positive.
Thank you so much. Same
Bye-bye.
to you as well. Bye-bye.
Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Seasons PR, and she is also having a great interest in Ramayana. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much.
Ritu, in Ramayana there is a very interesting chapter, Sundarkand. It is said that
Yes.
Ma Sita used to call Hanumanji Sundar. That means the beautiful. And when you see the personality of Hanumanji, it is so profound. And he is the only one God who is not scared of anything in this world. And that's why when we are in sorrow and despair, we call upon him and pray for him to release us from pain and sorrow, isn't it? And that's why we also call him Sankat Mochan.
True, Kanchak, true. You know, Sundarkand is the fifth book in Ramayana, and as the tradition goes, and even now we do that, whenever we start reading Ramayana, we start with Sundarkand. And Hanumanji was fondly called Sundar. And this book is about his journey to Lanka. So hence it is called Sundarkand. So this book consists of the adventures of Hanumanji about his strength, selflessness, and devotion towards Sri Ram. Hanumanji was, there is a logic. When you read this book and when you read it continuously, then, you find mental peace, strength, determination to carry out any kind of task, and you get rid of all your problems. This book, by reading this book, you get protected from unfavorable planetary positions also, and you get relief from all your sufferings. And since this book talks about the mighty power of Hanumanji. So I want to just tell you one thing. When Hanumanji was supposed to go to Lanka to look out for Sita Maiya, so he took a big leap from India to Lanka. He took a big jump. And you can imagine, if you have been to South India, the three seas they meet, the Bay of Bengal, Indian Ocean, and Arabian Sea. And the sea is very rough out there. So you can imagine he took a big jump from India to Lanka, and he found Sita Maiya there. So he was a very mighty person. He was very fond of Sri Ram. He had his own strength, he had his own power, and he was duty bounded too. He believed in his duty. And since he was very fond of Sri Ram, he followed the path of dharma. And as per me, he is a true karma yogi, and he sets an example of karma yogi. So this is it. Yeah.
Yes, very rightly said. And I also want to tell you that he is a great friend of Ram. Ram always considered Hanumanji a great friend. But on the other part, Hanumanji always considered Ramji as a god. And he was very eager to do anything, everything, and he was ever ready to do anything for his Lord, his Bhagwan Shri Ram.
True. So, I want to just speak a quote here. A single rose can be my garden, and a single friend can be my world. This quote, can explain very lovingly and very clearly the friendship between Hanumanji and Sri Ram. Hanumanji was the trusted friend of Lord Rama. And Hanumanji commanded the Vanar Sena, the monkey army, which fought a war with Ravana, and finally they got Sita Maiya back to India. So during this war, he was always on the side of Sri Ram. Whatever may come, whatever happened, he was always on side of Sri Ram. And this friendship is a very long-lasting friendship. He was a devoted, trusted friend of Sri Ram, and he was also a minister with King Sugriv. So whatever he did, he was duty minded. He had this thing in his brain that yes, I am devoted towards Sri Ram, but then I have my duty towards King Sugriv also. So King Sugriv asked him to command the army, and they fought the war and they won the war also. So again, I would say that he was a perfect example of Karma Yogi. And if Hanumanji was a strong tree, then Sri Ram was a sun. As a devotee of Ram, he used all his powers to uphold dharma, and he set an example of unmatched devotion, of unmatched belief, of unmatched confidence towards a friend called Sri Ram. And this goes vice versa for Sri Ram also, because Sri Ram trusted him to get his wife back to fight a war. Although Sri Ram also went to Lanka to fight a war, but he trusted Hanumanji, and Hanumanji was the one who did the groundwork. The first grassroots level groundwork was done by Hanumanji. This
Correct.
Kind of friendship.
Correct. And it was nice listening to you today. We'll meet again tomorrow and discuss more aspect of Sri Ram and Hanumanji. So till then, see you. Take care. Bye bye.
See you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kanchan.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and today we would like to discuss something very, very relevant for all of us, as the resources on our Earth are limited and they are soon vanishing as the population grows. And how do we live our life comfortably with the limited resources that we have? So, to discuss this further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, we're going to introduce you to the concept of recycling, or what's being commonly referred to these days as the circular economy. So, what do you know about economies? Previously, it was called the linear economy. What does that term bring up into your mind, CK?
Well, if you look at the linear economy, it means that there are some resources available, some minerals and metals available. All you have to do is dig them out and extract them, purify them, and use it for your own purpose. If it is about food, grow the food off the land, and so on. So I think this is what it is. But I know for sure that the metal will not keep coming out from the ground. One day it will deplete and there will be no metal left in the earth. So what will happen to our construction? What will happen to our machineries? How we will actually produce tools to till the land, to grow our crops? So I think this is what is coming to my mind right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and we've grown up with it. Really, I suppose in some respects we might call it a Western society, where you create it, you use it, and you dispose of it. And when you dispose of it, you tend to end up putting it into landfill, and landfills grow and grow and grow until they're too big, and then you have to create another landfill. So it's quite ridiculous, really. We're taking things out of the land and we're putting it back in the shape of landfill. So, and all of the problems that landfill provides. But the circular economy, I mean, it's nothing new, really. With any household, we always reuse things and we recycle things wherever possible. The whole concept of having children, the hand-me-downs. Have you heard that phrase before, CK?
A couple of times.
Just a couple of times. Well, I was lucky. I had brothers. I always felt sorry for some of my friends that had sisters and they were elder sisters, because the hand-me-downs were, adapted. But it was that whole society. It was that sort of 40s and 50s societies post-war, where there was very limited resources and people literally put their minds to making things out of things that were used for different purposes. I remember my mother, who was a very qualified seamstress. She would be making wedding dresses during the war out of old parachutes because they were silk. They were absolutely beautiful, as long as they weren't ripped. But then again, she could turn anything out of a parachute, from a dress to a shirt to a pair of silk trousers. And so this whole concept of recycling, or the circular economy, is nothing new. But now what we need to be doing is asking everybody, what are you doing about it? What are you recycling in your home, in your business? How are you getting more use out of it? Let's think about one arena, CK. There's been a huge outcry in the UK over the last 8 or 9 months where kids have been forced to work from home. School became home. Home became school. They were intertwined. And what that meant was everything went digital. But, we're an affluent society here in the UK, and yet only 1 in 3 households has a PC. So that means lots of young kids are suffering from school because they just don't have access to that digital medium, a PC. So the outcry came, and businesses responded in their droves, including our own. We looked at our old laptops, and it's amazing what you can recycle from an old laptop. Take the data off, and even companies were taking the data off for you, refurbishing it, and donating it into the schools. So, question, is that going on in India? Are machines being recycled because your kids are staying at home? And I'm sure many of their friends are at home and they can't afford PCs necessarily.
Well, we have the extra machines at home, fortunately. But you are absolutely right. I've been hearing that there are new businesses which have emerged who are refurbishing their old laptops and PCs and selling it at a throwaway price. So even for business, in fact, I get one message every day from somebody or the other saying that, hey, if you need a PC, I can give you at a throwaway price. These are all refurbished, repurposed PC for your business. So I think that is already happening.
It's good because actually there's another business. So this circular economy is creating businesses, it's creating work opportunities. And this is very simple. You know, we've had, I don't know about you, but we've had a number of PCs, you know, in our household over the years where the kids have been at school. And typically what we would do is we wouldn't refurbish them. You know, 10 years ago, there wasn't this refurbishing type society. I'd put them in the garage, and then the only option really was, because I'm not one of those engineers that take things apart. I used to, but I don't do anymore. The only way was literally to smash the thing to bits and take out the parts, because there's some incredibly expensive metals in a PC, in a tower, as you and I both know. And companies would literally take them away for you and take all those metals away and recycle the metals. Fortunately, we've advanced from that because we're actually reusing, recycling these PCs into a better purpose. So that's one way we can all do it. What's another way? An obvious way, really?
Well, I want to share something with you recently, which I did
Yeah,
without.
please do.
You see, when you mentioned about old PCs, I think there is a stack of old PCs lying here. We don't know what to do with them. We can't throw them because every time when we think about those old PCs, it has data, it has old pictures, it has all that. So we are just keeping them. These are the real estate that we have. But recently,
They're good doorstops. They're great doorstops, CK.
yeah. So you know, I came across a very old PC of my dad that had only 30 GB of hard disk, and called the technician, and they said, "Hey, we can't load anything in this because Windows 10 itself will take 30 GB. After that, it will be useless." So I was figuring out. I did my own self study, and I created something called a bootable flash drive. I learned the method. It's quite technical, but I did it. It's not very difficult. All you have to do is learn it. I created a bootable flash drive, and using that, I installed a Linux operating system in this old PC, and voila, it is working. You have Word, you have Excel, you have everything, and this Linux operating system behaves like Windows. It mimics Windows, so the user who is using it doesn't know whether they are using Windows or Linux. It has absolutely no difference in terms of usability, and it works only in 8 GB. So my 30 GB old hard disk with a old PC is now usable again because it is working very fast. The Linux does not take space. So I think it is a sort of a recycling. You know, instead of buying a new tab or a new laptop with terabytes of space, I could downgrade to a free operating system and use it for my requirement.
That's absolutely brilliant. A great example. And the interesting thing is, we've got lots of examples literally around our own house. I
Yeah,
saw.
I can
Go
boot the
ahead.
PC using this. If this is a bootable drive and I can load into 1,000 pieces, I can create another 1,000 pieces of Ubuntu operating system using this bootable drive, and it
There you
costed
go.
me just $300.
There you go. And this is, you see, you went to the experts and they say we can't do anything with it because it's got 30 gig. I mean, Windows 10 would take 30 gig, and immediately they shut themselves down. So the circular economy actually needs to be you. It needs to be you opening yourself up to opportunities and potential. There's been a whole renaissance here about refurbishing your homes. We're sea locked. We have an absolute maximum value of land that we currently have, and clearly some of that land you can't build on. Even with the best will in the world, you couldn't build halfway up Ben Nevis because it would be too prohibitive. And I'm sure you've got pretty big mountain ranges where you are, where you just wouldn't build in the side of the mountain, even if you were allowed to. So that's the other thing, is because some areas are prohibitive to be building on. In the UK, we have this green belt thought process where we can't build on green belt. In other words, within a certain area, development is restricted. So we're all restricted. So people are making more and more of their own properties. They're not moving as much. There's not as many properties available, not as many building plots available. So people are looking at their own properties, refurbishing, but more importantly, they're recycling. I mean, we've seen programs on the TV which are driving the circular economy, if you like, taking us away from the linear approach. We have several programs now where a now famous presenter, they weren't famous originally, but they were famous for doing things, making something out of nothing. And now they're quite famous presenters on TV because we've had a TV series about recycling your old stuff. And it's not just your stuff, but it's someone else's stuff. And there's one particular program where the presenter goes to a recycling tip. They just turn up and someone brings their old rubbish and it's about to go into the tip. And she goes to the back of the vehicle. She's got permission to do this, by the way, because she can't do this just off the back of your own thought process. You have to have permission from the local authority. But she goes to the person and say, "Oh, I see you're throwing this away. Would you mind if I have a look and see what I could do with it?" And they say, "Well, no, I'm just throwing it on the tip. It's no use to me anymore." And you will be amazed at what has been recycled. And you'd also be amazed at what people throw away. I mean, I've seen some antique, very old wooden oak furniture, solid oak furniture, which has got a few scratches and dents. It might have been in the garage for a while and it's got half a tin of paint that's stained in the corner. But people just throw it away. And she turns up and she says, "Well, we can recycle that into something else." And sometimes all they do is literally clean it up and sell it as a table, which is original purpose. Sometimes they turn it into other things. I mean, I've seen old metal vices, the big metal vices that would be on your workshop that have got no use anymore, really, because we're moving into a different society. And they've turned them into lamps that hang on a wall, which are quite, architectural and a bit rustic. You might call it something else, but it's very much the sort of the New York loft type arena where you would see all of these very industrial light bulbs and light fittings on a wall. So it's amazing what we can recycle. And if we start to recycle and think about recycling, we become a key component to the circular economy. Have you done any simple recycling? Have the kids done any simple recycling recently?
Well, I think the recycling has been done sometimes, but I think there are two critical factors that we need to very badly recycle, all humans across the globe. One is water, and second is electricity, because I think there's a lot of wastage, a lot of water gets wasted, and we should actually divide our water into gray, black, and pure water, drinking water. So none of most of these household do not have this gray water and black water separation. It is now regulation also, which is just come in few years back in India, where the large societies have been mandated to reuse the gray water in the bathroom and stuff like that. But I think there are so many independent houses, and India is a large country where there are more houses than societies, and none of these houses have a tradition of building the gray water separation machinery or a plant or small outfit which will separate it so that you can reuse your gray water and black water can be wasted out. And also the watering the plant, when you're watering, you're wasting a lot. Washing your cars, so a lot of water is getting wasted. I think we need to come up with a way of reusing this water, and rainwater harvesting we should get in every household. And second thing is electricity. How do we generate electricity from the nature, because electricity is available. There is a lot of sun, there is a lot of wind, and at a very low cost you can generate electricity. So I think these are the two things which are very critical for us to sustain.
You're absolutely right, CK. And the whole thought of a lot of people would never have heard of this term, and maybe they haven't heard of it now, grey water and black water. But I remember when we were going on cruises many years ago in last century, I was introduced to the concept of grey water and black water, because on a ship, traveling around the Atlantic or the Mediterranean, you don't necessarily go into port all the time, and you've got limited resources. You've only got the amount of water that the ship can carry. It can't, at the moment, take seawater in, desalinate it, and make it into drinking water. The technology is coming. It's not quite there yet, but it is coming. So we have this grey water, black water arena. And I'd like to see, potentially someone in the future going into these car washes so that the recycling is all done in the car wash. So the only waste actually is the foam that's come off the vehicle. And maybe there's a use for that. So we can all do our little bit if we're smart. I mean, I remember when we had water shortages here, and we would literally be storing water in pans and reusing it out of the washing machine and tipping it down the toilet. So we were forced to do it. It's quite recent this happened as well. So it still happens today because we have a shortage of some of the main resources. You've hit the nail on the head. I think water is a massively reduced resource that we're all desperate for. And at the same time, electricity. There's lots of electricity we use and we waste. We turn lights on when we shouldn't turn lights on. And even in the UK, we've turned from these old filament type light bulbs into light-saving, energy-saving bulbs. So we've moved, fortunately, from one arena to another. And indeed, by 2035, I believe, we won't have a manufactured vehicle in the UK. You won't be able to buy a new vehicle unless it's electric. So we're moving in the right direction, but we can all do our little bit, really. And I think the challenge today is, recently you and I did a program about what would Mars look like? What would education systems? What would the legal system? Recycling. We talked about food waste recycling. It's going to be millions of miles away. And what we need to be doing is thinking of how we're going to survive on Mars and doing it here. And there are some just Google circular economy. There are some great ideas out there, and you'd be quite surprised what you could do. One fact, we in the Western world, and I can only quote the Western world because it's quoted quite commonly, a third of all food goes to waste. Now that is not good news, is it? Imagine the tons and tons and tons of waste that we're generating. We're over providing. We're under using. And yet the Western world is obese. So it's not that we're not eating enough. You know, we're definitely eating enough. But a third of the manufactured food goes to waste. We need to be thinking about that, you know, reducing what we store in the fridge, changing our buying methods and thought processes, and looking at recycling in the big way. And that's what the circular economy will be today. So everyone can do a bit of this. And even the glasses that we've got on, CK, when you finish with your glasses, where do they go? In the trash can?
Yeah, that's a good question. They keep lying around because some of the frames are pretty good. We don't want to throw them, so they just keep piling on our real estate.
Well, the thing is, there's lots of people, there's lots of companies out there that recycle glasses. The Lions Club has a recycling process of glasses. The Rotary Club has glasses recycling. And, you know, many parts of the world, people will be desperate for glasses. So the simplest things, you know, don't just throw them away. Recycle them, find another use. And you'll be surprised, actually, if you Google it and you're about to throw something away, old frying pans, you know, old cooking pans, if you Google it, someone will say, any old scrap metal will take from you. You give them a call and they come and pick it up. And hopefully it's recycled to an even better cause. So I hope this has given our viewers a bit of food for thought today on where we can go in the circular economy, how much you can do.
I think, Neville, this is a lifestyle change that is required to adapt or embrace the circular economy. All of us individually can adapt the ways of, how we can recycle instead of buying, because when we buy, we actually spend money. So we can save that money and store it for our future use. So instead of spending money, you can just find a way to create something new. You mentioned glasses. Soon there's going to be a Google Glass which is going to come up. There are other Samsung glasses which are going to come up. So then these glasses will become obsolete. So we never know. A new contact lens will come. So these glasses will have to find a new utility. So I think we can save the money by adapting new lifestyle, by introducing rainwater harvesting in our homes, separating grey water with black water, separate tanks, use grey water appropriately, use the right soap which is not harming the nature, biodegradable soap in our water, so that the water can be used, grey water can be used to water the plants, and so on. You can generate electricity off the roof. If you, especially in a country like India, there is a lot of sun. We can utilize our roofs. We can utilize the wind. There is a very windy country. There is a lot of heat here. There's a lot of wind here. We can utilize and things like that. And also, you mentioned food wastage. Uh, I think it is also happening everywhere. It's not only in the Western world. Many times, the distribution cycles warrant the farmers to waste their food because they don't find it viable to take it to another center for selling. They just throw it away. So it happens here as well. But I think we need to change our lifestyle. I think it's all lifestyle changes. And you also mentioned about Mars. I think it's a complete example of recycle, because they breathe recycled air, they drink recycled water, and they probably eat recycled food. You never know. I don't want to talk more than that.
You'll be turning people off, really. But we do eat recycled food, you know. There's a coffee that is very prevalent and very sought after in the UK, and it's recycled through an animal. When people hear that, they go, ooh, I'm drinking that coffee. Well, you didn't know it before, but you do know it now.
Right. So I think it's a lifestyle change, and I think as we go along, the circular economy will have to take linear economy behind, to leave the linear economy behind, because there are limited resources, and we need to recycle most of the stuff.
You're absolutely right. And just a passing thought today, recycling, certainly in the Western world, is a way of life. Every week, every day, we as a household, we have different bins that we put different materials into. In one, it's garden waste. In another one, it's food waste. In another one, it's glass. In another one, it's tin cans and plastic. So we're recycling in a big way. Where it actually goes, that's another interesting thought process. But at least we believe that someone's given the thought towards recycling, and therefore it's actually making this a better world. We're actually not, we have finite resources. We need to recognize that. We are now 7.4 billion people, and that is projected to double in the not too distant future, which is why people are thinking of Mars and colonizing the moon, because they know we're running out of opportunity here. We're running out of resources, but maybe we're not. Maybe we can go below the ocean. Who knows? It's been great speaking with you, CK. It's a really important subject, ladies and gentlemen. Just think about your own arena. Don't blame others. Just think about your own arena. What do you recycle? What do you make sure you give away to the right area? Like glasses. Are you just adding to your real estate in the house? Or are they going to be used somewhere where someone is desperate for glasses? There's always someone who can make use of your rubbish.
Absolutely. And thank you very much, Naval, for joining us today. It was a really pleasure talking to you on this very important subject. We'll catch up again tomorrow on something more interesting.
Thank you, CK. Have a good day, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Beautiful day in London, and hopefully it's a beautiful day in India.
It is very beautiful and it's very bright. There's a lot of hot sun outside, and we are thoroughly enjoying the summers.
Fantastic.
So one thing I would like to share with you, Neville, today is that sometimes I get intuition, but I don't listen to my intuition. Sometimes I ignore the intuition and follow the book. And I would like to take your opinion. Is this the right strategy, or shall I listen to my intuition or not follow the book every time? What do you feel about this?
Well, you've introduced our trip through the alphabet really well, just by what you said today. No rehearsal, as usual. We just hit this on the road. And we're up to the letter R. And R, although today is a day of reflection, being Friday, we're not going to go down that simple route. We're going to go down a more complicated route. And you just mentioned it. It's the word relationship. And I'm not thinking of the relationship that we have with everybody else. I'm actually thinking of the relationship we have with ourselves. Because if we can get ourselves right, then we've got a really good chance of getting the relationships with other people. And intuition is one of those funny things where the book says, do this, and your intuition says, well, if I do that, I'm not going to feel happy with it. And being happy at what you're doing is a relationship with yourself. And we've all been there. We've all been, if I follow the book, I'm just going to get the same. What if I just do something slightly different? And the thing is, do it. As long as it's not life-threatening, do it. Follow that intuition, but be aware. You know, part of the relationship you've got with yourself and following your intuition is being aware of what's happening at every stage of the change. Because, as you said, the book says do this, and if you follow the book's got the answer. You know, but your intuition will not necessarily have any answers. You've never done it before, or you might have done it and it worked here, but it didn't work here. So what you've got to do is you've got to be very aware of what's happening when you follow your intuition. And there's a point where you drop it because actually, do you know what? It's just not the right time and right place. And that's the relationship with what's going on. But it's very personal. I hope this sort of makes sense. It's a simple concept in some respects, but once you start to get deeper into it, it gets very complicated because you can't compartmentalize it. Other things happen. You know, even your son might come running into the room when you're deep in something, and you think, oh, for goodness sake, go away. But you need a relationship with yourself because your son's coming in for a reason. And just because it's interrupted your very important stuff to you, just think it could be important to him too. Now, we know this. You know it, don't you?
Yeah, I think what you're saying is right, but I think, I've got a problem. My problem is that although there is intuition, but there is a lot of confusion at the same time, because whether this is right or whether this is wrong, or shall I follow the book? I think that's where the confusion lies. Whether should I listen to myself or shall I do what everybody else is doing?
It's a difficult one, because if you do what everyone else is doing, you'll end up where everyone else is. And the question is that where you want to go? So you've almost got that end game that's defined for you. And as long as you follow the book, follow the process, because it's a process, the likelihood is you're going to get to the same place as everybody else. But is that where you want to go? Is that right for you? Does your intuition, which fundamentally builds upon your experience and your expectations, we're back in the earlier part of the alphabet now, the letter E, your experience is part of your intuition. That really doesn't feel right. And I do this all the time, frankly. I'm not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Fortunately, I've got good family around me that tell me every time I've done it wrong. I wish they'd keep telling me when I've done it right every now and again, because it would really sort of help me a bit. But like anything else, we're quick to be able to tell people, no, you've done it wrong there. And if you've got a good friend around you, they'll tell you that all the time. And as long as they're little things and they catch you early, then it's not a big deal. But this intuition is not their intuition. It's not their experience. It's your experience, and that's your personal relationship. So inside of you, you've got three voices going on all the time. You've got this really expansive, I want to change the world, I'm going to do this and that and the other. That's a can-do person that's in here. And we've all got that can-do person, So although people don't think that they're capable of doing things, yes, you can. You may not have the experience or the right knowledge, but you can do it. But then you've got two negative voices in there. So that's the positive voice. You've got two negative voices. One is, I can't. I'm going to go with the flow. And that's there in abundance. And I'm sure you know that, and people listening know that too. And then you've got this other nagging voice out there. I'm not going to do it. This is a stubborn voice. I won't. And as you see from the map behind me, those are the three options that you've got. Everything you do, wherever you do it, you've got those three options. And it's that self-relationship that you have to fight first. You've got to kick out the can't do's, knock away the won't do's, and stay with that can do. I believe in myself. Some people will call this risk. Well, if it's a real risk, roll the dice. Let the dice decide for you, you know. And if you're really worried about it, don't use one dice, use 5. Because then you've got a chance of, you know, one dice will give you 1 to 6. 5 dice will give you 1 to 30. Pick a number when those dice land, and I'm going to go with that, you know. That's a real risk, you know. You're letting chance happen. But your intuition is more than chance. You're balancing that risk. And you're saying, I'm not going to go with the flow. You know, I'm not going to go with those people. I'm going to go and do something different. And it may only be marginally different. No, you don't have to be a radical and flow in a completely different direction. But remember, if you're going along on parallel lines like this and you just go 1 degree away, then after a while, look what happens to that 1 degree. It really does move away.
Right.
And the issue there is, as you move away, what's happening? If you're improving, and I'm not going to say what you're improving on, but you've made a decision to do something different. If you're improving and it's working for you, are you going to stop and go back, or are you going to do more? Simple question.
If I'm improving, definitely I'll continue on that path to improve more. I don't want to stop that process.
But if you're not improving, when are you aware that you're not improving? It's getting worse, or it's not as good as it could have been. That's the issue. And that's when your intuition kicks in again. But it's only because you're being aware. Now, these are really complex concepts in some respects, but you have to take that first step. And the first step is know who you are. Have that relationship with yourself. Nobody is perfect. No one gets it right all the time. And when you realize that, the first question you ask when you start to move away and it doesn't improve, you say, well, is it me? Have I done something wrong? And although that might sound very critical, you're your best critic. Then you've got to handle it. So everything we're talking about here is captured under this term, emotional intelligence. And the best leaders in the world are highly emotionally intelligent. That doesn't mean they're intelligent. It just means they are fully aware of their situation and their emotions. And the nice thing is, when it goes like this, and it goes like that, you think, yes, wonderful. You know, I'm going to tell the world. But then you say, actually, I'm not going to tell the world because I've found something that's really unique to me, and I'm just going to keep it to myself. And that is your competitive advantage. And every business wants a competitive advantage. But you will share it with your colleagues, you know, people that work closely with you, because you say, look what's happened here. I did this. I didn't want to tell you about it at the time because I wasn't sure. But now, look what's happened. What if you were to do that? What if we were to do that collectively? How can we improve on that thing? And again, you're now talking about a relationship with everybody else. So it can blossom. But you've got to be able to handle the time when it doesn't blossom. Your intuition wasn't right. But don't let it stop your intuition taking the risk in the future. I hope this makes sense. You know, it's Friday, it's a day for reflection. So this is really internal reflection, but it's in this word relationship.
Yes, Neville, in fact, it makes a lot of sense. And as you rightly mentioned, I think the real challenge is to, is to understand the risk factor also, and how much So I think we need to work out a mechanism where we leave 10% on chance and 90% on intuition. So I think it's a long journey. I don't think, but you rightly mentioned, even though you have given us a path of follow the right thing that we believe, but I think to get this process implemented, it will take a few more days for us to do a little bit more thinking.
Like anything else, some of these things are not overnight sensations. The nugget, if you like, is to be listening and thinking about what's being said. And that, again, it comes back to this phrase, emotional intelligence, which when I first came across this phrase, I thought, emotional intelligence? What emotion's intelligent? Because emotion is typically a reaction, how intelligent is that reaction? And it takes a while to think about, is there an emotion that's intelligent? Well, probably the only one is happiness, because if I smile and you smile, it's infectious. Yeah, that's pretty intelligent. I prefer to be there rather than be unhappy and sad. But is it really intelligent? Who knows? I'm not a psychologist, I'm not in that world of deep research into the inner machinations of the mind and how that works. There are plenty more people that we rely upon to do that. But the common sense is control your emotions. That doesn't mean to say when you're really ecstatic and you think you've got a fantastic result that you say, oh, that's okay then. That's not the sort of control you want. You need to feel it inside. That's the relationship you got with you. When your favourite cricket team, scores a 6, how do you feel?
It's very exciting. It's thrilling.
Exactly. It's thrilling. And when they hit a second 6 off the same over, how do you feel then?
Well, there are, I think, 2 or 3 Indian cricketers who hit 6s on every ball of the over. So the expectations are much higher, because if this guy...
Yeah, exactly. You say, yeah, and all the tin cans are coming out, and the hoots are going, and the straw ballers are going, and you're expecting the third one to go for a 6. And when it goes for a 6, your level of expectation goes up higher and higher. Okay, and then when the over finishes, fortunately, you only have to have 6 6s. But remember, there could be a wide in there. You might even have 7 6s. Who knows? But the interesting thing is, you're in control all the time. Yes, when I get a result, I get more excited, and I want to do more. When I don't get the result, don't feel down about it. This is the relationship you've got with yourself. Just say, okay, so it didn't work out this time. And move on. And say, but you know what? If I just change that slightly, I think it'll work. And then will your intuition say, I'm going to do that? Will that can-do person in here come to the front? Or will the won't do and the can't do literally say, no, we're going to go back and do it by the book? Not that the book's wrong, by the way. Right? This is not saying that the book's wrong. But if you feel it's wrong for you in that particular context, you need to have the willpower to follow it through. I hope this makes sense. It is Reflection Friday.
Certainly, Neville, it does. I think, thanks for your advice. I think you have given me some direction to my question, which I started off this particular session. I think this is very useful, and I'm sure it is useful for others as well to follow the intuition and also gather more information to decide the next course of your action. So I think that is where we are, and thank you so much for giving us the direction.
No, my pleasure, CK. I hope you have a fantastic weekend. We're taking the weekend off to recharge batteries. Sadly, we're all at home and I can't meet the kids. So I have to look forward to that another time. So again, that's my relationship. I have to deal with that. You know, I can only have digital relationships with all the people that I love. So be safe, take care, don't go outside, enjoy the sun.
Thank you, and you too, Neville. We'll talk again on Monday.
Cheers, CK. High five.
High five.
Three. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you're welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been training marketing professional, IT professional worldwide. He is also having close relation with radio broadcasting. So Sitesh, welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, great day and great once again to talk to you on this show. I'm very impressed by the conversations that we choose and we talk about. And I believe it has generated quite a good amount of interest amongst our viewers and listeners as well. So let's begin our today's conversation.
Yes, now you are based at Bangalore, and I'm sure you must be missing Johannesburg days when you are going to office and meeting your colleague. But now you are at Bangalore and you also have a deep interest of history. So we'll be discussing more about Karnataka, the heritage and the culture. Today I thought let me ask you about Vijayanagara Empire, which was there 500 years back, and we have a great architecture ruins are there still, and it was established by great king. And can you guess?
Krishna Dev Raya.
Very good. Out of 10. It's yeah, it is said that it's last Hindu empire, and Tenali Rama, you must have heard about him. He was minister to this king, to this empire. So let's discuss about this Vijayanagara Empire, which is a world heritage nowadays.
Well, Kanchan, history has been my loveliest of the subjects, a subject that always takes me back to the imagination. And as I said earlier, that in last 200 to 300 of years of the history from modern history, I can visualize what would have happened, how would have things moved around. And Vijayanagar Empire has been in my conscious for a very young age. I remember reading about Vijayanagar Empire in Amar Chitra Katha, if you remember those comics. I think now they are published in the digital version. But I remembered reading the first instance of Vijayanagara Empire and Hampi and those famed kingdoms of those days, medieval ages, in Amar Chitra Katha. As I grew up in the school, I read through the history books. But when I actually went into the professional life, I actually did my own research, own television viewing, internet explorations. And by virtue of staying in Bangalore for over 10 years now, I met a lot of people, the local Kannadigas, who speak proudly about this Vijayanagara Empire. So happy to talk to you about it and its great contribution in India's history, medieval history.
So it is said that he was a great Dani, I mean the king of Vijayanagar. He used to give lot of alms to poor people, and it is also said that his lot of alms were given to the temple Tirupati, and now whatever gold which is covered on the temple is given by Krishna Dev Rai. So apart of this, he was very, very benevolent, very, very intelligent king. He has a lot of love from his praja, from his people. And then Tenali Rama was his minister, which is I think he is world famous through the stories. I'm sure that you must have also learned, heard, and maybe told stories of Tenali Rama to your kids.
Yes, Kanchan. So I always imagine that when Tenali Rama was on the scene, probably that was the time when Birbal was also there in the Akbar's court. Could be around the same time, or probably a difference by of 150 years. So India has a great tradition of those interesting, witty and intelligent courtiers, and Tenali Rama's name comes at almost very, very top level on that. And uh, but Kanchan, the important part is to realize that before the famed king Krishna Dev Raya, the founding of the Vijayanagara Empire by the two brothers, which were the Harihara I and Bukka, from the Sangam dynasty, and that was somewhere around 1336. So if you can take your thoughts back, it was the time of when the sultanates were attacking from the north side, and India was primarily being attacked on the northern side, the Delhi side, by those sultanates. And these sultanates were trying to get into the southern part of India. And at that point of time, Vijayanagara Empire in the medieval ages, it was established. But from 1336, Kanchan, it took almost around 150 years more to establish Vijayanagara Empire as we know it today, and we talk about its famed glory. When the whole of south of India, as we know today, including Sri Lanka, was under the control of the Vijayanagara Empire. And I was more astonished to know about the importance of its capital Hampi, which is even mentioned to some of the texts in the Kishkindha Kand of epic Ramayana, and it is close to the place where Lord Rama and Lakshman, his brother, they met Hanuman and Sugriva. So the capital of Vijayanagara Empire and that particular region is very, very rich in its history. Lot of leaves of history are buried there. It needs to be told, retold, brought about, talked about, and probably we need a national level of a television program like Bharat Ek Khoj once again in the modern context to talk about the famed history of Vijayanagara.
Yeah, you raised a very good point that Hampi has a long history. Even Hampi is being mentioned as Kishkinda in Ramayana. So that place has so vast and so old history. We should tell to our young people, and we should put one lesson about this. And you know that even the architecture is world class. If you have been to Vijayanagara Empire, you know there's a place which is called musical mahal, and there are pillars, and each pillars when you strike with any stick, it gives a different sound. So you don't need any orchestra or any instrument. You just keep on hitting. It'll come saregama pa kind of from every pillar. It is said it's usually this is how they used to play music when there was some utsav was there, some festival was there. So it is awesome to really see this architecture and praise this architecture. This is awesome. What do you think about it?
I mean, you couldn't have been more right about it, Kanchan. And as I said, we need to appreciate these individual kingdoms which were actually the real nationalism of today was being showcased by the Vijayanagara and those kingdoms of, Hoysal and Kakatiyas and the Chalukyas and the Pandyans, and how they were being fought by the invaders or the crusaders who were coming from the the Iran side of India, as in the modern world, modern India. So it is important to understand the stability brought by the Vijayanagara Empire and how it was probably the last time the whole of South India was under one empire's control, and it was a successful for almost 200 years, starting from 1336 and going up to 1646. This is around 200, little more than 200 years of a history. We see great architecture. We are now aware of the great governance and the welfare systems, the bifurcations of the state versus the executive versus the judiciary in its early forms. And that was like a mini country in a big country itself. And that definitely needs to be spoken about, talked about in small pieces, in an interesting storytelling way. And probably the schools have a responsibility to take the children on the school trips. And then in the college time, college trips, not just picnics, to these areas to make it appreciated. I'm sure that the tourism department of Karnataka and India, they do a good job. Archaeological Survey of India does an amazing job by keeping and preserving these monuments and architectures. But we need to do more. The Hampi area is also the UNESCO World Heritage Site. But we need to do more in terms of the preservation, in terms of preaching about it, in terms of showcasing it, in terms of bringing international attention towards this part of our history, which will actually contributed to the Indian subcontinent or Indian peninsula's history. Because these were not just, few states of today. They reached up to in modern Asia Pacific levels.
Yes, you have pointed out rightly that Krishan Dev Rai established a good administration. He had strong ties to foreign countries. There were trade relations were also established, and he has done a water management system established at that point of time for irrigation. And then he also enhanced the culture of Kannada, Tamil, Sanskrit, and whatever Carnatic music we learn, it originated from that era only. So all these things are so awesome, and I think one episode is so short time to really discuss such a vast and powerful empire and the powerful king. But then we may be discussing more about Vijayanagara later on in our next episodes. And do you want to add anything or message you want to give?
Definitely, Kanchan.
Youngster.
Kanchan, I thank you more that you again rekindled this interest, which I had kind of made dormant for some time, about knowing our own history. We live in this modern global village where we try to know more outside our own states and provinces and countries, and we try to find out less and probably know very less our own states, capitals, and its historical contribution to the modern culture we have. And therefore, the subject of Vijayanagara and the Hampi that we picked up today, it has got a very interesting history from the 3rd century BCE, from the Ashoka's time till the modern history. It's probably more than 1,000 years of recorded history that we are actually sitting on. So of course, we may not be able to do justice with one of the episodes, but probably we will reinvent our conversation around such subjects as we go forward, and when we bring other states' cultural contribution and historical contribution to our Indian Union.
Yeah, it was so nice to talk to you once again today. We'll meet with another subject or maybe this subject in our next episode. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Good day. Take care.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been quite closely associated with radio broadcasting. So without wasting any moment, welcome to the show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. It's great to see you again after so many days. And I think people are free from their festivities, and the focus on the work brings them back. And that's a very interesting day. How have you been?
Yeah,
I see you full of winter clothing.
Yes, actually, I am towards northern India, and it's chilling, and that's why I'm I'm wearing woolen clothes, and I'm coping up with the northern winter, which is very popular, especially somebody who's coming from Hyderabad.
Yes, yes. But at least I can safely say that Kanchan is completely chilled out at this time.
Yes, truly. And though I really love winters because I love this weather and I'm enjoying. It's good. So
Yeah. Winter brings back good memories from North India. The green vegetables availability in the markets, the fresh vegetables, green vegetables, and eating those spicy stuff in the winter. Wow! And the steam coming out of the cup of tea and coffee, it adds to the ambience. It must be great. And I want to celebrate the winters in the Himalayas.
Yes, very truly put forward. I am really enjoying this winter. And today we have a topic of discussion about the White Revolution. India celebrates National Milk Day on 26th November in the memory of Dr. Verghese Kurian, fondly known as father of White Revolution. And Sitesh, that in 2014, all the dairy majors of country, along with the Indian Dairy Association, resolved to observe Dr. Kurian's birth anniversary, which is on 26th November, as a National Milk Day, which is day after tomorrow.
Oh, really? That's very interesting. And Dr. Kurian has always been my inspiration and motivation from my childhood days. And I read his biography or autobiography many years back when I was growing up in college. And I have kept wondering about Dr. Kurian Kanchan, that the man who could have gone out and taken any plum job in India or outside India. He stayed back on a request from our first Prime Minister, Pandit Nehru, and he gave himself and his life for bringing the White Revolution, as you said, and he literally became the milkman of India, and Amul is a proof of it. Amul as his baby is a proof of it. And countless generations have grown up on the love of Dr. Kurian, which is known as Amul, isn't it?
Yes, and in 1965, then Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri asked Korean to replicate the dairy Anand's pattern nationwide, for which National Dairy Development Board was founded under Korean, on his condition that there will be this will be independent of government control, and that will be set up at Anand, away from the capital and closer to farmers. So, Dr. Kurian, another pattern of dairy cooperative was based on using suitable top-down and bottom-up approach. So
that's interesting, and it is actually very interesting to see that India, which was always known as the country where the milk flows freely, to quote in Hindi, "Doodh ki nadiyan behti thi," to see that in the modern India, if it was not for Dr. Kurian, probably we would have not seen that old saying, a mythological saying, in reality. That's what I feel.
Yes. Yeah, he has been a great contribution when it comes to self-reliant among the farmers, as well as surplus supply of milk. The Operation Flood started the White Revolution in India and made our country self-sufficient in milk, and that is a great achievement.
That it indeed is a great achievement, and I think that needs to be celebrated by drinking healthy milk. We remember countless number of advertisements, doodh, and I know all those advertisements of early Doordarshan days. We need to donate milk to undernourished children. We need to donate the milk into the charities, and in fact, United Nations has a World Milk Day on June 1. And I think it is also important to remember Dr. Kurian not only for bringing Amul to life, but creating an industry single-handedly. I mean, if we can think that he can be considered as the father of Indian dairy industry, which now has seen as NDDB, as you said, and then we come before Amul. If you remember, we used to have Paulson butter, and people were very fond of it. And Amul came and changed the whole game plan. It gave it into the farmer's control, and over the years, the quality, the control. There is Nestle, there is Go, there are some other dairy products in this country. And I think people nowadays, I hear that some entrepreneurs are trying to get into dairy business, dairy entrepreneurship. I mean, unlimited thanks to Dr. Kurian, who saw or who made it possible for all of us.
Yes, today, Sitesh, around 12 million farmers in more than 22 states across India owns 250 dairy plants and handling about 20 million items of milk a day, 20 million liter of milk a day. So it was achieved not merely by mass production, Sitesh, but by production by the masses. And that is a great contribution, putting everything at one place, syncing farmers and production together. And we are really thankful for the kind of white revolution we initiated.
Yes, Kanchan. And I remember in 2011 Economic Times Excellence Award, where he was conferred the award along with other luminaries of his time. And he made some of those statements, which I remember very, very fondly. And these are, one statement, he says that India's place in the sun would come from the partnership between the wisdom of its rural people and the skill of its professionals. He said this, Dr. Kurian said this while he accepted the Lifetime Achievement Award in that year. The second statement that he made was even more iconic. The milk of India is produced by millions of small and marginal farmers and landless laborers. It is on their behalf and on their name that I accept this high honor. These were the profound words of a man who shunned all the glamour and glitz of his times in the corporate world or in the government sector. And he chose to lead this kind of a life. And then he also said, India needs to show an honest face, a kind face, a human face, and not an arrogant face as the powerful nations of today. So Dr. Kurian kind of a people were the product of the socialist India. And I think we need them more. We need Dr. Kurian kind of people more and more in this country when we are moving towards a consumerist and capitalist society. Isn't that correct?
Yes, definitely. And due to this white revolution, dairy farming has become made India the largest self-sustainable rural employment generator. And Operation Flood, also, we called this white revolution as Operation Flood also, which was launched on 13th January 1970 and was the world's largest dairy development program and landmark project of India's National Dairy Development Board. You know that it transformed India into a from milk deficient to world's largest milk producer, surpassing American milk production also.
That is truly inspiring, especially for the kids today who think that milk comes from the shopping malls. I remember asking some children while I was in Japan, do you know where does the milk come from? And they said it comes from the nearest shopping mall. And as parents, we all got worried. We took them to a dairy farm to showcase how a milk is taken out and how it is packaged and how it reaches our homes. And it is also important, Kanchan, to understand when Amul was taking shape under the guidance of Dr. Kurian, many people would remember filmmaker Shyam Benegal. He made a movie called Manthan, which is nothing but a churning of milk ocean in Hindu mythology. And this story is loosely based on the Amul story. And it became a huge success of its time. And Dr. Kurian got another idea with that. He basically would tour to the other parts of the country, and he would try to work with, bring up other cooperatives. And, there are many cooperatives in the country today. In Bangalore, we see Nandini Milk. I'm sure Hyderabad has got one such cooperative. And in Bombay, we have RA Milk, So I think it all became a cascading effect of Dr. Kurian's personality. And I wonder, Kanchan, how do you develop such kind of a personality? How can you leave away the trappings of this modern capitalist and consumerist world and become the personality that Dr. Kurian was?
Yes, I'm sure, because I have read that it was a huge task as this whole revolution was implemented in 3 phases. In first phase from 1970 to 1980 was financed by the sales of skimmed milk powder and butter oil. And during this phase, Operation Flood linked 18 of India's premier milk shed with the consumer in India's major metropolitan cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Calcutta, Chennai, established their mother dairy in 4 metros. And Sitesh, in phase second, Operation Flood was from 1981 to 1985, increased the number of milk sheds from 18 to 136. The urban market also expanded the outlet of milk from small to 290. By the end of 1985, the self-sufficient system of 43,000 villages cooperative with 4 lakhs something to produce producers were covered. Now in phase 3, in 1985 to 1996, enabled dairy cooperative to expand and strengthen the infrastructure required to procure and market increasing volume of milk, and veterinary first aid healthcare services feed were also extended. So I think this is an overall structure which was planned and implemented, and right from a down towards up, because veterinary services were also included so that animal also don't suffer and became a part of it. And again, all farmers and cooperatives are interlinked. It's a huge task.
Yes, it is. The work that Dr. Kurian started is far from being over, and because the kind of work which he inspired, it needs continuous motivations, because it is still not an easy task. It is not yet industrialized like in other big nations, and therefore the the work that he started, it needs to be joined by more such people. They need to be celebrated, they need to be brought out. I mean, you may not have a personality like Dr. Kurian all the time to tackle the politicians, tackle the regional leaders, or the regional milkman or the businessman, and therefore, but we can always have a guiding principle, a guiding governmental authority and consultation. And to tell you the fact that Dr. Kurian in his later years, he wanted to do other great things beyond Amul, and he started something which we know as IRMA, which is IRMA, Indian Rural Management Association, and there was a college as well for rural management, and he was the founding chairman of it. And so there has been his life and his times should be seen from a person who was clean, and his integrity could not have been questioned. And that is these kind of people, they bring transformational change in any country, and therefore it is important for all of us to go back and have a cup of milk and tell our children that the cup of milk that we hold in our hand has been made possible by a great man, and how it was problematic back then and how easy it has become today.
Yes, very true. And during that time, during this white revolution, a national milk grid was also created, which was linked with the producers throughout India to consumer near around 700 towns and cities, and reducing seasonal and regional prices variation while ensuring that producers get a major share of profit by eliminating middlemen. So, Sitesh, the middleman elimination is not a new concept. It was always there in India, but people have actually relied more on middlemen, isn't it? So now nobody likes to have middlemen. I think it's a part of nationalism, and I think people should rise above their petty differences, come out and contribute to the national growth by taking up any idea. There's so many help is required from rural sector to middle, even middle class also required. Many innovations should come out in the market.
That's right, and as I said, there are some milk entrepreneurs in the country who have started the business around the dairy, and there are at least 5 or 6 organic milk startups in India, and it is very gratifying to see that investors are interested in dairy farming. When it comes to entrepreneurship in India, more or less we always think about information technology. But I'm so happy to see the milk entrepreneurs. I'm so happy to see leather entrepreneurs, the VCs, the venture capitalists, and the angel investors putting the money where they say they want to put it, at least in the public forums. And it is great to see that Dr. Kurian has been instrumental. See, I can tell you, Kanchan, that the milk cooperative movement in India did not begin with Varghese Kurian, because as we know that India was a milk country. Milk used to flow here. There were other earlier partnerships and cooperatives we always had. What Dr. Kurian did, and what means to be a Dr. Kurian, is to consolidate the farmers, the agriculturists, the dairy, the production, the distribution, the supply, the branding. That was Dr. Kurian. That was his body of work. And therefore, sometimes I feel that why Dr. Kurian was not considered for our highest civilian award, Bharat Ratna. And that pains me, but I will leave that for our some other day political discussions, Kanchan.
Yeah, so and in the end, I just like to say that it's a big salute to Dr. Kurian, and it was nice talking to you, Siddesh, today on this subject. Till next time we meet, you take care. Bye bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series Great Kings of India. And today we are discussing one of the wonderful king, Lalitaditya. He is the most powerful king of ruler of Kolkata dynasty. And it is said that in few chronicles that he is a world conqueror. And his empire included not only Indian parts but also Afghanistan and Central Asia. To discuss more about this wonderful king, we have reputed historian, Ms. Meera Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College in Hyderabad. Welcome to the show, Meeta ji.
Namaskar, Kanchan. How are you?
I am fine. How are you?
I'm also good.
Yes. And today we are discussing a wonderful profile of great King Lalitadit. And I just want to share one thing. I happened to visit his Avantipur in Kashmir. And since that, I'm mesmerized the kind of structure I've seen there. So I would like to listen more about this wonderful ruler of India.
See, Lalitaditya belonged to the Karkota dynasty of Kashmir, and it is also said that this Karkota dynasty evolved from the mythical Naga dynasty. Okay, and he was termed as a world conqueror by one of the writers of Kashmir, Kalhana. So Kalhana wrote one account known as Raj Tarangini, in which he describes Laitaditya as a world conqueror. And to tell you, Kanchan, the meaning of Raj Tarangini is rulers of the river. Okay, rulers of the river. So Kalhana has explained his reign as such that he was ruling all the extents of the rivers of India, not only in India, Afghanistan, Central Asia also. And if you view the historical accounts, not only in Kalhana's Rashtarangini, we get the mention of Lalita Ditya in the book of Tang Dynasty of China. So that means he had relations with China also that time. Some historical accounts they put up that one of his ministers, Count Kun, was of Chinese origin. So that means he had, extent till China. And if we see his time period, it is from 724 to 760 CE.
Okay.
Why he is termed as a world conqueror is that he was the king who not only stopped the Arabian and Turkish invasions in India, but also established his empire in most, major parts of India, Afghanistan, and the Central Asia. He is also termed as the Alexander of India. So why? Because Alexander also boasted to be a world conqueror. So same way, the Kashmiri author Kalhana, he wrote about him that he was a world conqueror, not only a world conqueror, a person who built the empire, who developed all the areas of art, architecture, and he was a great builder. Apart from a military general, he was a great builder. Why he is termed as a world conqueror? Because first of all, he defeated a very famous king, Yashovarman of Kannauj.
Right.
And finally, Yashovarman, submitted to him, and not only Yashovarman but other rulers that time, they all accepted his suzerainty. And why he is, praised in all the records is because he was the one who stopped all the foreign invasions. That time, all the Arabian, the Turkish invasions which were happening in India, and the time period in which he ruled. He ruled for around 37 years. So that time period in which he ruled, they are free of foreign invasions. Otherwise, before that, you find lot of foreign invasions happening. Because 326, you get Alexander coming to India, and many other, Arabian and Turkish invaders also.
Right.
But his rule, that almost 37 years he ruled, that was free of invasions. That means his army was very strong, his empire was, huge, and he was a good administrator because he was able to manage this huge empire sitting at Srinagar, because Srinagar was the traditional capital, but he developed his new capital that was known as Parihaspur. Still it is there, Parihaspur. Parihaspur means a smiling place. So he developed his capital there, and he controlled the entire India, Central Asia, and Afghanistan from there. Not only in terms of his military conquests, he is also known in history because of his, love for temples. There's so many temples he built, and one of the temples, which is 3 miles away from Anantnag in Kashmir,
Right.
it is the Sun Martand Temple. It is the Sun Temple.
Yes.
We only get the ruins now because it was ruined by one Islamic invader. He ordered rather to destroy the temple. So this Sun Martha temple has a huge temple in between, surrounded by 84 smaller shrines.
Right.
So, and very beautiful architecture. Very beautiful architecture.
Yes.
And not only this Sun Marthan temple, he built temples of Shiva, Vishnu, all deities he built the temples, but unfortunately the invaders who came, they destroyed all the beautiful architecture which was left by Lalita Ditya. Not only this, because that time, there was scarcity of water probably because of, as we know, Kashmir is very, very cold. So he built many bunds. Bunds means small, small water bodies for the purpose of irrigation and canals, which he got built from the rivers, canals for the irrigational purposes.
Right.
So not only we can remember him as a military general, but a builder who has left a good legacy. But unfortunately, as I said, the invaders, the Islamic invaders, they ruined it. They rather gave orders to ruin it, so, which is very, very unfortunate. And see, it has not only happened in Kashmir in the reign of Lalita Ditya, but if you move down to Gujarat, Mahmud Ghazni, he attacked Somnath temple many times.
Right.
Why? Because it was a very rich temple, very rich temple. So, to tell you the fact, Ghazni, he invaded India 17 times.
Right.
From 1000 to 1017 AD. So not only in Kashmir, so many places these invasions has happened, which have, destroyed our heritage, because all these temples, monuments, they come under heritage, and they tell us about the history. you
Right.
know.
Right.
So much of destruction was done in the previous years, in the past, and now I will divert from the topic, Kanchan. Now, when I'm not talking as an individual, I'm talking as a common person. Now, when we want to undo that which has happened, so lot of communal questions, they come up. Many communal questions, they sprung up.
Yes, actually, we don't realize this is a part of our heritage and we should be proud of it. As I told you, when I visited Avantipuram, it was so mesmerizing because even the ruins, the architecture on the pillars and the stones which I've seen that point of time, which were really very artistic. And you really feel and you have that kind of greatness when you touch any of these stones, and it is spread on a vast area. And that, unfortunately, it is all in a stone, I mean, ruined.
You are getting the ruins.
Right.
And just imagine if we had the original temple, how grand, how beautiful it would be.
Right, right.
Main temple surrounded by 84 small shrines.
Right.
And it was the temple of sun god, because Martand is another name of sun. So not only for the sun, but he built temples for Shiva, Vishnu, and other Hindu deities. And why Lalita Ditya is also praised in the pages of history, as I told you, not only for his military conquests, but for the work which he did for his subjects, for the public, because he cared for the public. He built those water bodies, bunds, canals for irrigation. And not only that, we in Kalhana's Raj Tarangini, we get account that the statues which were built, they were huge, and maybe that was exaggerated also, because seeing the time period, you feel little confused at how they were able to erect so huge statues of gods and goddesses. But Kalhana's Rashtarangini, which was written in the 12th century CE, gives us a very detailed account about his reign, about Lalitaditya's reign. Though he, see, now if you do a comparison, because some people, they compare Lalitaditya as a word conqueror, and they also compare him with Alexander, because they say he was the Alexander of India. But one unique thing about him was he was not into brutal killing, which Alexander did. So that difference we have to understand. He was not. He just when he went for conquests, there was always this option given to the king that if it is your wish that you submit to us, or you have a battle or fight. So that way, treaties were also done, and many, agreements were made. So it was not all that brutality. So when we compare him with Alexander, it is good because as the history portrays Alexander as, a great king, Alexander the Great. So we should also call Lalitaditya the Great. But unfortunately, Kanchan, mention of Lalitaditya is not in our history books, which is very, very sad.
Yes, very sad. And any who doesn't.
Why our children are deprived of the heritage and the great times which our kings had in India.
Right.
So this is little unfortunate, actually.
Yes, really very unfortunate, because any king who has ruled such a vast empire and so for so many years, he should be, and without benevolent or without caring of subject, no king can rule in such a vast area and such a long time. And of course, Lalita, that has to be taught in school and of course in colleges also, because he is a part of our rich heritage and he was a great king.
And even Al-Biruni, even in Al-Biruni's accounts, he is mentioned because his name was Laitaditya Mukta Pida.
Okay.
So Al-Biruni mentions Muttai, which is an upbranch of Mukta Pida.
Okay.
Tang dynasty of China, they mention his name.
Okay.
So that means he was known far and wide.
Okay.
His glory was far and wide.
Yes.
So, but unfortunate that foreigners knew about him, but now our generation, they don't know about the great kings. And I should be thankful to you, Kanchan, because at least you have taken up this task of exploring the great kings of India. So at least through this series, we will be able to tell our students, the common public, about the great kings which existed.
Yes,
who were really great.
Yes, and actually it is something which really makes us proud, which should make us proud that we belong to such a great country, that we have so great people like Lalitaditya, or like maybe Harshvardhan, maybe Ashoka, Chandragupta. So, and then we should have pride in this aspect of our culture and traditions.
Yes, and see why India was known as Sone ki Chidiya that time, because of the prosperity.
Right.
And it was this wealth and prosperity only which lured the foreign invaders to come to India. Alexander, Gori, Ghazni, they all came to invade the wealth.
Right.
So, and how India was so much wealthy and prosperous because of the rulers, because of their policies, because of their administration. Because see, if a head of the family is not good, you cannot expect a good family. Same way, if the ruler is not good, you cannot expect a flourishing country.
Right.
So that means our kings were great.
Right.
Who were glorified even in our Puranas, Vedas, all the ancient texts. They sing the glory of our kings.
Right.
So we should be proud of that heritage.
Right.
As Indians, we should be proud of our culture, of our heritage, of our history, which is really magical, mesmerizing,
Yes.
beautiful.
Definitely. It was so wonderful to talk to you, Mitaji, today and discuss one of the greatest King Lalitaditya. We'll be discussing more about his period in our other series. Till then, bye.
Yeah, I will cover about his military conquests in detail.
Yes, we'll be discussing military conquest in detail in our next series. So till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today is Indian Constitution Day. And we will talk about the Constitution, but before starting the subject discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK, and happy anniversary, Indian Constitution Day. And I think a lot of people outside of India have got an idea about what this is, but why don't you go into a few details, because it's such an important day in the country's development. But there's links that we can look at in your company's development. So we're still saying with the letter C, country and company. But let's talk about India Constitution Day and see where this has come from, because I think there's some great analogies that we can pick up here in our own business.
You see, Naval, India is a very new country. Even though the civilization has been around for thousands of years, but India as a country is a new country, and the Indians got an opportunity to get together, put their minds together, and get the best of all humanity. So the Indian work on constitution started in 1946. It took them 4 years, and there was a committee which was driving the whole initiative to create the world longest constitution. Indian constitution has 90 pages and it has 145,000 words, and that makes it very long constitution with 395 articles. But
wow,
it's a very well organized, and they have taken the best of breed at that point in time. And I will come to that, why Indian constitution is very important for the global economy also. So it took them 4 years to write the entire constitution. It was ready in 1949. The final review was done, and it was then launched on January 26, 1950, making India a sovereign country. What is important in Indian constitution is it gives freedom of federalism. So the inspiration the forefathers got was from the United States, where the federalism was very important for freedom, because those were the days of colonies, and the federal structure became very important. That means, for example, if you look at India, there are 29 states. So India as a country, considering the federal state of the Union, it is much bigger. It's twice the size of European Union. So you can imagine if you compare European Union, it has France, Germany, UK just got out of it, but there are different countries speaking different languages, having different legal structure. It is the same way Indian country operates. That 29 states have different language, different legal structure, and different processes, different government. In the end, they all report to the central government. So there is a freedom of federalism which is incorporated very deeply into it, and that gives freedom for any country who would like to join the union. It is allowed. Say, for example, in future, some other country says that, hey, I would like to join Indian Union, like Oman or UAE. There is enough freedom given as long as the people of that country, follow the Indian Constitution. There is no problem. They can operate independently as a federal state within Indian subcontinent. So that is a very important aspect of Indian Constitution. Number two is the equality and liberty. The equality and liberty, the inspiration came from 1946 Constitution of France, and that was majorly driven in the Constitution. So every human being born or citizen of India is absolutely equal, whether men or women of any religion, speaking any languages. And that gives a good push to Indian society as one nation, because you can actually bring your own culture, you can bring your own language, yet you will be equal like anybody else. So that gives a lot of freedom of equality and freedom to follow your own religion. Then, the Constitution should not be scribbled in stone like 10 Commandments. So the inspiration was from South Africa, where the amendment to any article of Constitution was allowed. So the power to change Constitution was given to the Parliament or the Assembly. The Assembly can form the laws, can be discussed in legislative assembly of state, and the state can implement their own specific laws, and the Parliament can create the countrywide law system, and they can also change the Constitution. And the fourth most important thing is uh, the legal system. Judiciary has been kept out. Very, very important aspect. It has been kept out from all elections, all legislative powers, all parliamentary powers. So the legal system is totally independent. That is why in Indian subcontinent, the judiciary is called the second pillar of democracy. Because if you have a problem with the government, you can always approach the court and overturn the government ruling. So that is very, very important. And number 5 is freedom of speech. So this is a mantra for the Indian people. They can write anything. They can comment on anyone. There is nothing called like monarch. If you go to some other countries, I'm not naming the country, but you can talk about government, but you can't talk anything about against the monarch. So all that is not applicable in India. You can criticize each and everyone. You can joke on everything. You can make cartoons on anything. So it is completely free, and that is why the press is completely free. They can make any comment on anyone, ask any question freely on any channel, and that becomes the third pillar of democracy. So these are certain things which are part of the Constitution. Constitution is very long. We can't discuss all of it, but I think we can get inspired because our founding got inspired from the world's best, and they created this constitution which is very flexible, yet it enforces rule of law, and they got it from the UK. So since I'm ending my monologue on UK, you can take over, Neville.
Well, thank you, CK, for that walk through history, because a lot of people don't know where these things come from. And you mentioned a couple of times here, and you started it off with best in breed, because that's what we should all be doing, looking at the best in breed at the time, not adopting it 100%, but seeing whether or not you can improve it. And I'm sure there was little twists of improvement that the Indian government at the time, we're talking last century, we're not talking thousands of years ago, but we are talking last century, over 70 years ago. And that the important thing here is that they took what was working around the world. Now, at the time, they didn't have Google. They couldn't go and cut and paste at the time. There was no PC where they could literally edit, copy, edit, paste. So they literally had to create this from scratch. But they took the best of breed, which was out there around the world. And this is where we can make lessons today. So I said at the beginning, we can take lessons into our own organization. And just like the Indian Constitution, it was to develop good governance. Now, governance is a long word, really, and a lot of people don't completely understand it. But in your organization, you need good governance. You need freedom of speech. You need your employees to say what they like and what they don't like. You want them to come forward and say what's good about what we do, what we can improve, and perhaps where we need to diversify. This is good governance in any organization. And so today, with this very special day in the Indian history, any Indian company, now take a look at your own governance. Are you doing what you say you're doing? Are you giving equal opportunity to everybody? Not just the C-suite, the chief exec, the COO, the CIO, the CTO, and the EIO, as someone might have called a boardroom, to everybody in your organization, because they all contribute. They all add value. If they don't add value, they wouldn't be employed. It's as simple as that. So just work through your organization, however big or however small you are, even a one-man band, you can start looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, am I doing what I'm saying? Do I say what I do? It's a simple equation. The mathematicians in the world would love it. The philosophers in the world would love it even more. Be who you really are, and that's who people see you as. And it's as simple as that. And this is where this governance arena, this constitution, actually gets very personal. So here's an opportunity. Take the personal day. Is it a holiday for this huge benchmark in your history? Is it a national holiday?
It is not a national holiday. Today is a day when the constitution was finally approved, but what was not implemented in 1949, which is 26 November. It was implemented on 26 January 1950. So today is a constitution day because it is finally ready, but we don't have a holiday on this day.
Well, that's an important time because it was finally ready for people to understand. So again, in a company, you've got a document which is finally ready to promote, not just to your organization, but outside your organization. So just imagine the marketing document that's taken weeks or months to prepare. Now's the day to get it out there. So take a leaf out of this very special day in the Indian history and start doing things that are simple. Use the prompt of these national events to look very locally, very specifically in what you do and get the benefit out of it. And the nice thing about these national days is you don't have to remember them because everyone tells you about them. You can read them in the paper. So it should be that little prompt that just jogs your memory. So this is great for the Indian nation. What does it mean for me? How can I take that and improve it in my organization? And tell the story about where this has come from. Just as we've done today, this is a story. It's history. So it's a his story. Okay? It's gone. It's past. It's fact. Use the facts and develop them within your organization. This is so simple and a simple message from today. And I'm so pleased that we can share it with everybody on a very special day for 1.4 billion Indians. wherever they are around the world. So let's get on with it. Let's go and have some introspection about what we do. Use this day as an opportunity for change, because that's how we improve.
So, Neville, you mentioned a very strong and powerful word called introspection. And here, how I will introspect myself. See, what happens is that the people which are in power, they actually draw power, and they actually think they are the gods or the ruler or the monarch of that land. So Indian constitution does not allow that. There is no absolute power center in India. For instance, the governance is under the Prime Minister of India, which is selected by the people of the entire country. All 1.4 billion citizens of India will vote for one person. Whoever wins becomes a Prime Minister. Yet, Prime Minister does not have power to control the armed services. That is a precedent. So the chief of army or air force or navy is the president. So he is another power center, but he is not absolute power center. And so his prime minister is not an absolute power center. Chief Justice of India, which is the head of all judges across the judiciary, is also limited power. I mean, Chief Justice can remove the Indian government. The Chief Justice has the power to remove the Indian government from the power itself. And so, there are many examples like that. So Indian constitution does not allow any absolute power center across the board. There is no power center in India. So bunch of people have to work together. So you mentioned word like introspection. I think that is the introspection. Why in a company, why we always look at power centers? We always look at, hey, you are so and so, you have so much power in your company. Whereas the Indian government is not driven by that policy. They don't believe in absolute power. Second thing I would like to get inspired is the federal structure of the subcontinent. So you have your state being governed by a local government, which is also elected by people, yet you become an Indian. So it is a perfect example of distributed workforce. You see, Indian subcontinent is not governed by New Delhi, the central government. It is governed by various 29 different governments. So it's a perfect example of distributed workforce. Yet in companies, in private sector, we find it so difficult to distribute our work. People want to see employee sitting in front of their own eyes on a desk in his office. They have no faith on a distributed workforce. So I think these are the two critical points I will draw for today from my own constitution.
No, that's brilliant. And the nice thing is, as you say, we can draw the best from the best and implement it into our own organization. And I hope the people listening today can see the analogy between one and another. They are one and the same. So in the country, the Prime Minister is elected by everybody. A chief exec actually is elected by the shareholders, which are everybody, so, and that's in a large organization. So there's a lot of similar things going on here, but one thing that you picked up on is the power base. A lot of the problem we have in the world today is because you've allowed the power base in your organization to get out of control. Take back control. Move it forward for where the purpose of the organization was when it was first founded. And I'm going to leave you with a little simple message here. And we all know about Henry Ford and how creative he was, creating the first production line, in essence, in many respects. And the Model T Ford came from his thoughts, and he created a good team around him. He was a bit of a dictator in many respects, but he did come up with some great phrases that have lasted the test of time. And one is, if you think you can, or you think you can't, you're right. So on this very special day in India, if you think you can, or if you think you can't, you're absolutely right. But get into the can, because now's the opportunity for introspection and a bit of change. And it's one small change makes a big impact, as we say in the MindFit world. So it's been a pleasure speaking with you today on this very special day. Thank you very much for taking time out of your calendar. And I hope everyone's listening and just literally just have a look in the mirror, because that's where you start.
Thank you very much, Neville. It was a special day for all Indians, and hopefully our message and your wisdom goes through, and some of the people start doing introspection who are in the arena of SMEs or chief executives. I think it's a great day for inspiring not only Indians, but anybody who wants to read the Indian Constitution and get inspired.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I will catch up with you tomorrow in the roundtable, and you have a nice day.
And you too. Good luck, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav from Johannesburg, South Africa. And as you know, Sitesh has deep interest in corporate communication. He has deep interest in corporate training. He has been training a lot of IT professional and marketing professional. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Hi Kanchan, good day. Nice to meet you again. And I'm all set to talk about our next series in the wonderful discussions that we have. And I'm well. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm well. We have all festive atmosphere here because yesterday there was Raksha Bandhan festival where all of Indian, they are engaged in eating food, eating sweets and tying rakis. So all till now it's festive mood only. But today we had been doing our verbal communication and we have done gesture and everything. So today we will like to discuss about written communication. What you say?
Yes, Kanchan. So written communication is something that is very close to my heart. One, because not only it entails about official communication or educational communication, it also deals with our personal communication that we write. And last week we were discussing of handwritten letters, and now when I see we are going on to the digital medium more and more, I really sometimes feel bad that someday too much of digital communication might take away our writing skills or written communication skills. And that too, Kanchan, we live in an age where, the moment you type something, Google tells you predictive text. You message something and it appears already. So written communication is a wonderful thing that comes naturally to humans, and therefore this needs to be practiced again. If you remember, when we were small, we were given to write on a piece of paper good handwriting, and we were rewarded small bits of things in our homes, in our schools, about good handwriting. But in the digital communication, what do you do about that? So one is it actually coordinates with the brain, the thought, and the writing that we do. The other is that it actually helps clarify the idea in our head what we are going to write. And therefore, written communication is something which is very important in the professional life, in our personal life, and of course, in our legal lives as well. What do you say?
Yes, definitely. The point you have put across is quite a valid point, because we are in digital age, and we are, especially children, they like to be glued to computer screen and typing on keyboards, and they are discarding somehow the written part of it. Once it is told to them, that it become very kind of burden to children to really write on their notebook with the pencil or a pen. That is there, and I think that school or any or the parents should look after that. At least once in a day, they should write at least half of the page, either in on their own language or English language, whatever is, so that they should not forget the writing part of written communication. Though digitization is there, they are very well write on digitally, but then they should not forget, because they should not, this kind of written communication should not become a kind of exclusive art. You understood?
Exactly. Exactly, Kanchan, and 110% true. And interestingly, while talking to you, I was just thinking, one long before the digital life, we had, few different types of pens, and we had a piece of paper. Even before that, people used to take from the fields some what you call in Hindi, something called sarkanda. They used to take that, they used to dip it into an ink, and they used to write.
Yeah, it's kind of wooden
form of calligraphy.
Yeah, it's kind of a
You know this, you remember this.
Yeah. So that is you raised quite interesting topic at this point of time.
Exactly. And so calligraphy, that writing, and then it became calligraphy. Calligraphy also became one part of it, went into the textile designs and all. Calligraphy is still a big thing in Japan, because they write the kanjis using those old style pens. Now the interesting part, Kanchan, is that in today's life too, with so much of the digitization around, we have tablets, we have phones, we have laptops, we have computers. But when you go to a stationery shop, you will find 50 different types of pens. Now, I really wonder who is writing with these kind of pens. Because we only, when it was time when we used to write, a lot of things was only written. Then we had only, few varieties of pens. Now we have 50 varieties of pen, and sometimes the children say, I want that particular pen, and what is this pen about? I don't even know. For us, pen was a pen, okay? Ink pen or a dry pen, So what I'm saying is this, Kanchan, that written communication is not just about, having a good handwriting. It is also about putting across thoughts clearly that remains on a piece of paper for a very long time. It becomes a record. And it actually shows after 5 years also, 10 years also, when you revisit that text, you can basically think of the mindset of the person. And that is what needs to be inculcated, brought about amongst the students, amongst the children, amongst youngsters. Again, the wonders of written communication, and most of it, has always remained in the working space. But then the personal writing, the personal communications, that itself has a great potential to bring out our creative abilities and to communicate what we want to say. I hope you will agree.
Yes, I feel that that writing makes wonders. When we write something on paper, so they are not only just messaging, of the ideas, but also a creative part is also being enhanced during this course of practice and writing. So it's a very valid point. It's a very true that we should never, as a human race, we should never kind of give away writing on pages or writing something or writing letters. So I think
That's right.
Yeah, the takeaway of today's discussion is that for written communication, at least you should try once a week writing anything on the paper, isn't it?
Right, Kanchan. I think from this conversation, we should, give out a message to all the viewers and listeners that today or this week, let's try to ask ourselves as well as our children, our students, or our corporate friends, write one page, one full page in whatever, to whoever you want to write something and probably bunch together and read it out. Once you read it out, what you have written, you will be surprised and you will be pleased that we can still write in this digital communication age.
I think that also opens the door of something which was missing, and you may not be knowing that how this much I can write, and this is the way I can write, and this is how it is written by me. So I think that opens a new, altogether different parameter of one's own personality.
Right, Kanchan. And after we finish this conversation, I'm going to listen to that song, Chitti Aayi Hai, Chitti Aayi Hai.
Okay, so it was lovely talking to you as usual. And I also want to tell my viewers that it is not be always into digitization sphere, but come out, let's try out our hands on writing, do some written practices, tell something to your children, or how to write on paper, how to be cursive writing. There's so many variation in writing also. So we should start today to write more and more along with the digitization written communication.
Yeah, yes, Kanchan, if you allow me to say the last thing, please also to tell this to your doctor friends to write one page. I'm not going to say why I'm saying this, but you understand.
Yeah. Okay, as usual, it is so nice to talk to you today. We'll extend this written communication topic tomorrow and talk something different, something interesting for our listeners and for our viewers. So till then,
thank you.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Good day. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show Nations. And today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He is closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan, for this show, this discussion, this conversation. Very, very intriguing, very, very interesting. And I'm sure I hear a lot when I meet people about it, our discussions. How is it happening on your side? I envy the winter that you are enjoying.
Oh, really? Okay, but don't envy. I would extend my invitation to come to the north, and then we'll celebrate. New Year is around the corner, stage. So there's no scope of me now because I'm inviting you.
Yeah, as they say, the grass is greener on the other side all the time.
Yes, and I know Bangalore is also very, very cool and nice city because I've seen the celebration, especially New Year celebration. They are awesome. Well, now let's discuss about today's topic. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, today, Sitesh, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has flagged off country's first ever fully automated driverless train service on Magenta line in Delhi Metro. And Sitesh, that with this commencement of new generation trains, the Delhi Metro Rail Corporation has entered the elite league of 7% of world's metro network. So, this is one step forward towards smart system. So how you feel about this?
So, driverless trains are something that comes from the concept of self-driving cars. There are levels of automations in this, which is called Kanchan automatic train operation, and there are 5 levels of automation into this. But from a rather than getting into the technical part of it, the first thing that goes into our mind is that a driverless train going on a track, am I giving my control to someone who is actually no one? And that is something, it is interesting. Many people don't know before they get into the train. But I have tried it outside India. I have tried it in Singapore. I've tried it in Japan. We get inside the train and we tell our friends, hey, do you know it's a driverless train? And they freak out. And that is something very interesting. But that is the beauty of technology. And but there have been some hiccups all over the world. And I'm sure we will have our own set of hiccups as well. But nevertheless, I think it's a good start. And I must tell you that I am unable to keep pace with Mr. Modi. The way he launches and inaugurates things, I mean, I have to rush to catch up with him, and that's very interesting for me. And I salute him for that.
Yeah, I think when we are talking about AI and we are talking technology, so I think this is one step ahead when we talk about technology. And I think we should believe in technology because they are all systems are at place. And I also want to tell you that Delhi Metro features a combination of underground A-grade elevation systems. So a lot of things are collaborated in this metro system, if you know. And they also have escalators, elevators, and visually help for visually impaired. So every facility is being taken care. And also, I would like to tell you that Delhi Metro, especially project, became first railway project in the world to be certified for carbon credit for reducing greenhouse gas emissions by United Nations in 2011. And so I think we are on a right track, and we are respecting and using technology for human development, isn't it, Siddesh?
Yes, Kanchan, this is interesting from to prove a technological point that we have. An Indian railway, as far as I understand, is the 4th largest railway in the world. And Delhi Metro has actually showcased our finesse from the railway technology from a modern perspective. And it has done very well under the great engineering genius giant E. Sridharan and his team. And then it has caught up with our other cities like Hyderabad Metro, Bangalore Metro, and other metro. And now this next edition of having a driverless train is a step towards showcasing our technology prowess and reducing the human error, even if it is there for 1%, removing that human error. And that is something is a great next step. And of course, the utilization of artificial intelligence and the machine learning, coordinated control, and automation systems control. Because railway automation is something that touches many points on the way. I think it touches more points than in the automation in the air for a flight. And that's the reason, because of the road, the intersections, the bridges, the cities, the two junctions, another big train passing by, some train is stopping, and all the meter gauge, broad gauge. I'm sure in the metro line there is no meter gauge, broad gauge. But at some point in time, these all will merge together, and probably at the same railway station we will find all these mode of transport. And that is something I'm looking forward to ride this train, and a driverless train. And probably I will relive some old songs of train drivers.
Yeah, sure. I look forward for that. But I would just want to take you to the history of this metro. It was started in Calcutta, first time planned an operational rapid transit system in India. And it initially planned in 1920, but started construction in 1970. And when we talk about Delhi Metro, it began its commercial operation on December 25, 2002, a day after the Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee inaugurated it. And it started in Delhi. When I'm talking about Delhi, for first time, first stretch and span is 8.2 kilometer from Shadra to Tees Hazari. And if somebody knows about these points like Shadra or Tees Hazari, who has visited Delhi, so I think these few areas are very, very important. So it was a crucial line which was started, a metro line was started. Now, when we also talk about Delhi Metro, is the largest and busiest rapid transit system in the India currently, connecting country's capital region with satellite cities. And it was funded by Japanese loan and equity infusion by Indian public funds. So it's a huge project, and many people. I think it also it's generating employment for Indian people and young people. So I think it's a very yes.
The viability of this train is definitely going to be a great in terms of our technological prowess. Employment that it generates is definitely a welcome part of it. Indian Railways modernization phase will come out on because of this, and of course there are a lot of other technological prowess that Indian Railways has shown. It will be operated under Delhi Metro with these two lines, 55-kilometer line and 38 kilometers line. And, it will be having almost 2,000 people in each train during each trip. And that itself, the trials have been undergoing since 2017, I have been told. And I'm sure the first public ride would be really, really adventurous, because people who will be sitting in that, they would be thinking, oh, this is a driverless train. But, driverless train I have seen in Japan, and long distance trains also I have seen in other parts of the world. And I'm sure this is also carbon efficient, more energy efficient trains these are. So I think the narrative of the railway as a transport medium is going to stay here.
Yes.
It's not going.
Yes, Sitesh, because we are a country who is having a largest network of rail tracks, a railway system. So when we are talking about metro and railway system, metro has initiated one more thing very, very efficiently, that is signaling and communication. The trains are centralized automatic trains control, comprising automatic train operations, automatic train protection, and automatic train signaling system. which is very, very essential when we talk about human transport, because you can talk to somebody instantly. And even if you have any grievances also, you can discuss it instantly. So that is very important. A part of this, intercoms are provided for emergency communication between passenger and the driver in each coach. And no train announcements are, and on train announcements are on Hindi, English, and the routes are also there. So it's very convenient. Have you traveled in metro in Calcutta or Delhi somewhere?
Yes, I had a chance of traveling in 2018 when I went to Delhi for a couple of days, and I really enjoyed, changing the lines. But I stayed in Mumbai for a very long time, so I have traveled in Mumbai local trains as well as the metro trains of Mumbai, and I have traveled in Delhi metro as well, and Hyderabad, of course, Hyderabad metro as well, and I have enjoyed. But you know what, Kanchan, that train journey, whether it is a long distance train journey of our days in 80s 90s, of going from Bangalore to Delhi or Hyderabad to Delhi, and versus the travel in the metro train, they have their own nuances, interesting observations to be made. And I think that makes the whole journey very interesting, and which actually attracts next set of passengers, next set of people. What you can do from the days of the green trains of nearby cities. Every big city had those green small trains. Mumbai local had its. But when the metro came, suddenly it all became very, very foreign and initially there was like there are no shops on the metro stations, but slowly they learned about it. One thing that always remains is the crowd. Whether it is a Hyderabad metro or it is a Delhi metro, it always remains the crowd is a very key single feature of this. In Mumbai, anyway, about it, nothing can be said about the crowd. But when it comes to the driverless trains, it is something that I would do it with reciting Hanuman Chalisa for the first time, definitely, just to relive the adventure.
Yeah, don't be that scared, because now technology is always there to help mankind, humankind. So, but what I feel, I have traveled a couple of times. I really enjoyed, because it is very, very convenient, and you don't need not to really drive by car and stay on red light, or you sometimes you have to leave car because there's a lot of junction, and you sometimes don't reach in office at time. So these kind of things are the older things now due to this metro. Now, do you know, Sitesh, that fastest train at present is Vande Bharat, and which operation speed is 180 kilometers per hour, and which is operational from Delhi Agra section. So that is one information I just wanted to give you. And apart of, I think there are many companies which are involved in the manufacturing of coaches and the broad gauges and standard gauges of metro trains. Your own Mitsubishi Corporation, and then Hyundai, and then we have initially they have cooperated, they have given their know-how, but later on the public sector has taken this project, like Bharat Earth Movers and BEML have also responsible for manufacturing coaches and technology things for this trade. So I think I have to now call you Delhi, and maybe in the month of January, our whole family will go in this driverless train. And I think it will be enjoyable.
Yes, Kanchan, I'll wait for the day, and I will definitely. I would like to come to Delhi Uh, Whenever somebody says that come to Delhi, I always get reminded of Parathe Wali Gali. And recently on KBC, Mr. Bachchan also told about Bengali market. And
Right.
I'm looking forward to
Yeah,
come.
there are many good places for shopping. And but the only challenge is the corona. But then I think the vaccine is here, so we are quite hopeful it will succeed. And then we'll go to Parathe Wali Delhi, and of course Bengali market. We have very sweet shops there, and I really love going to Bengali market and purchasing and eating there. I just love that. And a part of this, I would also want to tell you that the metro, driverless metro, is introduction is a step ahead to modernization when we are talking about smart cities. So I think this is one step towards that.
Right, right. Of course, of course. I think it is important for our national pride also.
Yes, it was lovely talking to you, Sitesh. We'll meet again with very interesting subject in our next episode. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you. Have a great day.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan and you are welcome to Akulmach episodes. We had been discussing about different topics in a couple of programs, and today we are discussing a very interesting topic regarding mental health, especially among children, because we have COVID era which is going on. Many of the families and cities are under lockdown, schools are closed, students are not going anywhere, they are at home studying online. So what we feel is that I think it's crucial for children to interact, to go out, to have their own space. Now what happens, kids are there at home with the parents all the time, roaming around them, so they don't have any space, and I think sometimes it is quite irritable for children. We as an adult we can stop our urge to go out, but what we can tell our children? To discuss more about this, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a keen interest in corporate trainings. He had been associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you today?
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm really well today, and it's a great day ahead and another interesting conversation with you as always. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine. As usual, rain is pouring. We are at home and we are doing as usual our office work. Children are studying. So, but at times I feel that we can't go out and enjoy rains. We can't take children out due to obvious reason, as you know, that we are into COVID phase.
Yes, Kanchan, and that is the very concerning thing about children. That is all our part of conversation today. That children cannot go out like everyone else, and therefore the subject mental health for the kids has taken the proportions which I think, Kanchan, has not been studied or not has been assessed so far. The amount of impact it has already had on the children around the world, and we are all trying to make things as usual for them. But I mean, mental health for kids is something that we will see after this all subsides down finally when we have a vaccine, and then how do we motivate our kids to go back and have a normal playful life? What are your inputs?
I really feel that I think I feel that it is quite a problem for kids, especially because I also have a fear that how this will continue and how they will progress, how they grown up as a child, as a responsible person, because this phase is quite critical. They are not intermingling with their friends, they are not talking to them, they are confined to one place. So I think this will affect overall development of children, especially mental health, because online study is fine, but when you have to go, you have to play football, you have to play cricket, you have to talk to children, you have to do cycling, all this somehow is missing. And above all, parents are all around, so sometimes kids are not themselves as they should be when they are away from the parents. That's what I feel, because if the parents are there, always supervision on the children.
Yes, and actually that is a very very valid points. Though I have always heard the other side from the parents that they feel little time for themselves when the children go to school. But I have never thought from a child's perspective that they also need to go away from parents for some times. So it's actually very interesting, and therefore different governments have been giving out instructions or suggestions, guidelines. For example, provide the assurance whenever they are needed. Why do you not need to go out? What is the problem in going out and playing with other kids? Why are we not going out and meeting our relatives and friends or the malls? So provide assurance whenever needed, manage your child's anxiety, engage them in indoor activities, keep them in contact with their friends, give them clear information, make a routine of learning at home. And you see, the routine of learning is happening at home anyway. And sometimes I feel it is too much. And now we are discovering some interesting habits of our children while they have online classes.
Right.
And we did not know while they used to go to school. We used to only come to know bits and pieces during parent teachers meeting.
Right.
So it is important in this time to keep up the morale of children by doing all of these things. Anxiety in children is not easy to spot. It is not easy to identify, and therefore it becomes a challenge. Many times I have heard parents don't even understand the child is going through an anxiety. What do you say?
Yes, I sometimes feel when I look towards my children that they have anxiety and generally they end up in quarreling or maybe crying, because these are symptoms, because they feel really bored staying at home. So the solution is, yes, as you mentioned, is that you should follow a routine. Then you should have indoor plays and games to share with your children. But at the same time, I think there's also a challenge for parents, because most of the parents are also working from home. So then the coordination of work and then play with the children, it is also very crucial, because they have to really find out time. So suppose the classes start in school is 8:30, and the work station starts for parents also around 9 or 9:30. So then we have to leave children for some time. Then after the our classes are done, but offices are there. Office people are still working on their net. So I think these are very critical situations, and we have to really find out. We have to squeeze time for our children to come up, do something creative, take up workshops which are already available online. Uh, in fact, parents should also join whenever there's a break. And I think this is a routine they should follow. What do you say?
Yes, Kanchan, I think this is one of a time when parents, especially the busy parents, uh, it is very great opportunity for them to be closely watching their children. They also need to watch how much space the child needs at the same time. It is very easy to say parent needs space. Children too need their space. They also need clear information in these days. If they need to go out, what are the instructions? A meter of distance, hand sanitization, and all those things, not playing in a group. Cycling is still okay, but probably a football or a cricket may not be an okay. And all those things, they need clear information. And then engage them in indoor activities. I think this is a great time to play with the kids inside the carom board and the ludos of this world, and the chess, which might be catching dust for so many years.
Right.
Therefore, and assurance, this assurance for children is very important, that parents are sitting at home. Many parents have lost the jobs, and therefore the child may get into this observation, oh my God, what happens next? And the kind of discussions happening in the home between parents, that also can leave a different kind of an anxiety in the child's mind. So that conscious decision of what we talk, what we show, what is our behavior, at the same time being an alert and active citizen to the community. This is the time that we as parents and children can come together and make a difference to our smaller communities where we live, isn't it?
Yes, and I think the major part of this whole challenge is loneliness. And if this loneliness can affect adult people, that it can also affect children. So never leave your children in a closed enclosure. Engage them with yourself, maybe in kitchen, and see with them cartoon if they enjoy that. Engage with creative activities once a while, maybe a day, once a week, or ask them to join some painting workshop, which are there online available at the moment. And of course, making conscious effort.
That's right.
Yeah, so making conscious effort to talk whatever they feel like and they enjoy. So I think that is also a great learning phase for children, because now they can know what their child is good at, and what they need some progress, some support for the progress. Isn't it?
That's right, Kanchan. In fact, I would like also to take this to a level, a different level, by thinking about the children who are not with their families, the children of refugees, the migrants, the children who are internally displaced, deprived of liberty, without parental care, on the children who are living on the streets and the urban slums where disabilities and conflict areas. So these children are not having even the basic support that was available to them by doing certain activities before the COVID time. Now, during the COVID time, the children who are growing up in the family environment, we talked about them. I think we also need to think about the children who are displaced. How do we take care of them? When the pandemic is over, how do these children can be brought into the government school scheme, or some kind of an inclusive scheme of teaching them some skills? Because the life after this COVID is is going to be tough economically, and we know all over the world child labor is also a big challenge. What happens when a child is being seen as an economic contributor despite below a teenage life or being a teenager? So this is a challenge with the children who are in the homes in proper care. This is also a challenge for the children who are not with the home care. And therefore, the mental health and the psychological resilience needs to be boosted by parents, by relatives, by community workers, and we need to identify the child's anxiety even if the child is not from our family, which generally the parents sometimes are unable to see, or they find it out very late, isn't it?
Yes, and I think you have raised a very valid point, because we have home care children, but we also have children in the community who are not with their parents, or they are living on street. So that is also very crucial. And in this particular phase, at this particular space, we need community to come out beside government to really help them. And I think many of the communities are helping. If you see, they are providing food, they are providing all necessity to all children and people who are living on street. But then when it comes to mental health, I think it need a closer look. And we should have more maybe doctors engaging in this, especially children who are living on streets, or though child labor is banned in India, but then people who are living in slum. So those children, I mean, need more care. But when children are children, they live anywhere at home, and or maybe somewhere, they will be affected. They are affected by COVID, because in any case, they are not meeting people. They are not doing anything which they wanted to do. And suppose if they go to school, so they meet, they do a lot of activities. So what I suggest is that uh, engage children in the activities, engage in, maybe take them to the kitchen, and ask them to learn how the cooking is done. So that is also a kind of learning. Everything is learning. And then of course make a routine, take out time for your children, and so that they will not get bored, and they will enjoy your company as you will be enjoying their company. So that is
Exactly.
the part of it.
Exactly, Kanchan. And absence of a school, absence of the school and the necessary structure and the measures and the discipline that the school was providing, that absence has made a sense of loss in the structure. So when they go back to school, I think that first 2 weeks, schools will have challenge to bring their discipline back. And that is where I think that it is important that discipline, as you spoke, needs to be maintained even while they are at home, so that the schools feel the less pressure. Otherwise, we will start getting a lot of complaints from the school in the first few weeks when they open up.
Yes, I know. You know that even a few cities are opening their schools at the moment, and although online classes will go on, but suppose I just read a news that in Delhi schools are opening up, but there's no attendance will be marked in the school, and online classes will be there, and it is choices left on the children if they want to attend the school physically, or they want to hook on the online classes.
Yes.
So things are becoming little normal for people and for children, but still we have to take care, because there's no vaccine. So we can't take a risk of sending our children to school. That's what I think. What are your ideas?
So I think, Kanchan, it is very important for as an adult, we discovered something that did not happen in our lifetime. And therefore, we as adults were taken aback by this situation that occurred in our lives. Then, in the first few months of fear that was there, it started subsidizing, because we started learning the earlier pandemics, earlier challenges that our planet has faced. The last, it was said 100 years back, during 1918, the Spanish flu. So now there is a learning, there is a knowledge, there is no vaccine, but there is an alertness, there is a smartness in people. people have learned. And I think that smartness needs to be passed on to the children, especially the vulnerable children. That, yes, like children are taken aback, adults are also taken aback. We all are in the same one boat or two boat or 100 boats, I can't say. So it is important for us to tell the children that this too will pass. Ye bhi guzar jayega. They will inherit a better future, and probably 100 years down the line, as the pandemic's trend shows, probably next 100 years down the line, the generation that will be there, they would be better equipped to handle this.
Right, sure. And you have raised a very valid point that make them ready for any eventuality that may occur in the future. So that's a very, very valid and quite interesting point you raised. And it was so lovely talking to you, Sitesh, today, and learning more about this pandemic and how we can deal with mental health of the children. So we'll take a leave for today. We'll catch up again on a different
Sure,
topic
Kanchan.
next.
I can only say that my parting shot is that I remember that English poet's words, the child is the father of man.
Okay, bye-bye. Take care.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week I'm honored to present to you Mr. Subir Saxena, who is the head of IT Suppliers Management Group at Novartis, and he joins us today from Ireland. During the conversation, we will know about his journey and also some of the critical leadership skills that he impart to his colleagues and also the industry leaders. So without further ado, let me present to you Mr. Subir Saxena.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to our show. Today we would like to discuss about this agriculture bill which is passed by the government on 27th of September 2020, and regarding this lot of agitation is going on. So we'll be discussing this more, and for this discussion, we would like to invite our esteemed guest, Mr. Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He is also actively involved marketing and business development, and he has closely studied and seen this bill. So without wasting any time, I would like to invite in this show, Mr. Sitesh Srivastava. Sitesh, welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
I am well, Kanchan. How are you doing?
I'm fine. So today...
This is interesting.
Yes, yes. Today I just seen in the news since morning, there's a lot of agitation happening in India about this three farmers protection bill. So I have also studied and I have found out that this is quite a farmer-friendly bill where a farmer can sell their produce to any of the state without giving any tax or cess. and they have choice to choose a trader. They have lucrative pricing. So why this whole agitation is going on?
So, Kanchan, our country primarily with the agricultural produce, there always has been a very, very sensitive thing about the farmers, the produce, and the bigger part of this is that some parts of our country are more fertile than the other parts of the country. And therefore, most of the rich farmers, I mean, in India, there has been a perception that farmers are always poor. And that has been a perception which is being exploited both ways, corporate side, political side. And the real issue is the percentage of the rich farmers versus the poor farmers. And we understand that the poor farmers are more and more in number as compared to rich farmers in very, very fertile states.
Right.
Therefore, this always has been a very, very sticky issue where these protests that are happening now, the government's contention is that they want to free the farmer from the minimum support price and one more bill. And because this minimum support price has been there for, I think, a couple of decades now, the whole purpose of removing it is to give more freedom to the farmer to choose whom they want to sell directly.
Right.
But as you know, Kanchan, there is always a resistance to the change.
Right.
First, because the farmers, do they really know how their produce will reach to the last mile customer? Do they really, be able to focus on the retail dynamics that are there in our country? Or they would again become a pawn of some of the big industrial houses?
Yeah, actually, yes. This I just want to add one thing, because I think this whole bill is basically to free farmer from the clutches of the mediators, which are already there for many years now, maybe more than 70 years. Now, I think this bill provides protection and empowers farmers. They can sell their produce anywhere. So that means they will not be selling in some decided areas, but they can sell it outside the areas, anywhere. So I think that gives more lucrative to farmers. So I, in the second thought, think that maybe this protest is not done by farmers. Or what is your opinion?
My opinion, Kanchan, is that this has to be discussed in Parliament. Of course, me and you are probably only knowing some of the laws, and we are giving our opinion, but the lawmakers of our country need to be discussing it. And of course, no bill like this will ever get in our Indian system a thumping majority by the both benches of the Parliament. But at the same time, Kanchan, this is important to understand the larger intent of the government. So the larger intent seems to be to free the farmer from the mandis,
right?
To free the farmer from the clutches of the mandis, right, and let them reach to the direct customer,
right?
Which is, I would say, a great thought. It's a great imperative. But reality is something like this, Kanchan. You know, you are sitting in Hyderabad, very close to the chili growing plantation. You know, the Guntur chili. You know, Bengal is not very far from Telangana, which is the rice bowl of the country. Now, a farmer from the rice bowl will not be able to reach Chennai to sell directly.
Okay.
And the intent of the bill is great, but the logistical challenges, the decades the practice that has been in between the middlemen, how to remove it. Will there be a punitive action towards it?
Yes.
Or the opposition parties say that they are losing, the farmers will lose out, whereas the unwritten that I have heard, Kanchan, is that the corporate houses will benefit because they will have no borders. They can from one place complete stock and the rest of the place will not get any buyer. The buyer can be mobilized. So the seller can also be mobilized, the buyer can also be mobilized. Now, seeing for last couple of years, Kanchan, that international retail giants are trying to come to India. And the agri-produce of the country needs to be protected, needs to be diversified, and the end game has to be with the farmer.
Right. So yes, definitely. But I think that government is trying to make an ecosystem and the freedom of choice for farmers. And maybe you're right when you say that there are some very rich farmers and there are poor farmers. But then earlier, before this bill, what I feel, all the farmers were into the clutches of a system which is being mediator, then mandi, then we have to pay mandi tax. So now I feel the farmer is kind of free from these small taxes which they were giving before. It is a direct produce contact to the buyer. And now buyer can be anybody. Let's take maybe a corporate. But now it's the choice of a farmer where to sell. If they want to sell it, and I think there is a slab also before on above that particular price they cannot sell. So that I think is being taken care. Suppose one farmer is in Bengal and want to sell it in Orissa. So I think after taking care of the logistics, he can very well plan the price, and then again it will not be more than which is prescribed by the law. And he has, if you subtract logistic, he has the real price of his produce. I think that that is a benefit which farmer is getting.
Correct, Kanchan, you are right. As I said, intention of the government is good. Okay, and I believe no government, no Indian government would do anything to hurt the farmers, which are our annadata. You know, we treat them like that. All our festivals are around our agricultural crops. But you know what? When we are bound by some system, we are become used to of that system. It's very hard to resist change. So I would put an analogy, Kanchan, something like this. We have a censor board, and all the movies and the television content goes through the censor board.
Right.
And therefore, there is a censor. We still have some glitches in it. We still raise eyebrows through the censor system. But then we have an OTT platform, there is no censor. And we land up into something which is a very thin line between a creative freedom versus what should be portrayed. Similarly, farmers are worried about the regulation which is not there outside the mandi system. Today, we are making our farmers free, but there is no regulation on the other side of the mandi. So mandis, they are regulated by minimum support price, and the another bills are there. Otherwise, 31 farmer organizations are opposing it. One of the government's main partners have actually quit. So there needs to be a debate around it. And there needs to be a farmers' inclusion has to be important about it. India has seen farmers' protests even before. And therefore, I think the farmer organization, these 31 farmer organizations that I talk about, they need to be brought to the table. It needs to be seen, and probably we need to introduce this bill in an incremental fashion.
Right.
rather than through an ordinance. Parliament is not sitting. So I'm saying that yes, it looks very nice. I mean, it is like saying that today everybody in the country has got a mobile phone. Has it increased the productivity of an average Indian? That is a possible thing. So I truly believe, Kanchan, that our farmers are our food givers. We need to thank farmers for our daily food, and we need to see that the poor farmers, the farmers who have been committing suicide in the Vidarbha region for years, they need to be taken care. The eastern side farmers, whether I say that, I mean, there cannot be 100% perfect policy. There may not be 100% perfect regulation, but our country is known for dialogue. Our country is known for a great parliamentary system, and therefore everybody should be able to talk about it. Of course, the one that will have a more majority will take the systems ahead. Okay, I don't want that the country should be stopped due to this. The life is lost. We are already under corona at this point of time. What do you say?
Yes, I think you have made quite interesting points, and though the intention of government is very fine, it's right that they want to free farmers from the clutches of mediators, and they are giving lucrative price. They are giving opportunity to sell outside the already decided trading areas, and connecting farmers to the traders, giving electronic trading platform. But if there is some unrest, I think we should sit on the table, across the table. We can sit and find out what is the problem. On overall, I feel this is a good bill, and if there are concerns, I think everybody should come forward and really work on it.
Agreed. 100%. That's how Indian democracy has flourished, and that's why we are the largest democracy in this world, and I'm proud of it.
Yes, we are all proud of it. It was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh. We'll meet again with some more interesting topic. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And more news on the world front. So what's happening with China and India? This seems to be a never-ending struggle. What's going on at the moment, CK?
Naval, for the first time, Chinese have realized the power of the Indian state, because the Indian government has been elected by 600 million people, which is is twice as much as the European Union put together. So the Chinese government, being communist, they never have elections. So they are realizing for the first time, what Indian state is capable of. And yesterday in the afternoon, Indian government banned 118 Chinese apps, which is a very big deal. So all in all, so far in past 1.5 months, Indian state has banned nearly 250 Chinese apps, including 118 which were banned yesterday. So if you look at the ripple effect of this on the Chinese businesses, is huge, because they had a huge subscriber base in India. India is a very populous country as much as China itself, and it's a democratic country. So unlike China, India allows freedom to its citizens to use whatever app they want, because in China, what people want to use is determined by the government. They don't allow Facebook, they don't allow YouTube, whereas in India, everything is allowed. So Chinese businesses had huge subscriber base in India. So with 250 Chinese apps banned now, the cumulative subscriber base is almost equal to the population of the globe.
Wow. When you start to put it in perspective like that, it makes a huge, huge impact. And even a small business, a small entrepreneur can understand what those are around. But like anything else, this has given other companies a huge, huge opportunity. I mean, there's already a market, a database, a client base waiting for those apps. So again, our call to all of those digital SAS type or SaaS type groups out there, those that are in the mobile applications, look at what apps have been banned, because there's a market for them. No? And like anything else, it's not a question of copying it anymore. It's a question of doing it better than somebody else. Like anything else, there's a leap of faith. I'm looking into your background as usual. You know, when you look into someone's background, there is feats of engineering and feats of design that are there constantly. So, and I'm not talking about your poster, which is your design. I'm talking about the guitar. There are thousands of types of guitars out there, and you can buy lots of different types of guitar strings. But so there's lots of manufacturers. So there's an opportunity to go and literally say, well, I like that one, but I don't like the light tan front. I'm going to make a green polka dot front, you know, and I'm sure there's a market for it. Well, now there's an opportunity with these apps to go and do it. Look at what they were doing. Look at who was using it. And if that's your marketplace, go and do it. It's pretty simple. I mean, as you and I both know, making good quality apps is no longer the divine right of those with deep pockets.
Absolutely, Neville. And in fact, once these apps are banned, and in democracy there are there are corporations and there are government-run businesses, there are government departments. There is a whole lot of bureaucracy which is involved, and there are freedom of doing business in democracies which are governed by the United Nations. So we have all signed those charters, and we have to follow those rulings which are set forth by the United Nations, which is a civilized way of doing things. So once these apps are banned, obviously there has to be a very good reason, because India don't want to get dragged in international litigations. So they would have provided all these background supporting proof before banning these apps. And unbanning is not going to be very easy either, because it's going to take same amount of bureaucracy to bring them on. So I think there is a void which has been created by these 250 apps which are now banned. Specifically India, there are huge consumer base waiting to try new applications, either from Indian origin or non-Chinese origin. And the basic fact is that these Chinese apps are banned on the basis of that these guys were stealing our data. So I think that is the underlying message to a country like China. I mean, all the other apps are still running. The Chinese business are still going on. It's not banned. The apps have been banned because they were stealing data. So I think there has been a big void in India specifically, because other countries have yet to take any action on the Chinese app, but India is taking the right action because the China is also doing aggression on the borders. So I think in retaliation they are doing that, and this opens doors for a lot of Indian IT developers or game developers to come in, and also the service providers, SaaS service providers to come in and occupy those places, because these apps are not going to be available 2 weeks from now or 2 months from now or 2 years from now. They are gone for a couple of years. Even if they have to come back.
Yeah, I think once they're gone, they're gone. Because, as you say, the democratic process of banning the apps is just as complicated to reinstate them. Plus, as soon as you take something off the market, the consumers lose interest, and they'll be looking for something else. So once it's gone, it's gone. You know, you lose your demographic, you lose your consumer base, your customers go somewhere else. But that is the opportunity that entrepreneurs, you know, young app developers, as we said, in the SaaS arena, those people that have got good ideas, that are good at creating apps, you can now basically fill your boots. You know, you can go into the market and see which ones have been taken away, and your marketing has been done for you. So let's not be too stupid here. If they've taken an app away, then the name of that app will be known by its customer base. And so you can just hashtag it and say, coming soon, a replacement for hashtag your missing app. So all of your marketing has been done for you. It's quite simple, really. Again, just don't overthink this. Get out there. Use the 5 inches between your ears. You know, you and I have got an added advantage because we wear glasses. So we have a constant reminder when we put our glasses on that it's what's going on between the ears, because where do these things fit? Well, they fit over the ears. And what's in between the ears? Well, a very powerful computer. Let's put the right software in that computer, or we call it mindset. You know, let's get out there, do things. You know, be assertive, be aggressive. 1.4 billion people in India are now missing a couple of hundred apps. Here's an opportunity. So calling all of you youngsters out there, or you older versions like me that fancy creating an app, go and do it. You know, the market's there. Go and access it.
Absolutely. In fact, I was surprised that all the games which were very popular, apart from PUBG, like Kingdom, something called Kingdom and all that, all the characters in the games are European, and you're winning castles. So, I mean, I'm surprised to see that, you know, it's a Chinese game.
Well, you'd be amazed. I mean, you've only got to go on the App Store, and you see all of these. You know, it's all games. You know, the majority of these apps are games. TikTok was a game, really. It was a game you played with your mates, and you just circulated a bit of nonsense, hoping that it went viral. Just like the SOTI Awards, it's exactly the same, really. The SOTI Awards is a game. And as soon as people look at the SOTI Awards as a game, you can start to enjoy it. You can be frustrated by it, of course. That's what games are all about. But the SOTI Award is a game of life. I mean, that's different. Whereas most of these apps are just games for having a bit of fun. So, as I say, there's so many crossovers here. And a lot of people will be sitting out there now. I mean, yeah, I can imagine it. When TikTok was taken off the market and in China, and all of this issue has raised an even bigger issue. Control your own data. You know, that's a really important message that everybody needs to have. You know, don't give your data away unknowingly, unwittingly, because it could be used in some other arena. Unfortunately, there are unscrupulous organizations out there that use your data in a negative way rather than in a positive way. But that's a big, strong message that the Indian government are sending. not just to China, but to anyone developing a product which is taking some of your data. But here's an opportunity. Here's a real opportunity. Don't just sit there and say, oh, someone's taken TikTok away from I can't do this and I can't do that. Listen to the language. I can't. Oh, poor me. Oh, worry me. The entrepreneur will say, oh, someone's got a problem. I can solve that problem. And here's a huge opportunity. Look at that guitar, make a new guitar string. But guitars are not in the news, so you'd be wasting your time. Apps are in the news. Utilize that skill. And if you haven't got that skill, go and find some young developers, some gamers that might not have the entrepreneurial clout, but you've got the idea, and go to them and get them to develop it. And by the way, give them a piece of the action. If they've got flesh in the game, help them become an entrepreneur, not to be an employee. The employee is probably a word will disappear in 40 years. Entrepreneur is now rising. It's like a phoenix coming out of the flames. But it's a great. I mean, I look at this and I think, oh well, the king is dead. Long live the king. Okay, who's the king? You are. Get out there and do it. That's the message we can give to all of you people out there that's saying, oh, they've taken my app away. Well, go and replace it, because there's a big market. Great message for a Thursday as we go into the weekend.
Thank you very much, Neville. I think you have put the message in right perspective. I'm sure a lot of viewers will get a cue from this message and start developing new apps for the Indian market, Indian consumers. So I will catch up with you tomorrow in the CEO Roundtable, and you have a nice day.
And you. Good luck, everybody, and get out there. Go and experiment.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav. As you know, he has a deep interest in corporate training and he has a marvelous career in education, teaching IT professional and marketing people. So Sitesh, welcome to the show. Top Brass, how are you doing today?
I'm well, I'm very well, and I now look forward talking to you in the interesting subjects that we are trying to bring on this platform. Thank you so much.
Okay, Sitesh, we had been discussing about change management and it is always start with the top. The change always start from the top. And then there's a training is also part of tackling and enhancing and kind of getting easily, seamlessly transferred into one situation to another situation. So this critical thinking, as we were discussing, is also part of a change management. So there are some feature of this skill, and I think this is a hard skill. So what do you say about this?
No, definitely, Kanchan. It is a hard skill, and humans are not designed to think in that critical thinking mode until and unless the situation or the opportunity presents itself. It has been seen that when, as humans, we are faced with generally life-threatening situations, we start thinking critically. But in our general day-to-day life, we generally live on the creative side and the problem-solving side, as I was telling you yesterday. The critical thinking part comes when there is some problem at hand, an emergency is at hand, and we have to take some decision which could generally be probably related to the life, probably related to the welfare of the people, probably related to the society or the nation building. For example, let's say a bridge on a river. Okay, so it is important to bring the critical thinking habit into our ambit of thought process amongst us, amongst the students, amongst children, amongst schools at a very, very beginning stage. And I agree with you. Yes, it has to be.
Okay, so there are several skills in critical thinking. So how shall we start, and how shall a child or how a school should incorporate these kind of training to children in at younger age?
So Kanchan, observation is a given fact amongst the children. They learn by observations. We may call it copying, but actually it is observation. So children learn it by observation, and once they think that enough of the observation, sufficient of the observation has been done, and therefore they move on to analysis. For example, when we have seen a child trying to walk for the first time, the child observes people around, elders around, and then tries to take some kind of a calculated risks, and then tries to analyze the situation that holding a wall or holding a door will be helpful to the child. So I think observation is the first thing that we are, as an educator, we think that observation everybody is doing, but that is not the case. When we see some children in the school, when we meet some of those children or youngsters in colleges, yes, they are looking at things, but they are not observing. I think the first thing to develop is the observational skills. We all go to a picnic, we all go to sightseeing, and we all see things, but do we observe things? In the school tour, this has to be a part of very conscious effort on the teacher's side, that please observe and just don't see. Once students are actually designed or asked to observe, they might start doing analysis of it. And then, somebody would say, yes, I have observed a water flowing down the hill, but what do I do with this? So then comes the educator's help to ask certain questions which pushes the brain of the child to think in the terms of analysis.
Right.
Now you have observed, now you do the analysis. And that's how everything has to be thought from an educator's point of view, because children would not know about it. They are overflowing with energies and their own faculties, what we call our body faculties, the senses. It is the teachers, it is the educators, it is the trainers, it is the corporate trainers who have to bring these subtle abilities amongst the learners. So observation, analysis. Once you have done the observation and the analysis, the third is the interpretation. How interpret it? How would any child interpret it? So, I was listening to this in the most of the schooling system that I have seen across, that I have traveled. You bring 10 different children in the classroom. Now those different children are not all of the same IQ, same thought process, same observation, same EQ. EQ is very important. And then we ask all of them to climb the tree. Now, the one of them who has a mind of a monkey can climb the tree. A mind of a bird will definitely fly to the tree. But how do you take the mind of an elephant to climb the tree? Now, once we put the children through these things, the child who has a mind of an elephant will always think that he does not have the ability. But that's not the problem of the child. It is the problem of the educator. So I think it is very, very important for teachers, for educators, for trainers, for people like you and me to take this message that the creative and the critical thinking skills is not only for the children to pick up naturally. It is nothing that you just shake a tree and something will fall on you. That we also have to shake that our own ways of thinking and then get into the observation, analysis, interpretation, and then we have done these first three things, then we go to the other techniques. I think I make sense.
Yes, it is, and you have raised a very good point, like observation. And here I think that in training observation, because all the things as a human being we are trained. For walking also we get training. So like getting that skill of observation, I think we also require meditation and yoga techniques to enhance this.
Exactly. But the challenge, Kanchan, I face always is that I see that yoga and meditation has been promoted in today's world as a tool for adults, as a tool, therapeutic tool for adults, for people with various chronic illnesses or generally a stress. But more and more it is important to inculcate those yoga and meditation. We have to remove the religion part of it, of course. And we have to bring it to the masses, to the children at a very, very beginning level. And we have to show the results in the children who go through these yoga sessions or meditation, how peaceful, how precise they can think, how critically they can think, because their mind is at one place. It is not wavering around. And yes, it is important, and you have brought a wonderful point.
So it was, as usual, very nice to talk to you. We will continue this discussion further. So we'll meet tomorrow again and discuss critical thinking further. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we would like to discuss about the new policies which have been sent to us by WhatsApp. And these policies are sort of pop-up which is coming up in many of our WhatsApp messages, where the system is saying that, hey, accept it. And the new policies will be applicable from February 2021. And if you have not accepted these policies, then the use of the application will cease to exist for you. So what is so special in these policies, and why it is so important? See, the whole thing is the WhatsApp platform was acquired by Facebook for a very huge amount of sum, for almost $19 billion. And obviously, they will not acquire such a big platform after paying
so much unless they have a business plan to integrate with the core offerings of Facebook. So this is exactly what is happening right now. The Facebook wants to integrate WhatsApp application as their key transportation layer for doing business. So these new policies basically allows you your application to share your location, your personal details, etc. with the Facebook platform. And consequently, Facebook will be able to roll out various applications to you as a consumer. You can actually have a business application which in some way is being used already, which is called WhatsApp for Business. So it will be much more comprehensive application where you as an individual or a small business will be able to use your WhatsApp for business as a more comprehensive business tools which will allow you to take customer calls, support calls, etc. At the same time, your location will be tracked by Facebook. So you have an opportunity to provide application support and customer support in your location. So it will make very easy for Facebook to integrate the entire business rollout application using WhatsApp. The other thing is the payments, which is a big thing. Uh, as we know that the payment can be paid and received using WhatsApp platform. So and Facebook has certain version of that payment application already present in their website. So that will be integrated with the WhatsApp platform, and then that will allow you to receive and make payment using directly from your phone through the Facebook um, application. So these are few things which the policies will take effect from February, and they are asking you to accept these policies. Obviously, there is a downside of it. The downside is that Facebook will be able to track your clientele, your connections. They will be able to also track your sort of privacy in terms of location, because they will track your location. They will also gain access to the messages that they are sent, although the Facebook is saying that all the messages will be encrypted. So in some way all the messages are being encrypted. They will not be visible to the Facebook people, the internal staff of Facebook, yet they will have a track of the kind of messaging you're doing using your messaging platform WhatsApp, using Facebook. And they will also be able to track your connections, because once you accept these policies, your entire connections on WhatsApp will move on to Facebook. And in certain cases it has already begun. uh, I have accepted the policy, and my Facebook has already synced my connections on WhatsApp with my Facebook. So things like that will happen, and in certain cases, you may feel it is a encroachment of privacy. But think in a different manner, friends. You know, if you have built your email, you have given your mobile number to people, you have given your bank, so you are basically already present in the net, and your privacy is not no longer a private matter. It is already available with somebody or the other, and if people want, they can always track you. So I just want to clarify these issues today in the video today, that uh, you see, there is nothing new that WhatsApp is asking you to do. You're already doing this kind of work for last 15 to 20 years, where your privacy is no longer, it's a myth basically. You're already, KYC is done every year by the bank. So your privacy is already available in a digital format with your bank. Your mobile is also hooked on to your KYC. So if you can't hide, because your KYC is with your mobile company. They know exactly where you live, where you all roam around, how often you switch on your mobile, what you browse. The entire history is already available. But there are technologies, so we must have faith and trust on the technology which is being used right now, and that encrypts our usage. And the encryption technology is such that the employees of Facebook and bank and your mobile company have no access to your data.
So I think we must have trust on this, and simply accept the privacy policies which are being launched by WhatsApp. Because what I've seen is there has been a very determined campaign which is running, and they are saying that, hey, if you're not happy with these new privacy laws and privacy policies of WhatsApp, then you can simply stop using the application and move on to Telegram or some other similar tools like that. So there are a negative campaign going on without even understanding in depth what is the privacy in today's world. See, your privacy is just a myth. It is already there in the digital format in some way or the other. And if somebody wants, some government or somebody wants to know exactly where you are located, it is just a matter of time. I mean, they can follow the due process of law, and they can find out what is your address, what is your address, how much money you have in your bank account, how you transact your money, who do you transact your money. It's just a matter of time. It is already there in the system. So why not use such a powerful platform which is already there, very user friendly, and called WhatsApp, for a simple thing that, hey, now they will be asking you to dilute your privacies, which is already there. I mean, you already know that even Facebook has certain checks and balances. In fact, Twitter also have a lot of checks and balances with regard to your KYC. So this is nothing new. My assessment on this issue is that we should simply accept the privacy policies of WhatsApp and move on, because we are now heading towards a much more powerful Facebook application, a real serious business application where you can then do business using Facebook platform alone. And that is how the Facebook is planning to steer ahead of the next powerful platform called LinkedIn. So because LinkedIn is primarily becoming a networking tool, but since they don't have many applications hosted on them, whereas Facebook has already provided so many applications like Shopify, Spotify, there are numerous other applications. And then with WhatsApp integration, you will be able to not only use it like a communication layer for receiving and paying payments, and also lead generation. So I think we are now heading towards a different business scenario. So my friend, my appeal to you is, please accept these privacy policies and move ahead and leverage what is going to come from Facebook. So with this, I will end my assessment on this, and I look forward to your comments. We will include your comments in the next video, and we will have a debate on this. So until then, I'd like to say goodbye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is a pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F player.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show. Do you know today is World Food Day, and we are celebrating this, and this World Food Day was established on 16th October 1945 by United Nations. And viewers, you know, the theme of today's, 2020's Food World Day is Grow, Sustain, Together. This is the theme of 2020 World Food Day. To discuss more about this, we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training and education in marketing techniques. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Sitesh. Sitesh, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Kanchan. It's a great day, and I hope the floods have receded in your city, Hyderabad. And how have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine. The weather is a little good. But yes, there are some pockets in Hyderabad where people are suffering due to this heavy rain. We have around few 50 deaths also, which I've heard in the morning, and it is tragic.
Yeah. So Kanjani, it's a sad affairs, and I'm seeing the news updates which are coming in, and the topic that we have selected is actually a very sensitive subject, Kanchan, and despite knowing the fact that our farmers and the food growers can create or can produce food for everybody on this planet. When I say everybody, 7.5 billion people on this planet, the food is there. But somehow, due to the distribution, due to the public distribution system, due to the retail supply chains, due to the government policies, and due to some of the big corporates, the way the things are played out, the trade wars, almost like 800 million people go to bed without a food in the night, and that is something which actually saddens me a lot. So on this food World Food Day, I think it is great discussion to discuss about the way we are progressing. Will we be able to achieve the 2030 goal of zero hunger? What do you think, Kanchan?
Yes, actually, government along with people, we are working towards that. And in fact, in our old civilization, we always believe in getting good produce, and we always remained with the farmer, because if you see Indian economy based on agriculture, and when
Yes.
you may recall that during British time, they have taken lot of taxes from the farmers without any sustainable reform in agriculture, and that has impacted too much, especially when I'm talking about India. But after independence, there are many progress, and government and people, they come up with three formulas. One is food availability, food access, and food utilization. And for that, there's a food corporation which was set up in 1964, which aim at safeguarding the interest of farmers and the distribution throughout the country, which was task of Food Corporation of India. So I think that food actually it's a fundamental right, and nobody, not only in India, but nobody in the world should sleep without food.
Correct, Kanchan. Correct. And as they say, a great saying in Hindi says that भूखे पेट भजन नहीं होए गोपाला, ले तेरी कंठी ले तेरी माला. So, with a stomach empty with hunger, or with the hunger pangs, there's nothing that can be done. There's nothing that can be achieved. As a society, we have to ensure that everybody has got food to eat. First is that. Second is the nutrition part of it, what the person eats and how nutritious the food is. First, whether the person is fed. So you brought up a very interesting topic about the World Food Organization. At the same time, in India, we have our National Food Security Act. We have midday meal scheme. We have integrated child development service. Akshay Patra is a great example. Apnalay in Mumbai is a great example of food being served. I have seen in Japan the leftover food or the excess food in the hotels and the restaurants are collected by the civic authorities, and they are distributed to the homeless people in Tokyo streets. And that's a great gesture that I have seen. And food wastage is something that needs to be avoided at every cost. Every single grain is important. As our elders have already told us, It is important for us today to tell our children in schools, in colleges, that food wastage is something that is a cardinal sin. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, actually, I feel that children should take this very seriously, and this guidance is to be given not only by schools or teachers, but also by parents. If you recall, in olden days, what I have heard is that if any food which is left, it would be put outside, so anybody can come and needy or a person who is hungry, he can take that food. And they used to, I mean, family used to make sure that that food which is served for a needy person who's outside of the family should not be like leftover. It should be kind a little more if it is extra. Before eating the food, it used to be taken out and kept outside. And whatever is left after the eating, it used to be kept outside for animals around in the locality. So I think this is a very good pattern which was set by our ancestors, by our people. They knew the importance of food, and they ensure that no food is wasted. It is said na koi to kha le kam se kam, no wastage. You see, so
Correct.
I think it's very, very important to understand the importance of food, because we are an agricultural based economy, and now if you see in the Indian economy, around 54.6% employment come from agriculture. And if we don't respect the farmers or agriculture based products, I think that is a sin, what I feel like this.
Exactly. You couldn't be more right, Kanchan. And therefore, the World Food Day for 2020 has a slogan of grow, nourish, and sustain.
Correct.
And put together. And therefore, it's a great message. First of all, we need to grow.
Right.
We need to grow food. We cannot be dependent only on a farmer.
Right.
And therefore we need to start growing some of the food as we used to do in our gardens, in our kitchen gardens, in our balcony gardens. We can do. Are we growing it? Because it is not about just feeding. It is also when we grow our own food, we realize the value of it.
Very right.
And the second part is the nourish part. So that nourishment is something which deals with how do we prepare it, how do we cook it. In our Indian way of cooking, we know how much time that it needs to cook, how well then it gets cooked. You know, the way nowadays we all use microwave oven, mixies, and all those stuff. But the food is still, we will always say, what my grandmother used to do was the best. She did not have access to all those gadgets, all those appliances that we have today. So third part is sustain. And that is sustain part is something that is actually alarming, because one, the organic food is still very expensive. Though 50 years back, it was all organic food, if I remember.
Yes.
Today, organic food is very expensive, and that is something which baffles me. Why? Secondly, the adulteration in the food, that is something is not a sustainable model, and therefore, how do we find out the quality and we sustain it, and how much water is needed? You know, we used to study about the crops of Rabi,
right.
Kharif, and those crops,
right.
And we used to call, Dalhan, Tilhan.
Right.
I mean, the crops of the dals and the oils. There is a whole commodity market around the agriculture. We need to understand that. We need where we are in terms of food safety, not just food security. And in India, traditionally, we have seen the governments changing on the prices of onion. which is interesting. And now somebody asked me in South Africa, how can a government change on a price rise of onion? And I said, well, this is a very long and story to be told some other day. What do you feel?
Yeah, I feel that basic food security has to be there for each and every individual around the world. And especially when I talk to you regarding India. So in 2013, Parliament has come up with a food security bill which ensure a subsidized distribution of food to the people. But apart of this, when you raised about the kitchen garden issue, and people should know how this food is being grown. So I would like to add one thing is that in school especially, we have period of PT and games and chess. I think one period of agriculture should be included in this, where people, where students should literally do their agriculture. They grow something. They should be given a piece of land and every academic year, so that they should learn what is Rabi, what is it's like a practical knowledge about agriculture. And in this process, they will value more regarding farmers, the hard work they undergo in producing these crops, and they also will welcome. They'll think that we should not be wasting about.
That's right, absolutely right. Behind our food, Kanchan, there is always someone who produced it, planted it, harvested it, fished it, or transported it. There is we need to thank them every day. Every meal that we keep in our mouth, we need to thank. In Japanese culture, where I have stayed so long, being so fortunate, there is a phrase, Kanchan, before every meal, there is a Japanese phrase which says "itadaki mas," putting the meal in the mouth. That "itadaki mas" loosely translates into that I thank everyone who has made this meal possible to reach to my mouth. And similar to Itadaki Mas, we had our own prayers. And in our Western world, we thank God for our daily bread. So it is important, as you said, in schools, this is the best time to let the children know how a food is prepared and appreciated. Probably this could become a practical class with some marks on this.
Right.
And therefore, the World Food Day is also celebrating something. They are putting a hashtag as food heroes. And food heroes is trending today. It shows the commitment by this United Nations body to make this world, this planet, zero hunger in 2030. I'm glad that we are living at this moment, Kanchan.
Yes, I also want to add one thing when you mentioned the ceremony before eating, a Japanese ceremony before eating food. In case we have an age-old tradition of praying food before you eating. Nowadays, what happens? We eat on dining table, and these kind of small traditional cultural things are missing in our own day-to-day activity. But I think it was a better way to really teach children that food is auspicious. We say अन्य देवता का मान रखिए, उसको इनकी अवहेलना मत कीजिए. So these are things already there in our culture and our tradition. And I've seen in my childhood when people used to sit, they used to put water and then used to pray before eating food. So I think that is something which makes every person know that food is very important and it should not be wasted and should be even taken care. So in this whole process, we thank our farmers, we thank people who are working day and night to really get us that food which we eat on daily basis.
That's correct, Kanchan. And this is a great day for all of us around. We need to make this aware with our children. The food kindness. I mean, we all should be doing food kindness through our different charities, through our different NGOs that we all support. As I said, Akshay Patra is a great example in that. There are others as well. And it is also important, Kanchan, to just thank those food providers who helped provide food during this pandemic.
Right.
Our housing societies are having food, vegetables, groceries on our doorstep. In this kind of a pandemic, somebody is producing, somebody is transporting, somebody is ensuring that the packaging is safe, sanitized, and reaches to our hands and doorsteps. A million thanks to those people, isn't it?
Yes, so that ensure food availability, food access, and now food utilization depends on us, how we are utilizing it. So one point is, please thank to farmers and all supply chain and distribution people who are working, making our life easier. And then please think about how to utilize food for ourselves and for others.
Yes, Kanchan, to quote our former Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan.
It was lovely talking to you, Sitesh. We will be meeting tomorrow with another interesting subject. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Bye. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Seasons PR. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Okay, Ritu, now, as you know, this is the second phase of lockdown, and we call it 2.0, and today is the 7th day. So what is around you in this second phase of lockdown, and how people are reacting, and anything new you observe?
Well, this is the second phase of lockdown, and people, I find, they're very positive about it. They are like ready to cope up with anything, and they are doing many things to keep themselves away from any kind of tension. People are cooking, they are creating jobs for themselves inside the house, and most of the people I see have become very health conscious. They are doing whatever kind of exercise they can do in the house, and walking and going to the terrace, doing some kind of exercises. And some people, they have their own gym on the terrace. So it is very good. Keep the exercise or taking care of your body keeps you away from all kind of anxiety and tension. I think this is something which is very good. People of all ages are into some kind of exercise.
So, do you feel is any activity which is a kind of hit in your neighborhood?
I think people are talking a lot, and I think it's very good. Healthy gossiping is always good. People are talking, getting to know each other. Obviously, they are in their balconies or they are calling each other up, and exercising, which is very good. And people have become more conscious, and they are reading a lot. I have noticed over the time period of few days that many people known to me, they have started reading a lot. Reading, e-novels or the novels they already had, or books or magazines. But I think it's a very good exercise. It's a very good brain exercise.
So
Yeah.
now coming to you, so how you are managing your days in this 2.0 lockdown?
Well, I'm doing lots of household work, which every one of us is doing. Then I'm doing lots of cleaning work also. And like I am doing this show with you. And for that, I do lots of research work, for lots of study thing. And I watch TV. Yes, I listen to music. I love listening to music. And yes, I am doing also, I'm into walking. I walk a lot because I think it is required right now to walk a lot since we are not having much of physical activity. That is what I think. And what about you, Kanchan?
Yeah, I also do exercise. In the morning, we have our own gym in our house
Right.
where we do exercises, and we have kids, so they demand different dishes. They are bored of eating the regular kind of food, so I prepare good food for them. And then we have some classes which are going on, so I do that also online. Then I'm also trying to learn painting. So all this is happening.
Yes. So I think the online thing is a big hit with people right now because you are finding everything online these days.
Correct, correct. So I
Yes.
think it will this kind of arrangement of online will going to stay here for a longer period of time.
I think so. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
So all the best to you, Ritu, and be healthy, stay safe, and eat healthy. So till then,
Yes.
with the new topic, we'll meet you again. Some other.
Thank you, Kanchan. And you also stay safe and you also cook nice food because I see you are making lots of nice, yummy food.
Thank you.
So I will get to see more of such things. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself. Thank
you so
you.
much.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Akulmach. And today, I would like to analyze one particular news which affects everyone, especially the consumers of digital platform. And this is coming from the down under, which is the Australia. And as we know, that Australian government has been loggerhead with the tech giants like Google and Facebook and Twitter, etc. And they have been, asking these tech giants to regularize their advertising. Now, we want to basically discuss why this is happening and why it is affecting all of us and why it should actually affect all of us. It should worry us also at the same time. Usually, what happens is most of the media which we are watching today, and if you look at the Indian as a India market, there are almost 400, 300 to 400 million people using smartphones and their tabs to watch the media content. And there could be more also, but these 300 to 400 million people are watching the latest happenings around the world. So primarily news and keeping themselves updated with what is happening around them and so on, any research and stuff like that. So it's a huge number. And we all know that when we go to YouTube or Facebook, there are advertising which is happening. And when we, out of the blue, there will be an ad which will be playing on the video which we are watching. Now, at the same time, there are production people. There are large production houses which are also there in the fray, like Bennett and Coleman. All these media houses are also publishing now on YouTube and Facebook. All the news is now actually coming on the Facebook and YouTube platform, and it is becoming a preferred uh, platform for distributing information. However, the media business used to run basically on the advertising. And since the advertising is not happening, the advertisers are shifting from the usual mechanism to the digital platforms like YouTube and Facebook. And that is why we see all these ads coming into our videos when we watch these videos. Out of the blue, there'll be a video which will be playing, and it will play at least for 5 seconds before you can skip them. So this is what the whole fight is all about. It's basically the advertising money which is making these tech giants very, very big, very rich. And Australian government has taken the first initiative. They are biting the bullet, and they are actually loggerhead with these tech giants and trying to regulate the advertising money. And why it is important? Because when the advertisers are shifting from the usual mechanism of advertising to the digital platform, we really don't know where the money is, where the money is going, basically. For example, if I am producing videos, and if there are advertisement playing on my channel, then ideally I should be paid for that advertising. Whereas these people will, all these tech companies will pay a small amount, some peanuts, a fraction of what the advertisers actually are paying. So for example, if a Havels fan pays say 100 rupees to play the ad on one of the videos for 5 seconds, then the video producer don't get anything, whereas the 100 rupees goes to the Google or Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, whichever platform it is, and a pittance is given to the to the production people, or the people who are making, who's making so much effort in producing these videos. So the whole point is that there has to be some transparency, some regularization in terms of where the money is going and how much money to be paid to the production houses. Now, this is really the crux of the problem. When you produce your video, and then Google will say that you have to cross a threshold. They don't look at the quality of the video that you are producing. So that is why all sorts of nonsense will keep happening. People start making all these fake news items which are very sensational in nature, because there is a pressure on people to increase their subscriber count and the viewership. And that is when these pittance is given by Google and Facebook and Instagram to you. So that is why, because of this issue where the money is going, and for producing quality content, there is not enough compensation, and that is why people will start making these very nonsensical type of TikTok type of videos, and then start publishing it, which will have thousands and thousands of views, and they will actually tip the chart, and they start getting these pretense. So the whole point is that there is no incentive from these tech giants to produce the right quality of the content, which is meaningful and real. There is nothing fake about it. And at the same time, there has to be some justification of how much money is being given to production people like you and me, or even large production houses like Bennett and Coleman, all the TV channels, for the amount of advertising which is happening on the digital platform during the videos by these tech giants. So the government of Australia has moved as a first mover, and they have threatened that, if you don't regularize this, then we will stop you. And initially, Google said, okay, fine, we will stop the search engine for Australia. And by the way, Australia is the fourth population in the world uh, who actually gives a lot of comments in terms of usability on the YouTube platform. So it's a fairly large consumer base, and even though the numbers are small, but Google said, hey, we will stop Australia as a market. But then the question is, if you stop Australia today, then what if other governments joins in? Then what happens? So I think that is a question which is very, very important question, and all these tech giants need to answer this question. Because of this, they are now negotiating with the government. And what government is saying, the Australian government is simply saying that you have a uh, arbitration clause with the local agency, so that there is more regularization of the advertising money which is happening out of the Australian economy. So that is the whole point, and they are now negotiating with the Australian government. And I know that India and Australia are very good, having very good relationships. And I'm sure India should also look, Indian government, I request Indian government to look at this aspect to regularize this digital platform and the advertising money, which is at the cost of the quality production. These tech giants are becoming richer, and the people who are producing quality videos will never cross a threshold to be able to make money. And even if they cross a threshold, the money which is coming is not sufficient. It's like small money, whereas a certain percentage um, of the advertising money should be shared with the production houses. So I think government must be listening to people like me, small people like me, and also they must be listening to must be monitoring what is happening in Australia. And I think a lot of other countries are already on this path. France is also in the process of making the regulation around this whole digital platform, and EU is also moving in the same direction. So I think it will be very important for the Indian government also to look at this and sort of regularize the whole thing, make a sort of an arbitration clause for these tech giants, global tech giants, to negotiate with the advertising agency locally here, and so that all the advertisers can start distributing money within the country for all the merchandises which are being advertised in India. At least that money should come to people who are producing videos within India. So that is where it is now. When we say that we are trying to regularize it, it's like going away from the freedom of the free media, free digital media. Well, the whole point in this arena is that there is money involved, and at the while we are basically saying that, hey, we want to be free, we should have freedom of speech, we should be able to make our videos the way we want, but at the same time somebody else is becoming richer at the cost of what you're doing. So there has to be some regulation along with freedom. Of course, you should be free to produce your video, but there has to be some regulation in terms of how the money of advertising can be distributed within the country. So with this, I would like to end my discussion today. But I just wanted to decode this, what is going on and how it is affecting all of us, especially people who are producing the videos and trying to make sure that there are enough distribution of funds that happen, so that these people who are actually spending money in developing these different videos get compensated adequately. At the same time, if you don't have regulation, then obviously it's just a number game. YouTube has put a very high threshold where when you cross number of subscribers and number of viewers hours, then obviously the whole lot of fake news will keep being churned out by uh, you know under the free speech clause, and that will sensationalize the whole thing, and it will then go on Twitter platform, get churned, and then obviously it will increase in numbers, and those people will still get a pittance of it. So I think the whole point that Australian government is showing to the world today is regularize the digital platform, and this will indirectly also regularize the fake news, and only the quality production houses will basically start using this digital platform. So with this I end, and I look forward to your comments. Do engage with me, and based on your comments I will bring you online live with me in my next episode. So bye bye, catch you next time.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. And it is my honor to welcome you all once again on Jeremy Blaine Live. And since the name suggests it's Jeremy Blaine, let me also invite my friend from UK, Mr. Jeremy Blaine.
Thank you very much, CK. Great to be back.
Yes, Jeremy, as you know that we are discussing about the impact on the business because of this pandemic situation. I think that today we must discuss about the distributed workforce, which has become the new normal nowadays. So, we would like to know how it has changed the way we work today. I think you can just throw a few points from your global experience.
Yeah, well, you know what's interesting? I've invented something this year, CK. So VUCA, of course, volatile, uncertain, etc., complex and ambiguous. I've invented VUCAD and I've published that. And the D stands for distributed, because I think it's that significant in terms of a challenge to organizations to welcome and embrace rather than just handle a more distributed workforce. We've been forced into that this year somewhat, and many organizations have come through that thinking, wow, actually we can do very different things. So you have organizations already that practice that. So WordPress, for example, most of us who have a website may have a WordPress background. They're 100% remote working company, 100% distributed. They don't have an office, so they have spaces that they can gather. Even some of the more traditional businesses this year have come out, like McKinsey, for example, big one, Barclays, PwC, talking about this has helped us reimagine what our working could look like. We estimate, some of them were estimating that they can take away 40% of their bricks and mortar offices, which is a huge change, which is for me why I go back to the point I added the D to VUCA, because this is a significant challenge, but it also is a significant upside when you start to consider the financials. And in fact, one company has already done this way back in the 90s, which was IBM. You've got a high proportion of their workforce already working in this way, and it has saved billions of cost for IBM over the years, and it's the way that they're going to work moving forward, and many more are following suit now. CK,
Jeremy, I think you make a very very valid and very strong point, and you also added D to it. But let me share a little story about myself. Just trying to bring to a point where we can ask you a second question. The story goes, in the middle of last year, we were experimenting with something called virtual office. And the idea at that time was that we don't have to really depend on the workforce. I mean, we have 2 offices in India as a company, but we didn't want to restrict ourselves to only 2 locations because talent can come from anywhere. And we were experimenting. In the end, we got POC done by 2 companies. One was an Israeli company and one was a LA-based company. And the product is a virtual office product. And what it does is basically create different video sessions. And then it has all the other ingredients which are required in an office rolled into it. So things like timekeeping, attendance, you want to call your colleague for a cup of coffee, you want to go for a meeting in a meeting room. So all those functionality and probably much more. There was a lot of collaboration, integration with Microsoft platform, also with Google Docs, and much more. And then the pandemic started. So for us as a company, it was very seamless migration for us to move on to the virtual office platform. And I must clarify to you that our intention was not to, leverage the distributed workforce. Our intention was to basically reduce cost, because what we were saying is that, hey, why have to look at large cities to hire people in my own office when I can go to a tier C class or tier D class city? Probably I'll get the same amount, same quality of resource, maybe better at a much lower cost. That was our intention. What I see now, and here's the question which I want to ask you, is that, the Zoom has come in a big way, and all these Video conferencing tools have come in a big way, but the virtual office, and I must also share this information that when we were doing the evaluation of these tools, we found 40 of these different companies providing this similar solution. But I'm surprised after a year, not many companies have done anything in the market, even though there is a requirement where the small, medium enterprises and startups, you mentioned about the large companies like Google and WordPress, but the smaller companies will have more requirement to move on the virtual platform. But somehow I don't see that happening. Would you have an opinion on this?
Yeah, I do. I do. And like you, in fact, I've been a remote worker for many, many years, probably since about 2004, even way before we had all of our mobile tools. And you get used to doing things with the available technology that you have, and then you create networks. And then back then, LinkedIn was a really great tool for me to use from a networking point of view. As I then built a business in my previous company, I set up business for Asia Pacific, managing India to the Pacific. And I was based in Singapore for 7 years. And I set up the business, which is a very traditional kind of small, medium business, in a very different way to the rest of the organization, to embrace contingent workforce and to embrace new ways of working, fueled by technology, not overwhelmed by technology, because that is a really good point that you raise. There is so much out there that the danger is it becomes overwhelming and the technology then becomes the issue rather than the solution for everything. If I fast forward to now, then my own business, Performance Works, I operate across continents. I have collaborators everywhere, etc. And we have multiple projects going on at the time, and I am 100% contingent workforce and distributed working. I do not have one permanent employee apart from myself in the organization. So it's first of all, it starts to look at, from my point of view, it's looking at a different business model, and then a different way of remunerating your contingent workers, not just in terms of project payment, but retainers, reward recognition, which often many organizations don't think. And even as a small business, being able to bring all of that round. So you've got the human bit key. And I found, I'm not sure about you, CK, as well, maybe you'll have a view on this. I found what was really important first, before we got to the technology, was to help everybody get on board with that journey, whether they're permanent or whether they're collaborator resource, and start to adapt the culture of the organization for where you need to be for the future. So more appropriate for the digital era that we're in right now. So people's mindsets were on that journey ahead, and were ready to try new things and change and adapt and evolve. So from that perspective, that is the point then I come into the technology. And it's not about technology first, it's about where am I as an organization, as a team, as a need, and then what are the most appropriate technologies to fuel that. One of the problems for many organizations, particularly, as you said, actually many startups that I've experienced and worked with, they go for what I would call the fad and the fashion. So Zoom is in fashion this month, so we'll use Zoom. Or no, Google Meet is a little bit cooler, so we'll use Google Meet, etc. And we'll have all of these tools, and then suddenly nobody knows what to do. So you have to really establish the need and understand what appropriate technology will fuel the type of working that you do collaboratively. It's very interesting you asked this question, because I posted something similar on LinkedIn yesterday, and I had a thread of a conversation through my post with a guy called Dominic about these tools, saying the same, because there's so many. And we both concurred that we both sort of found in a roundabout way that we were using very similar things. So for example, for my team, I'm using two tools. I'm using Slack and I'm using Zoom. And they do exactly as you describe, CK. It's collaborative, it's about communication, it's about spot messaging, it's about project teams and tasks, and I can map in other technologies like Trello, for example, if I'm doing just-in-time task management and maybe moving into project management. but also I can wrap in my Zoom into Slack. I can link the two things together so that when I'm working with my team, even if they don't have certain one of the apps, they can start to come in on the back of mind. So I think you raise a very important point. I think one of the issues for many organizations is that they've just gone down and they've kind of grabbed a whole lot of technologies and feel one week to the next that one works better than another, and maybe isn't asking the key question: what is our need? What will fuel our organization and enable our people? What will be best for not just the internal, but for the external, and doing it that way. And I think that's really the way to look at it, because the technology is key. The other thing to add in mind, final point, sorry, on this is the fact that bandwidth also is the key. Is what is the most efficient technologies that you can use that that make the most of the bandwidth available, rather than sucking the power out of it.
Well, I think the issues related to software and hardware and the network is not really a major issue, although these are the issues, as you rightly mentioned, that we need to consider that if there is a person based out of his home office and we are engaging with him, then obviously he should have the right connectivity. So I think that is given, that if you don't have connectivity, then you're not going to be available for work in a distributed environment. Having said that, there are a lot of social imbalances which has also come in. For example, you are forced to see the living area of your employee. You never got exposed to the living world, and if there are young parents, you can sometimes see babysitting happening during the office environment. So I think that is also a big change which people have to grapple with right now with the distributed workforce. What are the tricks of handling this, especially if you are addressing the entrepreneurs, the CEOs of SMEs and startups? Because inevitably this is going to come up with a distributed workforce. How they should handle this?
Yeah, you raise another good point. And the first thing that I would reinforce to everybody watching this is that we're not yet normalized in terms of remote working. You're absolutely right in what you said, is that we've been forced into this year. We're all in our homes. I'm embarrassed to say I'm in the old porch of my house. Looks like I'm in a castle, CK, but I'm not. I'm in the old entrance to my house, which has become a little office, because I used to have a co-working space here and another space there. And we get used to that, and we see, cats are walking here and there. We have work-life balance, which has really come to the head. And while some organizations have been talking about it, it's become very real this year, because many people around the world have had to homeschool their kids as well, who've been off at the same time. Maybe they're a single parent, maybe they're two parents working, and they're having to balance all of this and sharing it. So organizations, as much of people, have had to be very flexible. And in fact, it's the smaller organizations that have been more agile and more adaptive to this, of course, because they haven't had to transcend age-old processes that are in place and struggle with legacy technology, which isn't fit for purpose to help organizations. So many startups and smaller organizations have managed to make some very quick wins in this space and be more enlightened in terms of how they're operating with the individuals. Now, before we got to the pandemic in 2020, there was a lot of work done around space and place, because this was a trend that was already happening. We talked in one of our previous discussions around the rise of the blended workforce, the independent workforce, which is there. And they were using, like I was, things like co-working spaces, working hubs, could be things like WeWork or independent places in the cities that they were working. And they were creating the social sort of centers for themselves around these places without necessarily having to be in the office that they were working for. And that's whether they were permanent employees or whether they were independent workers on a project, to be fair, because that's the two things coming together. So Cushman and Wakefield, actually, who are a big sort of infrastructure organization, did quite a lot of surveys around this and looked at space and looked at workspace and workplaces. And thinking about how creative some workplaces have become to create these very usable spaces that not only provided great work environments, but provided the social environment that they found was lacking because not many organizations were doing it. We only hear of many of the big organizations and if you like, the more trendy techie organizations like Google or Spotify, and what their offices look like and how they've thought about the spaces for their employees. That has now filtered through to many organizations, traditional ones, but particularly startups and small medium organizations who realize they can make small changes that make a very big difference. The other thing that has been happening though since the pandemic is, of course, we've all had to move away from our co-working offices or permanent offices. I talked about Spotify, I talked about some other companies. They've already announced that they won't be going back to the office until 2021. Now some saying possibly till mid 2021, but we don't know about the vaccine, all of these kind of things coming into it, but that's what organizations are thinking of. So what they have done also is realize that, as well as this not being normalized and this impacting potentially mental health, physical well-being, they've started to put in more socialized activities in a working day. So they've moved to more asynchronous working. So they've transcended having to replicate what we were doing at the office, which was the danger that many organizations, or the trap that many fell into, by not rethinking how people would work productively at home. So they were able to rip up the existing rule book and say, actually, there are different ways of productive work. There's techniques like the Pomodoro technique. There are things that we know we need to do, but we can be more empowered as individuals to do it as distributed workers. So many have got used to doing that. Many organizations have now come in and started putting more socialized activities in there. Some start with TikTok mornings, which is not everybody's cup of tea, CK, he said as a 53-year-old man. But for some it is, and particularly in newer organizations, younger millennial organizations, these kind of things make a difference because it's energizing, engaging, mobilizing, motivating. And traditional leaders and, potentially leaders like me need to embrace these things because they're really important as part of fueling our more distributed workforce and how we'll go forward. There is one other aspect which we've not picked up on, which is a very important one in distributed workers now, and the ability for organizations to better impact not just their internal community, but the external community to the organization, to where their people are based or where they operate, where their factories might be, and so on, to actually have a more positive impact on society around community and socializing the external community too. So we can do those things that many are now calling for in this decade ahead, which is purpose-driven leadership and purpose-driven organizations. With more dispersed people and distributed workforce, we've got a much greater opportunity to actually contribute to the local community, maybe in small ways to start with, but we can do it, we can contribute it. So we can not only impact the internal community, we can actually now start to look at the external community. So this, for me, offers a massive opportunity in the new distributed workforce, whether permanent or independent, to really reimagine how we operate our organizations, how we build our teams, whether permanent and independent, and how we impact the communities within which we serve.
So Jeremy, you mentioned that you have been in the distributed work arena since quite some time, and there are many professionals who work this way for many years. There were, a great business domain which was called co-working, and that was very popular. In fact, large companies, listed companies on NASDAQ got into this space just before the pandemic. So do you have an opinion on this co-working space arena? What is the future of this business?
Well, as an advocate, prior to the pandemic, I had a co-working space, and I preferred that through having my own either small office for myself or small office where some of my collaborators could come in as well. because I just bought into the fact that I loved working around people who weren't necessarily in my industry. I could socialize on a different level with, also get creative with, and get new ideas and be constantly learning from how people were organizing. So I really was thoroughly approving from them. And I put a caveat there. We all know what happened with WeWork and the leadership of WeWork and what was happening there.
I didn't want to mention the name.
I know, but I won't say that, because it still exists, of course, as it is now. But the concept actually is key, and I think it will come back. It will come back. So we're doing that virtually at the moment. We're having virtual sort of co-working, and we're still doing what we did in those spaces. We might have small collaborative groups working on projects. We might have small teams based in certain regions and countries. And I also think for organizations, it's no bad thing having your people around other people who can add different points of view and ideas. I think the traditional mentality of that for organizations is, oh no, but they're my competitors, they're going to poach my staff, they're going to take these. But I look at it as it's a learning opportunity. It's personal development that you get every day by just being around different people from different industries with a very different point of view from your own, particularly if you've been in the same industry for a long time. So I do believe that many people in the current way of not normalized distributed working, we're all in our homes or in our little spaces. I'm sensing that people are really craving that social touch again. Yes, we acknowledge that we can do things like this online, but as some of the lockdowns have been released and we've started to meet people for coffee again, or got to get back together with people again, we've really enjoyed it. And we are social creatures as human beings. So I think it will come of age again, but I think it will be slightly different to what it was before. It may be reimagined for the post-COVID era, but I think it will be with us for a long time. And let's not forget what I said before. Many of the organizations the big organizations who are now coming out saying, look, we think we can reduce our bricks and mortar footprint by up to 40, even 50%. They're going to have to deal with their people somehow. Some will be home working, but some may be in co-working spaces that they will create relationships with locally, potentially, and give people the opportunity to be more socialized, either with their own colleagues or with other people, which they're realizing now more than ever is really important.
So I think the co-working arena will not go away. But if somebody can hold on to it, then probably after a couple of years, it will come back again, become a reality of the distributed workforce. So I think we have run out of time today. We had a very interesting discussion. I think there is a lot of ideas and a lot of techniques which people have to learn. And I think you are available to our viewers always, where if they want any help, they plan to transition from brick and mortar setup, from co-working setup to truly virtual space, I think they can reach out to you. And in the end, I would like to just make one comment that you can actually make the perception quite real if you put your Excalibur behind you.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, you certainly can.
And you are in UK, so it is going to be very believable. You have a castle and you guard your castle with your Excalibur.
I know it would suit here, wouldn't it? Because, you know, I think I may have said to you before is that it's interesting because, of course, a lot of my work is over, you know, from India right through to the Pacific. And when some people see me for the first time here, they genuinely do think that I live in a castle. And of course, now I now believe it myself, and I just start with that now. So I'm coming to you from my castle. Next time we meet, I'll see if I can get Excalibur on the back for you, CK. How's that?
Great. So we look forward to your shining night suit also.
Yes, okay, great. That's excellent. Thank you very much, CK.
And we will catch up next Tuesday. Jeremy, it was always a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. And it is my honor to welcome you all once again on Jeremy Blaine Live. And since the name suggests it's Jeremy Blaine, let me also Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technology.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today, as usual, we have interesting personality Sitesh Srivastava. He has a deep interest in corporate training and he has been training IT professionals, marketing professionals. And the good thing is that he is in Bangalore at the moment. He has reunited with his family. He has been waiting for so long from South Africa, from Johannesburg, and he has landed to Bangalore, and now he is in quarantine. I mean, I guess 14 days of quarantine. So that's home quarantine. So let's discuss how things are at Bangalore. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today at Bangalore?
Hi Kanchan, good day to you. As they say in the Incredible India campaign, smile, you are in Bangalore. So yes, I'm smiling that I am in Bangalore, back, united with my family. But I enjoy this iconic city. And I came here around 9 or 10 years back. And I came from various other Indian cities, living in other Indian cities, other iconic and not so much iconic cities. But, I took some time to come to Bangalore 10 years back. And I must say, that decision was a good decision that I am here. And as we start our conversation today, I would like to share some tidbits.
Yes, please go ahead. We are waiting. We will be enriched with your experience. I had been to Bangalore also, and I love the city. The spirit of the city is awesome. The people, the professionals, IT professionals, basically, they are awesome. So let's listen your story.
Well, Kanchan, today we all know about Bangalore, about the IT city, the Silicon Valley of India, and the great technology stuff, the technology products and solutions coming out of this city, and the unique ecosystem that this city has, or it has built over the years. But this city has something very, very interesting in our modern history, and also almost like a 1,000 years of history that is can be seen around the city, outskirts of the city. And the modern part of the Bangalore entices me a lot. One, definitely the IT part, because of which many of us are here, including me. And while growing up in India, in the North Indian cities, Kanchan, I grew up in Kolkata, which was Calcutta then. I was able to see the South India from the North Indian eyes till I came myself to the South India, which is Bangalore. And growing up in the North India, the aspects of South India, the interesting facts, the modern history, their industriousness is something that we see from very far, from a different kind of a lens. So when I landed up in Bangalore, I started looking at this city not just from a professional point, but also from a cultural aspect, which is that I always want to do where I stay, as you might have noticed in our other conversations. So this city in the modern history has a rich history from I think 1800, beginning of 1800, when the cantonment of this city was built, and around the same time, sometime around the 1790s or 1780s, there was this great local leader, Kempe Gowda, who is known as the father of this city, the establishment of the modern Bangalore. And therefore, we also have an airport called Kempe Gowda International Airport. So the city has always been into the limelight in the modern history. When I say I would like to go back, 70, 80 years back, it had a great contributions into the Indian freedom struggle, and a great many leaders came out of this geography. And 1956 States Reorganization Act, it came into existence as a capital of Karnataka state. And I have been hearing, Kanchan, that the other city, the Mysore or Mysuru, was the more famed city in this region. And there were discussions to make Mysuru a capital, but for some political reasons, Bangalore was chosen for the capital of Karnataka. Apart from the IT, Kanchan, it is also a very important seat for Indian military forces, and our iconic company, Hindustan Aeronautics, and some of the original electronics companies. People today who work in Bangalore, they only think about the IT, but Bangalore is more than IT in terms of even the professional world. It was ahead in the electronics production even before Infosys happened. Infosys, as we all know, is the second largest or biggest Indian IT company, has its headquarters in Bangalore. So, we daily in this city, what we say is that if you drive in Bangalore, if you do a car driving or you're on Bangalore, you can drive anywhere in the world. But Bangalore traffic is legendary. But at the same time, Bangalore weather is also legendary, Kanchan, you know about it. And that is a beautiful part. Last year, my yoga teacher was telling me that it sits around 3,000 feet above the sea level. That means literally, technically, Bangalore is sitting on a hill station. And to compare it with the tallest mountain in Japan, Mount Fujiyama is just 3,700 feet, and Bangalore is at 3,000 feet. So you can understand the lovely weather that Bangalore has. And I think that's a great value that it adds. What I am sad about Bangalore, Kanchan, is I'm told that in the 70s or the 60s and 70s and early 80s, the city had 3,000 lakes. But due to the rampant development all around the city, on the outskirts, there are less than 300 lakes today. And out of those 300, I think we can just count a handful of probably 10 to 15 of the big major lakes. Now you understand, Kanchan, a lake, a natural lakes, or even the man-made lakes, how important they are for the local weather. And in India, we have another city like this called Bhopal, which is a city of lakes. So that adds to the natural beauty of the city. And apart from the IT, there are another businesses that have grown out of Bangalore. They have been going out in the world. And on the culinary side, MTR Foods, the iconic MTR Foods in Bangalore, they now are probably, I believe that they are part of some Norwegian food company. And they also brought, it is said that the MTR brought the first ice cream vending machines in India. Some of the iconic places to visit in Bangalore is Lal Bagh, which is a flower park, and it hosts annual flower show, which is visited by many journalists and tourists across the world. But I must tell you, I went there a couple of times, Kanchan, and I mean, in that crowd, somehow I had to just have a glimpse and come back. Kabban Park was built somewhere around 1860s, when India was having its first Sepoy mutiny. Around that time, we had our Kabban Park, and it's a beautiful lung. It's a beautiful green lung of the city, and in summer vacations and summertime, many families go there and spend a good amount of time. From the modern world, there are a lot of malls. In fact, I joke, Kanchan, that sometimes I feel that there are so many malls in this city. Whether Bangalore is inside malls or malls are inside Bangalore, it is hard to find. It's hard to figure out. And I mean, just by the name, the biggest mall is Phoenix Market City. And of course, it's quite a huge one, and largest mall in this city. And Bangalore Metro, like any other metro, I find Bangalore Metro is one of the best places to see the whole city on a bird's eye view. And no traffic jams. The best part is no traffic jams once you sit, and it is an interesting feeling. Then there are a lot of educational institutions in this city, and some of them are really famed ones. And I mean, the Science Museum and the Planetarium, all of these. I mean, I can go on and on about Bangalore, but I think, Kanchan, that we should reserve it for something else as well.
Okay, when you mentioned about malls and when you mentioned about Lal Bagh and also Kabban Park, all old memories are freshen up now. Because when on Saturdays and Sundays, when I was working at Bangalore, we used to visit all malls, and it was so lively. All young people on MG Road, and they are eating and they are talking, and it was so wonderful, and I still remember that. Now you are in Bangalore and you are a Bangalore person because you are based in Bangalore. When you are talking about Lal Bagh, I remember that at Lal Bagh every morning I used to go for a morning walk, and it's a botanical garden, so you can see variety of species of plants there, and they are chirping of birds. It was awesome at that point of time. I'm sure people who go, many people go for morning walk in Lal Baghs in that area. And when you mentioned about MTR, I really feel hungry because I remember that we as a friend, after the Saturdays, after the work, on Saturdays or sometimes Sunday, we used to stand on a queue because there was a long queue to get a table and the dishes from MTR restaurant. So, so good memories which you really, I start remembering those days now. Now, since you since you are in Bangalore, so we will be discussing more about this great city where there's a lot of development is happening, lot of software revolution is being done by this city. So we have discussed and we'll talk more about this Bangalore, and I think it will be a pleasure to share Bangalore city and the places of Bangalore to our viewers. What do you say?
Yes, Kanchan, I am the guide for Bangalore for our initiative.
Okay, it was as usual so good to talk to you today. We will discuss about many other places which are located in Bangalore tomorrow, and till then, take care. Bye bye. See you.
Thank you. Have a great day, Kanchan. Nama Bangalore Zindabad.
Bye bye.
Bye.
friends, this is Chandrakant from Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from United Kingdom, Mr. Naval Gant. Naval, welcome to Top Brass.
Good morning, CK. Bright and sunny London, as ever. And good afternoon. Yes, it is good afternoon to yourselves. So the beauty of international date lines. And today, what we thought was we'd do a bit of a follow-up of this, catastrophic impact on some businesses where a number of apps have been banned by the government. We don't need to go into the reasons why, but they've been banned. So now what we need to do is to deal with it, deal with the consequences. So TikTok, WeChat, there's a few direct organizations, small businesses, large businesses, that have really been focusing their advertising money through these two particular apps. So what are the direct implications for these people?
Neville, there is a huge direct implication. The direct implication is to these companies in a lot of revenue, not only from India, but the neighboring countries also. The videos were very popular into Indian market. So all of those are not playing anymore. In fact, the biggest superstar on TikTok is from a neighboring country, and he is not an Indian. So his videos are very popular here, and his business is going out of the window. So TikTok is losing revenue. The small artists or artisans or whatever the small real-time music or videos these guys make, they generate revenue using TikTok advertising channels. So their revenue will disappear, not only in India, but also in neighboring countries. And there are a lot of film stars. They have their own fan followers on TikTok. So they have fan followers on different media, and TikTok is also one of the fan followers they have on TikTok. So they are going to lose all their fans on, especially on WeChat and TikTok. And I think the direct implication is the enterprises. They lose a big chunk of advertising credit or branding credit because TikTok had 800 million subscribers within India itself. So 800 million subscribers is like twice the population of European Union. That is a kind of segment the merchandise revenue or in terms of branding and advertising, these guys will lose. So there is a huge implications.
You're absolutely right. And this isn't just India centric, because there's a lot of people that use TikTok around the world that rely upon these 800 million users in India for their audience, their market. So I've seen the noise, and it is noise because this is not good news. This is almost like feedback from a guitar that goes through the amp. It is wow. It really has reverberated around the world. But the point is now it's happened. Will it come back? We don't know. We're out of control of this particular arena. This is down to a government's issue, government restrictions. So the knock-on consequences for any business now you need to start to think about the consequences of these things happening that are completely out of your control. Just like COVID was completely out of your control. You didn't know it was coming. You didn't do either. So what we need to be doing is focusing on our business processes. So as a small business, just look at your business processes. What are you doing? Where are you doing it? How are you doing it? More importantly, what third-party software, what third-party trust, reliance that you have in your business that allows you to do what you do. And the obvious one in this digital arena, this video type arena that TikTok operates in, is go to YouTube. look at what YouTube offers. It's been around longer, and there's more comfort potentially around using that particular product. So now just look into it. So if video is really important to your organization, you may be using Zoom, you may be using Skype, you may be using anything. But what if one of those went down? What is your backup plan? So if you make a plan, then you can execute the plan in order of preferences. So just like COVID was a huge shock to the world, TikTok is a huge shock to the advertising world. So let's just think, let's take a step back and look at our businesses, look at how they operate, who we rely upon, who we trust, what's an integral part of our organization that we need to make sure we've got an alternative. And it's as simple as that, really. So this is a shock that's reverberating around one particular industry, but the knock-on effects are everywhere. Ultimately, there's a consequence of it. It could be your child that, likes doing TikTok videos or using WeChat or one of these other apps that have been banned, and they've had their world taken away. Well, just look at what happens to them. And you don't want your business to go into that black hole. So take a grip, just take a step back, relax, look at the alternatives, and have contingency plans. It's good disaster planning anyway. And I know, CK, if one server goes down, you've got automatic backup plans. When the electricity goes off, and it goes off far too often in your country in certain areas, there's always a generator that kicks in. There may be a 5-second delay or a 5-minute delay, but there's always a generator backup somewhere. So other people are thinking about it for you. You need to think about it for yourself. So just be a little bit more resilient and don't go into panic mode. Because there's no point in going into panic mode.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, we can suggest certain alternatives to some of these people. And the very fact that TikTok was very popular around the world is because most of these Chinese mobile phones came preloaded with TikTok app. So people are, spending not too much of money, and they get a whole lot of Chinese applications like WeChat, TikTok. So it was learning by buying the mobile itself. So that is why it became very popular in the villages and in the outskirts of the country. And the other alternatives are still there, but it will require a little bit of efforts of downloading new apps. For example, YouTube can be a very good video platform, and it also has a lot of advertisements. So not as friendly as TikTok, because the ticket size for TikTok was very small, whereas YouTube ticket size runs into thousands of hours of the viewership. Only then they start making money. So I think the backup is there, but at the same time, TikTok not being present will create a vacuum, and I'm sure there will be some Indian player who will jump into it within a few days. So technology behind TikTok and WeChat is not rocket science. It can be replicated. So I'm sure there will be some entrepreneurs somewhere in India across the length and breadth of the country, and very soon we will have a replacement.
Well, like anything else, we haven't seen competition come to the likes of TikTok, and I'm sure lots of people have been thinking about it. But like anything else, once you get that brand name out there, the barrier to entry is really high. But there's no barrier to entry now. Here's a great opportunity. If I had a software company, I know what I'd be going to do currently. So come and, in fact, if you're an organization out there which is looking at this arena, come and talk to us, because we'd like to know, what you're doing and how you're doing it, and, perhaps even promote you. So the message of today is be resilient, build resilience into your business, because actually you never know what's going to happen, which is completely out of your control. But there's always a backup plan. You might want to call it plan B, plan C, plan D. As far as I'm concerned, it's always plan A. You just need to be agile and move around it, because then it's always plan A. It's nice and simple. as I say, be resilient. That's the message today. Don't worry about things happening out there. Just be resilient.
Thank you, Neville. And as you said yesterday, never put all your eggs in one basket. I think that is so true. I think it's a learning for most of the entrepreneurs. We will catch up with you tomorrow, Neville, on another edition of Top Brass. Bye-bye.
Good speaking with you, CK. Take care. Bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show Nation. And today we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's been training marketing professionals, IT professional. So, we have a World Post Day tomorrow. And to discuss this, we would like to invite him. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you?
I'm very well, Kanchan, and it has been a great weather in Bangalore. I'm sure it is the same in Hyderabad. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. Weather is really good here also. And yes, I'm enjoying talking to you. I would like to listen how you really feel about this, the day which is tomorrow, World Post Day.
Kanchan, I grew up in the India where a postman was a part of a family. A postman visiting home always knew so many stuff about our personal life sometimes, and we used to feel that he is one of us. In the villages, in the families where education was not there, the postman also transformed as a scribe who used to write the letters for the family, who used to read out the letters for the family. So countless stories and examples are there where the parents, the family in the villages waiting for their loved ones to send the letters or money orders, and the postman coming on a bicycle and explaining them, reading it out, and also taking the responses back. It has been a great tradition in India for the postal services that were formally established in 1874, and after the independence we had our postal services, and over the years I have seen our postal services grow to a national and an international organization as well. And today also in the matters of legal stuff and the faith, we still go to the post offices for not only the deposits, but also for EMS and also registered post, revenue stamps. And it is good to see to go to the post office. And though the experience is not so great as compared to, because everyone has been moved on to the courier services and international and national courier services. But in India, in the 70s, 80s and 90s of India, postman was a great part of our social fabric. I'm sure you also have some great memories about the postman and the postal services.
Yes, I used to write a lot of letters to, especially to my grandparents when I was in school, and this kind of warmth and this kind of still remains within me, because there are so many good words, and I used to receive letters from them. So I really appreciate and I cherish those moments. And as you said, this postal service started in 1874, but do you know it started at Tokyo on 10th
Wow.
October, and started by delegation, and that to an Indian person by the name of Shri Anand Mohan Rula, and the association was Universal Postal Union, and later on it became part of United Nations. And basically this started to really teach people of the world how to write, because there was a global communication revolution which was going on, and this Universal Postal Union used to be part of it. So it is so lovely that somebody took an initiative and introduced us to this very positive pattern, very positive system of writing down your thoughts, your desires on a plain paper, and then you go and post it. I think it is still valid nowadays.
So Kanchan, this is a very vital service. First of all, we need to appreciate that it should be, the postal services is a vital service, and at times when the news is really needs to be sent across, it becomes not only vital but also crucial services. And a lot of legal documentation still goes through the Indian postal system, and the letters, the registered letters sent through the Indian Postal Service are still admissible in the court of law. And you remember the acknowledgement cards that we used to attach with the letters, just to prove the point when the email and the CC email and BCC was not there. And therefore, the postal system, the post office used to play an important part in a community. We used to find those red boxes to go and drop our letters, and then wait, and then imagine and thinking about when the lock would be open. And so many countless stories when the postman used to open the letter box to see how he used to sort it into his bag. So the postage services is an essential services from the days of pigeons carrying it in ancient times to till today. The postal services, the face has changed, digitalization has happened, technology has come, couriers are becoming more and more dependable, but national postal services all over the world, not just in India, they still hold a lot of importance in the cultural fabric as well as the logistical fabric. And I have everything to believe that the postal logistical structure in India has got a lot of backbone, the postal services backbone. On top of that backbone, a lot of distribution chain can be put on a ready-made available platform. And I think it is important for the government and the postal services enthusiasts to use this logistical setup to deliver to the corners of the country. I mean, we should think of a postal services of India today as a retail network where the distribution reaches every corner of the country. And sometimes the postman is the best person who knows the details of the address. And when they come still Kanchan during the Diwali and Holi time, right, I feel to give them something which is popularly known as bakshish, right, in our language. So it's a great day for celebration for the postal services. And I think there is a need to modernize them. There is a need to bring more technology into their lives. There is a need for them to compete with the national and international private courier companies. And at the same time, there is also a need for them to give a better user experiences. If you remember, Kanchan, several decades back, postal savings were a great part of our savings. Yes. People to buy those postal papers, and for whatever money, 1,000 rupees or 2,000 or even 500 rupees. The money orders were being sent for rupees 10. And even today, money orders are being sent for 10 and 100 rupees. I mean, where else do we find such a wonderful, flexible, all corners reaching organization? I think we talk about it less on a national scale, and it is important to utilize this network for the better connectivity among our villages, tier 2, tier 1 cities, and urban settlements. What do you say?
Yeah, I feel I think you may be remembering that on those days when we have relatives outside of India, and then we had to send some letters. So along with letter, we have to send a photograph postcard also. So that postcard, the picture of the postcard is like great places of India, and then we write and we request them to visit us. All that thing was there at that point of time. Today we have Google, so we really shy away sending those beautiful cards to our relatives and friends who are based outside. But apart of this, I would like to tell you that India has one of the highest post office, which is in Himachal Pradesh. And apart of this, we have a very wide network. The whole of country is divided into 23 postal circle. And it is headed, the whole organization is headed by Postmaster General. And do you know, this is also a subsidiary of Ministry of Communication. The Indian Postal Service was established at 1st October 1854. So now we have so rich history of this particular department, this particular postal services. And we are, I think, is more inclined. We have one space in our heart for these postal services, and we still maybe sometime in a heart we do linger to get one letter from somebody, from our relatives. Do you feel like that?
Yes, Kanchan, as I said, I am still delighted to see a postman. I'm still delighted to see the way they deliver the things, but I'm unhappy to see that the kind of recognition they used to get before, they don't get it, despite the very, very tedious and the complex work that they do. And I have stood in a post office to see how do they do the sorting of the letters, even in one area, receiving the letters, sorting them, putting them into different buckets, then trying to take them on their vehicles to distribution, and then delivering it. Sometimes people are not there at home, and then taking it back or keeping it in the reception areas. So it's not an easy job. It's not an easy job. So I would think a Postmaster General could get a more fancy name today. So some more fancy name we can think about it. And it is important for the cultural aspect that we secure our postal services. If you remember, we used to have the philately as our hobby, to collecting of the stamps, and still seeing those inland letters, postcards, envelopes, and those tourism related postcards. They are such a delight. They are such a delight to see them. And handwritten letters, you still pick it up and you feel the warmth of the person who must have written, and not to forget about the corners, each and every corner of those letters being written, and not a single space is being wasted, and then somebody bringing it and delivering it. So this is all part of Universal Postal Union, and it has great anecdotes and stories across the world, during the two world wars, during the famines, when we did not have mobile phones, Kanchan. You remember, one letter, one word, telegram, used to give shivers down the spine, isn't it?
Right. I also want to tell you that Indian Postal Service provide a lot of services. a part of saving. We have stamps, we have revenue stamps, which are you can take these stamps from the post office, which are required in financial transaction. But I also want to tell you that first adhesive stamp was issued by Scindia, and in year 1852. And later on, East India Company also issued, because in those times they used to send letter. And in post independence, the first stamp which was issued was with a flag, and it was written Jai Hind. So if you see, the history is very rich regarding postal services in India, and you should appreciate, maybe I think you should come out and maybe a new idea, that sending at least personal letters to people, and let it be mandatory. Let children should learn how to write, though they are learning in school how to write formals and casual letter, but I think they are not being inclined to write a real letter and send it across to somebody. So that is one thing which I feel should be encouraged by school, by teacher, and of course by parents.
Of course, Kanchan. I think the first opportunity given, we should take the children to the post office.
Right.
And show them the whole process, ask them to participate in the process, and seeing the queue for, people asking for a pen, people asking for a glue, people try, if the glue is not available, the saliva on the tongue becomes the glue to stick the stamp,
right.
Putting the stamp and that's very, very interesting part of our growing up. And I think today's children can also have fun when they go there. They will also appreciate the work that the postal services does. The one forgotten thing is about the financial services that are offered at the postal post offices. Not only from the investment perspective, it's a postal bank is also there. The bonds are there. There used to be a time, Kanchan, I remember people used to buy bond papers in the post offices, and they were like doubling up the amount of money in 6 to 7 years time. And we were thinking, oh, so people have to wait for 6 to 7 years. So from those days till today, of course, when we are outside India, we always go to the post offices, the old style of post offices. But I feel sad sometimes that in India we have a little, forgotten the golden days of post offices and postmen.
Yes, I also want to tell to our viewers that India does not only print their post, but they also print a post stamps for other countries like Bhutan, Ethiopia, Indonesia. So they all get printed here. We have that kind of setup. Now, the most important thing is PIN. So we always write PIN number, so to get located in any transaction or in any letter, or maybe in Google Map also, right? So postal index number. So this postal index number was made by Shriram Bhikaji in 1972. It's very, very important aspect of postal services India. The PIN number organized in the following way. The first digit indicates the zone. The second 2 digit indicate the subzone or a postal circle. Then the third 3 digit indicate the sorting district, sorting out the district. The last 3 digit indicate the delivery post office. So you see, so PIN is also associated with the post office. So it's very, very important to really, I think, revive few of the aspect. We are using some aspect of postal services and we are thoroughly neglecting the actual part, communicating through writing and delivery. Its whole process is very, very, I think for young children who are growing up, it should be very, very exciting. And then you wait for the answer to come. The whole period teaches you something. Patience, communication, writing skills. So I think that add to that personality development. What do you say?
That's right. That's right, Kanchan. And to add to it, what I feel, why this happens and why this has happened, especially in the Indian postal system, is that we have not glamorized the department and the work. We have not done enough national level advertisements for this department, despite being almost the backbone of the communication system. Uh, so I think if I would like to think, if postal services are brought under something like a Prasar Bharati, where I think it might get a bigger reach, it might get a bigger appreciation, and the kind of I mean, they have been celebrated in our Hindi movies, Kanchan, and we have songs like Dakiya Dak Laya, if you remember, and many other such songs where postman was a great part in our community, in our social fabric. The another thing is that the work that they do, Kanchan, it is really complicated work. But since it is not promoted so well, I think their uniforms are not so glamorous for the today's world. So it seems that the work of postal offices are not a great process and or a great procedures or a great operational things. But I think it is very important when there were no algorithms, when there were no digital algorithms or computer algorithms in 1870s or 1850s, when the postal system started. I think since then, all over the world, the postage union people, they have devised interesting algorithms to make the letters reach at the desired addresses week after week, day after day. And then they kept on adding the telegram services and other services. And I would say it is one of the original Six Sigma kind of an operations of a postal union. And I would love to see some changes in terms of their uniform, in terms of some national campaign, in terms of some celebrity coming on television and talking about the importance of the postal services, and little bit of a glamorization around the department's visibility, so that they become popular once again. And when I go outside India, I always see still the postal unions, the post offices are celebrated places. Children enjoy, adults enjoy going there, having their time, talking and getting their work done. But somehow we have been missing these things in our country.
Yes, I feel that though we don't really on day-to-day basis, we use all communication devices. We have all communication devices which are instant, like WhatsApp, or we search for Google also. But apart of this, even today, postal services are very, very crucial in terms of speed ports. We have army unit, postal army unit system, which is at place. We have railway mail services, which is very much required in day-to-day basis. We have passport kendra, which are also as a part of postal services. We have postal life insurance, rural life insurance, saving banks, which is again associated with the postal services, saving cash certificate, which we were talking about a little while ago. Then Indian Post Payment Bank is also there, where we have other aspect like GPay and Paytm. So, but we already have this, which I think most of the people are not using, or many people may be using. But I'm just sharing my this information to our viewers. A part of this stamp sale, and now through stamp sales, there's a option of stamp collection also, which is a very, very important aspect of a hobby for young children.
Yes, Kanchan. And I just remembered, and I must share this info. In 2018, I happened to be in New Delhi for a couple of days. And just after my official work was over, I was just roaming around somewhere near Gurudwara Bangla Sahib.
Okay.
And I reached GPO number 1.
Okay.
post office number 1.
Yes.
And I was thrilled to stand there and think, this is the post office number 1 in this country. And I just couldn't stop, and I went there, and I tried to speak to the people over there. Probably they were not so much interested because they come to that office every day. But for me, standing at a GPO number 1, there was a small museum also, a postage museum. I visited that museum, and I saw some of the historic stamps, and this is just 2018. So I was thinking that, remembering about the philately hobby that I used to have. And biggest interesting part was that I could find out a couple of stamps that were printed by the postal department and showcasing Nelson Mandela, celebrating Nelson Mandela, celebrating India South Africa friendship. And I grabbed that. I grabbed it, and it still lies in my collection somewhere. But I must say that was a thrilling moment for me.
Yes, I think you were standing at Dak Bhavan Sansad Marg, which is number 1. And this is also a headquarter of postal services in India. So
That's right.
with this note, I would like to end today's session and discussion about this. And let's celebrate, maybe writing a letter tomorrow and posting it somewhere, and ask somebody to collect it. And post it via speed post. We'll try, definitely. I'll be trying to do this along with my children. And I also want everybody should at least write one letter and post this tomorrow as a mark of respect and a mark of celebration for this wonderful day. Because in India, we have completed around 166 years of postal services. So that says tomorrow is a very, very important day, and we should celebrate, and we should do something to really mark this day, celebrate.
Of course, Kanchan, a handwritten letter is priceless. It is precious, it is priceless, and we must endeavor to do this as a mark of respect.
See you tomorrow, Siddhesh. Bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thanks you.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And we know that today the market crashed, and it has crashed very badly. People are calling it different terms. Some are calling it mayhem, some are calling it bloodbath, blah, blah, blah. But I think the fact of the matter is that it has not happened today. It has been happening for almost like 10 days. There was initial crash about 10 days back, then intermediary, there was a stop. And then after that, it again started. And today morning, it just went down by 3,000 points. But I think coronavirus is one which is giving a wrong sentiment to the market. But I think we have also overlooked some of the news which happened, which came out last week related to the financial world. One of the major news items which we have missed is the Supreme Court of India, has allowed cryptocurrency in India, because the RBI, which is the central bank, has always maintained that the cryptocurrency is not good for the country, and they have also used their ultimate power to not allow cryptocurrency in India. But now the case has gone to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court has struck the RBI regulation down, and they said that it is allowed. Now, what will happen if the cryptocurrency comes in a big way? The cryptocurrency, there is no regulator. as we know, there is an online regulator, but there is no country-specific regulator. For example, in India today, we have RBI, which is controlling as a regulator lot many things. It is controlling the lending rate, it is controlling the deposit rate, it is controlling what bank will do. It has absolute control on the banking industry. Without the RBI regulation, people cannot do anything in terms of whether it is financial banking, or it has impact on the stock market as well. So with cryptocurrency coming in India, where the regulation part of how the currency will be maintained will be taken out from the RBI realm, that will have a very profound impact on the Indian economy. Because so far the banking industry has been managed in such a way that it is highly regulated, it is highly conservative. The people who are managing MDs of different large banks and the RBI, they are controlling the whole economy, and they basically represent the country economy as well to some extent. With crypto coming in India, we need to see how it will impact, because with cryptocurrency, you don't have to keep your money in the bank. You can keep them in the cryptic currency, which is not under the regulation by RBI, and it can be freely sold and purchased, and it does not have any border limitations. So we will have to see now, since the Supreme Court has struck down the RBI regulation, and hence the cryptocurrency will be allowed in India. We will have to see, wait and watch what RBI will do now. Will they form a new regulation around crypto, or will they allow cryptocurrency to come as it is? So I think the market crash is related to many things. It's not related to just coronavirus, which is affecting the country today. There was a Yes Bank moratorium last week. Before that, there was cryptocurrency. Before that, there was something else, and so on. So the market sentiment has been sliding down, and it is just going down. So with this, my analysis is that cryptocurrency coming into India in a big way will make a lot of changes in the economic structure, how we do business, how we can we correct money for our services in cryptocurrency, or we need to have the payments made in Indian rupees or US dollars. So that has to be seen. So wait and watch about this change, which is going to happen in 2020. I'm sure a lot of Indians have already invested in cryptocurrency during demonetization. So let's see, wait and watch what new regulations comes around the whole thing. I think this market crash is really moving towards some sort of adjustment. Since the new products are going to be coming into the market, the new way of doing business in next few months. So let's wait and watch and see how this whole economic structure pans out in India. I will meet you tomorrow again with more analytics. Until then, I welcome your comments, and I like to know what you feel of what I'm talking about. Until then, bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion Forum. In this forum, we will be discussing the skills gap that we have today in India, and that may becoming a stumbling block to reaching the 5 trillion economy mark. And in this program, we call various leaders to discuss the prevailing issues. And today, I am honored to present to you Mr. Raj Neravati, who is the founder and CEO of a new age company called Hug Innovation. Raj and Hug Innovation are well known in the market among the people and also among the various business fraternity. So without further ado, let me present to you Mr. Raj Neravati.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And without further ado, let me welcome our guest for today, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who is a well-known human rights activist in India and also a practicing very senior advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Hi, CK. Thank you very much. And it's indeed my pleasure to be back with another session with you.
Nagesh, for last couple of months, the entire world is under lockdown. People are finding new ways to work. And in such a situation, it is becoming important for people to know what are their various human rights. So today, I would like to ask your opinion about what are the human rights or right to health while you are under lockdown. So what is your opinion about this?
Well, Chandrakant, see, we all know that World Health Organization, way back on 11th of March 2020, declared the outbreak of viral disease COVID-19 and had reached the level of a global pandemic. The governments had taken several steps because of the alarming levels of spread and severity, and they had taken some urgent and aggressive action to spread of this virus. And because of that, this has been chilling effect on the global economy as well. The governments and the executive have taken administrative actions in parts of the world by imposition of complete shutdown. And why? Because government felt that the movement of people is not essential because they wanted to reduce personal contact. So in all, we have seen that the movement have been stopped, the local transport has been stopped, there have been shutting of schools, staggering working hours, strictly limiting movement out of homes, and also that there is prohibition of cross-border movement across states. So what we see is lockdowns, curfews, quarantines, travel bans have been imposed. So all over the world, the people are subjected to these kind of lockdowns to enforce quarantine or self-quarantine by limiting their freedom of movement. So naturally, when there is a limitation in the movement, the human rights guaranteed to the people have been subjected to restrictions with these impositions. Now, what do we understand by human rights? I'll just briefly tell you about the human rights. We have a declaration which is Universal Declaration of Human Rights that contains civil, political, economic, social and cultural rights. In India, especially these human rights are contained in Part 3 and Part 4 of the Constitution of India. And very important right which I would like to address today during this ongoing pandemic is right to health. Now, international human rights law guarantees the right to highest attainable standard of health, physical as well as mental, under the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. This right under the International Covenant obligates governments to take steps to prevent threats to public health and to provide medical care to those who need it. So, government at the same time have imposed the restrictions, but these restrictions have to firstly be justified that whether these restrictions have any legal basis, whether they are strictly necessary, whether there are scientific evidence whether any action by the authorities, by the police is arbitrary, discriminatory, whether there is a fixed duration. You see, if your rights are restricted, whether it is for a fixed duration or it is endlessly imposed, or whether they are respectful to human dignity. Human dignity is what is important for everybody to live, uh, to live, and that is what is very important. That these restrictions have to undergo these tests. Now, if we talk of right to health, right to health is closely related to and dependent upon the realization of other human rights. That is, right to food. We need, for maintaining our health, we need food. So it depends on right to food, housing, work, education, human dignity, life, non-discrimination, equality, the prohibition against torture, privacy, access to information, and the freedom of association, assembly, and movement. Now, I have explained a couple of rights which are attached to right to health.
I have a question at this point, Nagesh.
Yes.
You know that while right to health is one of the fundamental right for everybody who is a citizen of India. So let's discuss about the India as a country. Um, so in this case, what was happening is that we have been hearing on the news that one chief minister said that I will give health services only to certain type of citizens and not the other types of citizens. And fortunately, that order was later modified. At the same time, when there were issues related to migrant workers, they were moving around without any health facilities. So, in such event, when the government of a particular state says, "Hey, I will not give you health services," what are the laws they are violating by saying that? And the second part two of my question is, what are the laws that migrant workers had when they are actually migrating on foot or by any other means to their states?
Yes. Chandrakant, you have asked me two questions. One is the imposition of restriction by the chief minister of a particular state to give medical facilities to any other person who does not belong to that particular state. Now, as we all know, that for an Indian citizen, he has a right to have movement and can settle down in any part of this country. There is no restriction on any citizen of India to move around and settle down in any part of this country. And therefore, people have right to movement, and people can come to a particular state or particular city, and for their livelihood and for their personal reasons, they can settle down in that state. So when a person has a right to settle down in anywhere, at any place in this country, he definitely must be provided with everything. Everything means right to health, which includes right to food, right to housing, right to uh, live with dignity, right to education, work, etc. So, any kind of restriction of not giving health facilities to a citizen of this country who has come and has a will to stay and choose his residence in this country definitely affects his right, fundamental right to life under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. So there are other rights which are attached, and therefore such kind of restrictions cannot be imposed, and they are absolutely illegal. The second question, what you mentioned about the migrant workers. Now, migrant workers, when there was an imposition of lockdown by which was announced by the Honorable Prime Minister on 24th of March, the imposition was a sudden stoppage of everything. There was a stoppage of transport, there was stoppage of uh, kind of movement. People were not allowed to move out of their homes. And therefore, while it was necessary for protecting the health and life of the citizen, such a lockdown, strict restrictions were imposed. Now, at that time, when such a restriction was imposed, there was all other activities which is connected to the work of those migrant workers also was stopped. And therefore, when there was no work, mostly migrant workers have earned daily wages when they are employed in any industry or in hotels or in any kind of job they are doing. Most of them are paid on daily basis. And even otherwise, if they are paid on monthly basis, for a considerable time, the work was stopped because nobody was allowed to move. And therefore, under those circumstances, the work, the industry had to stop, and therefore there was no job. Secondly, for migrant workers, they are mostly staying on rented premises. They have been living in rented premises for which they have to regularly pay their rents to the landlords. And when the money was not coming, the landlords, in anticipation somewhere, sometime, or otherwise when they were not able to pay their rent, asked them to vacate the premises. Now, it was well within the right of the landlords also, because there is a clause uh, which is introduced in contracts like force majeure. Force majeure is whenever something a natural calamity comes, then a certain part of the contract, uh, it becomes not an obligation for the parties of the contract to follow that. But here, when the sudden lockdown came, uh, that force majeure cannot be imposed or cannot be activated in favor of the landlord or the tenant. So that was the situation which constrained migrants to move out of their house. And when there was no
Sorry to interrupt. My question was related to right to health. Say, for example, whatever happens with migrant workers, they lose their job, they don't get the money, they don't have money to feed themselves, or even travel, or to stay. So, in such a situation, when the Pandemic Act is applicable, it is whose responsibility to take care of the migrant workers, especially when they are working in upliftment of the economy in that particular state? Why they were left on the street without any food, shelter, and health services?
Yes. See, what is essential here to understand is it is always the government's responsibility to look after the rights of the citizens of a particular state or the country. Now, it was the responsibility of the government when the lockdown was introduced that certain rights of these migrant workers or any citizen, so to say, their rights have to be protected. Now, uh, whatever happened at that particular time, there was no arrangement, there was no facility, there was no connection of the government with those people. And although government tried to help them financially by putting some money into their accounts or providing some facilities, but since this happened in a large scale, there were so many migrant workers and there were no facilities and infrastructure available. The government could not reach out to people to give the help or protect their rights, what are enshrined in the Constitution. So it was basically the management failure which constrained the government to reach out to the citizen and protect their rights.
So in such a
And
situation,
therefore, yes.
in such a situation, when the lawmakers of certain states, because all these news of migrant labor issue was coming from not everywhere, but it is coming from few states. So when the lawmaker in the states are violating the law and not providing basic fundamental rights to their citizens, to Indian citizens, how this should be treated from a legal standpoint? What is your opinion?
Definitely, whenever there is a violation of rights, there are courts to protect your rights. The courts are the ultimate protectors of your rights. And whenever there is a violation by the government, the citizens can very well approach the Supreme Court or the High Court whenever there is a legal violation of their fundamental rights under Article 32 and under Article 226 of the Constitution of India. There is a provision of writ where as any citizen of this country can approach the court and ask the court to protect their rights, which includes human rights, fundamental rights, we call it in Indian perspective. And that is how a lot of citizens and a lot of people, NGOs approached the Honorable Apex Court when there was a lot of migration of these workers. And the Supreme Court, after getting the reports from the government, because you understand one thing, that even the Supreme Court was shut down. There was so much of difficulty to understand what was happening around us. And yet the Honorable Supreme Court was moved, and the government was instructed to look after the welfare of the migrant citizens, and gradually the support from the government has been given to the citizens who are migrant. It was gradual because suddenly a lot of things happened at a time, and therefore, as I said, because of lack of infrastructure, lack of a lot of things, the health could not reach the citizen as fast as it was required to have been reached.
So in such a situation, the citizens rely on the government because we in India have a federal system. So if somebody is in some other state and he belongs to some other state, he would assume that I would have the same rights as I was having in my own state. So if he travel on work or some deputation, and suddenly the state government says that, hey, I will not treat you. I think that gives a very bad impact on the citizens of India. And the government themselves are announcing such things like, hey, I will not treat you because you are from a different state. And similarly, migrant workers who have been working and they are actually contributing to the baseline economy. And now everybody knows that if the migrant workers are not there, the baseline will not be there. And if baseline is not there, nothing will work. So now, the government should have thought about the importance of 30 million migrant workers in India. And they should have done proper arrangement for that. And being a federal country, the responsibility lies more on the local governments because they are on the ground and they have the infrastructure. So what went wrong in this, Nagesh? How we should treat it? Like you said, Honorable Supreme Court was also moved, but by the time there were few, bad news that we had to hear by the time the Supreme Court intervened. But in such a situation, how the lawmaker do not know or lack of knowledge why they acted like this, like a layman, I'm saying.
Well, Chandrakant, I kind of, agree with your sentiments about how the governments failed actually in providing and protecting the rights of the citizens, more particularly of migrant workers who contribute to the economy. Now, first of all, I would like to convey that when the lockdown occurred on 24th of March, it was such a sudden thing to have been announced, and at that particular time, what facilities were available with the government was not as much as we ought to have had with the government in order to see so much of pandemic, the effect of pandemic which could have gone or which could have affected the people of India. Now, if you understand one thing, that the lockdown was ordered in March, and in very initial stages, the pandemic could have been controlled, could be controlled, because at that point of time, everybody was restricted to their homes, the industry was shut, everything was shut. Now, at that time, the effect of that pandemic was so low, and therefore the government, despite not having the infrastructure facility, started working towards it, because there were no beds in the hospital. There were different facilities available. It was very costly affair to have, get yourself treated in a private hospital. Then there was lack of facility in the government hospital. So I think the effect and the lockdown was so sudden that everybody was kind of surprised and were not aware of what was happening. And to move the government machinery, as you know, is a bit difficult. Though we have a disaster management committee, though we have a force which is available to us, but we definitely lacked warriors like doctors coming forward, cleanliness staff, and other people who were to be put at place so that the facilities could have been provided. So that took, I think, a lot of time. And now, when the lockdown have started being lifted by the government, we see that quite a few arrangements have been made for protecting the health of the citizens, providing basic facilities like food and basic amenities to the citizen, and also uh, now there are jobs which are being provided by the government and the private sectors which are being made available to the people. It has to have a gradual thing, but I think it has made everybody now aware that one should be prepared with these kind of situations, so that the way we have suffered all along during this lockdown should not happen again.
Yes, Nagesh, I think you're also talking about certain learnings, and this is a very huge subject. And so one thing is very, very clear and very sure, that the Indian Constitution gave the right to health to every citizen of India, and nobody can take away that right. So thank you very much for bringing that point up, and it was a pleasure talking to you, Nagesh. We will catch up again tomorrow, and we will discuss one other human right uh, which is available to citizens of India.
Thank you very much, CK. It was a pleasure being with you. Thanks a lot. Have a good day.
See you tomorrow, Nagesh.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And let me also welcome my colleague, my friend, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who's on our show. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Hi, CK. Thank you so very much. And I'm glad always to be with you. and talk about various things happening around us. So thank you so very much.
So viewers, Nagesh is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court, and he is also well-known pan-India human rights activist. So in this series of discussion, we are discussing about human rights. And before we start our discussion today, I would like to share that there has been an unprecedented decision taken by Indian government last evening, where they have banned 59 online applications, and some are large applications, some are small applications, but even a consumer like me had one of the application. I had to delete that application for which I had paid the money. So today we will discuss about how banning of these applications affect the human rights. So Nagesh, we would like to know your opinion on this.
Well, Chandrakant, as we all know that last night at about 8 p.m., suddenly an order comes and there are about 15 applications which have been blocked by the central government while exercising their power under Section 69A of the Information Technology Act 2000. Now, to tell you the brief history about this section was already challenged in a landmark case of Shreya Singhal versus Union of India way back in 2015. The Supreme Court struck down one of the sections of information technology, that is Section 66A, which prescribed penalties of the IT Act, saying that it had a chilling effect on the right to freedom of speech and expression over the internet. The person who had come before the Supreme Court had also challenged blocking power of the central government under Section 69A. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court said that Section 69A is legal and valid and did not touch upon that section, saying that that section has its own safeguard. It prescribes own safeguards that would protect the rights of the citizen. So when the government, central government, invokes Section 69A, there is a procedure, there are rules which are prescribed, which came into being in 2009 through a notification, which deals with a lot of rules like nodal agency. The complaint has to be made by a nodal agency of an institution. Secondly, there is a designated officer which has to be appointed under these rules. There is a committee which has to be appointed which would look into those complaints and make recommendations. And only after that, the designated officer can block the sites. Now, the unprecedented move by the central government blocking en masse 59 applications is not prescribed under Section 69A. Section 69A only allows blocking of any particular site individually. But here what we see is there are 59 applications which have been blocked. So definitely it has affected the rights of the people, as we say, that we have to take out a lot of applications from our mobiles, such as Cam Scanner, which is being used every day by me for scanning the documents and scanning a lot of things for my office purpose, UC browser, and other applications wherein people are earning money as well. So it has affected their livelihood as well. So therefore, naturally, the rights of people have been affected by a blanket order which has been passed by the government yesterday.
So I think with regard to business, there has to be a business continuity plan. So all the businesses will migrate to different applications. So I don't think any businessman will have, some of them will be dependent on applications like Zoom, like we are doing today. But as a business, we are already thinking of not putting all the eggs in one basket. So like you mentioned, cam scanner, this is exactly what I had on my mobile, Nagesh. I had to delete it, and I'm feeling very sad because I had paid for that application. So, but I think it is part of the game. While this decision of government has sort of taken away a few rights, uh, but what about national security? Because China is a country which is an aggressor on us, and because of the conflict, there are some soldiers dying at the border. So, in such a situation, what is your opinion? How Indians should treat this order by the government?
Well, briefly, I will tell you what Section 69 of the IT Act says. It empowers central government to order that access to certain websites and computer resources be blocked in the interest of defense of the country, its sovereignty and integrity, the security of the state, friendly relations with foreign states, public order, or for preventing incitement to the commission of an offense. Now, the reasons which has come out purportedly uh, says that it is in the national security, public order, and in the wake of endangering the users of their privacy, such an order is passed because people who are using these applications are threatened with their through their apps, their privacy and data security. Now, as I said, of course, we are at heads with China these days, and there is a popular kind of movement which has come out that we should ban Chinese applications and Chinese goods, which is welcoming in a way, but the applications which are being used by people definitely uh, must have a reasoned order. Now, here there is a order which bans 59 applications. First of all, the order does not mention that these are Chinese applications. Number one. Number two, the government has to come out with some reasons as to what are the reasons of blocking these particular 59 sites. Now, how it is affected, whether there is a complaint, there has to be some logical reasoning which has to be brought before the public. And also, when such an order is passed, it is amenable to challenge before the court of law. Anybody who is affected, like people are using TikTok. There are millionaire people are making videos. They are earning money also out of it. They are being watched every day as a matter of entertainment, etc. Now, if that application is banned, definitely it has affected certain people. Like Camster, it's a paid app where people have invested, they have paid money for these applications, and once that application is taken off, everybody has a right to know as to why from me that application is taken. The reason has to be brought in. Of course, there are powers with the central government, but there has to be cogent reasons which the government has to come forward with.
So Nagesh, I as a layman feel there are two things. One is as a human being, as an Indian, I feel very strongly in favor of the government order. That is my personal thinking. And number two, as a businessman, I feel that when these applications are taken out from the market, it creates a sort of a vacuum for a few days. But that vacuum will also give opportunity for others to come in. So I think, as I was talking about business continuity plan, one is the issue of BCP, and other is the issue of our emotions. So I think with these two, what is your opinion? How people should take it? Like you said that from the legal standpoint, government has to come out with actual reasons so that they should effectively carry out these orders. Second thing is how people should, take this like you said, that TikTok, there could be livelihood loss for some of them. But I think there could be an opportunity for other guys, Indian players or even other countries, to come and fill the gap.
Yes, definitely. You see, so far as sentiment as an Indian is concerned, definitely, whenever made in China or Chinese application is coming in front of you, you would definitely would not like to use the Chinese product or the applications which are Chinese. So, of course, when your sentiments towards your country are involved, you would want that it's a good decision. But if you look at from the perspective of somebody who has been greatly impacted in terms of livelihood, in terms of his daily functioning, or the level of with which he has been using the particular application, and the impact on his business or his personal life, then that is something very individual. That, you see, even if there is a popular kind of sentiment which is involved, but it has to be tested at the touchstone of legality and validity. Every law not necessarily is liked by people at large, but there are there is rule of law, there are procedures which are prescribed, there are rules one has to follow, and here the government has to follow certain rules. And if somebody's right is affected of freedom of free speech and expression by blocking of these rights, definitely somebody can approach the court of law, and the court would test actually as to whether the order has been passed after following the due procedure, which is prescribed by the government itself in 2009. So that is the distinction we have, that any order does not become valid just because it is very popular amongst people. That is my point of view.
Thank you very much, Nagesh, for bringing the clarity to me and to my viewers. Personally, being an emotional person, I feel very strongly for this order. But I think this whole decision is still unfolding. Government will have to show what are the reasons. I think we are a democratic country, and it is fair for people and citizens of India to demand this. So with this, I will like to say goodbye to you. Thank you very much for your kind words and your wisdom, knowledge. We are on the journey of understanding human rights. So we will meet you again tomorrow on similar subjects again.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure being with you. Thanks again. You take care.
Thank you and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And friends, as you know, yesterday we started our discussion with a very eminent lawyer at the High Court in Ahmedabad, Mr. Nagesh Sood. So let me welcome Mr. Nagesh Sood once again today. Welcome to Top Brass, Nagesh.
Hi CK, thank you very much. And I'm back today.
Welcome, most welcome, Nagesh. And in fact, our topic of discussion was the recent suicide done by Sushant Singh, who was a very popular and very successful actor, movie actor and TV star. So today we would like to discuss about taking the discussion forward from yesterday is that what is this suicidal tendency and what kind of people tend to commit suicide and how we can stop it. So we would like to know your comments on that.
Yes, CK, basically, you see, today I would want to speak about what is going in the mind of a person who is wishing to commit suicide. Actually, suicide is something I said that it is a cry for help. Now, the mind of suicidal is that he wishes to live, but there is an urge to die. There is a very thin line that a person who wants to commit suicide definitely doesn't want to end his life. There is an urge to live, and that is how he shows many signs to people around him, so that people who are there, who are his well-wishers, who are his loved ones, can save him with that impulsive urge of dying. Now, the mind of a person having this idea of suicide is very complex. There are no easy reasons, and there are no easy solutions. So we, as a stakeholder, as a responsible citizen, or a person close to the person having this kind of mind, have to first of all believe that any effort in deviating a person's mind from that urge to die is something like you've done the job. It is actually not sometimes possible that you can change the mind of a person having suicidal thoughts, because being suicidal is not a permanent state. It is a state of intense emotions and can last for 2 to 3 weeks, beyond which suicidal ideation can come down, and the ongoing stresses can cause the person suicidal again. So you have to see if the person is persistent with his thought or with his stress, that thoughts must go away, and we have to bring that person to a situation that he does not ideate suicide, and there is a hope which is generated in his mind that life is so beautiful and that he must strongly wish to live.
Nagesh, when you say that the person is feeling suicidal, and it is the responsibility of the people who are around this person to understand that this person is going to is showing some symptoms and he may take a drastic action. But I think there is a need for an orientation program for everyone, because we don't know who can get into that kind of a mind frame. So do you know, or do you have any idea if there is such orientation programs which are available today?
Well, for me, I can say that there are about 16 centers in India, and there may be many more centers who are working towards prevention of suicide. I am working for an organization called Befrienders India since last 14 years, and this organization has about 16 centers across India, which is dealing with prevention of suicide since last 30 years. Now, whoever wants to join as a volunteer in these centers have to apply, and definitely after proper scrutiny of their application, an interview would be conducted, and there is an exhaustive training program that is conducted for the volunteers by the centers periodically. It may be twice a year, maybe once a year, and those programs are conducted to give a perspective, to give an idea as to how you can prevent suicide. For a common man, the word suicide has different connotations, different meaning, and people have different perspectives when they look at a suicide happening around them. The suicide is a very complex mind, and there are so many factors which are the causes for any person to commit suicide. So, unless you are aware of those factors, unless you are aware of the concept of suicide, I'm sure it would be difficult for us to help. Yet, our centers have mentors and they conduct workshops and they conduct sessions with corporates, with schools, with colleges, and make everybody understand as to how they can participate or they can contribute in saving somebody's life and trying to make a difference in their life by helping them at that critical point where the person is undergoing enormous stress. So generally what we believe is that listening to a person, actively listening to a person warmly, can really turn the table. I mean, it can really help a person to share his feelings and deviate him from that critical situation, that impulsive moment where he can take this drastic action. Once proper listening of a story without being judgmental or critical takes place, then the person feels very calm and composed and can take back his decision of committing suicide. Then constantly what is required is for all of us to give emotional support. Emotional support can be given by concentrating on his feelings. As I spoke earlier, there could be many feelings which the person might be undergoing, like anger, like isolation, like low self-esteem, or he would be, uh, eating more. There could be a lot of mindset which a person might be going through. And you have to support that feeling. If a person is angry, you have to understand. Maybe, you don't agree with the situation or the point of view which that person is having. Yet you have to accept him completely. You have to accept his thought process completely in order to be with him. So this is very important for a normal citizen who is not fully trained to kind of, help a person as a stakeholder, as a responsible citizen of the society, and help this person to avoid this impulsive behavior.
Nagesh, there was a time when society was more cohesive and there were more closeness among people, and hence, you know, the situation of reading the symptoms was a lot easier. So, do you have, or your organization with which you are associated, has any program where volunteers is one thing, but giving the information by and large to society itself, some sort of awareness program. So, do you have some sort of an awareness program which you are taking out to the people?
Yes, definitely. As a responsible NGO, our centers uh, do have outreach programs, We, as I already said, that we conduct workshops, we conduct sessions with various people in the society. Some of our centers have mentored police officials who are taking everyday calls now and acting as volunteers. The police personnel have in Ahmedabad have come up with a lifeline called Zindagi, wherein any person in distress has been able to call them and immediately that helpline or help is offered to that person if he is not able to reach our NGO. Similarly, in all other centers, there are uh, various workshops which are conducted. As I said, we conduct sessions in schools. We go and talk to students. There are sessions conducted for students beginning from 7th standard till 12th standards. As we know that during examination every student suffers from examination pressure, parental pressure, etc. So these are the times when we conduct workshops for helping the students to talk about various issues which are going in their mind. As I already indicated, that when a listening ear is offered to a person, and when you are able to build that trust with that person, the person can easily come out with his story or with his problem. And once he comes out and shares that problem, half of your work is done, and the person also feels relieved, and the stress is kind of lowered down, and that person feels much lighter. So we our effort is to reach out to maximum people. We have, in fact, conducted workshops for specially challenged people. We have regular volunteering at places like old age homes, army, police, where we give constant support to wives of army personnel, wives of uh, police personnel, and to the army and police personnel as well, because they also feel stress sometimes in their jobs while they are away from their families, and at times they need the support of somebody with whom they can share their problems, their issues, and that is how we are trying to help. By reaching out to people of various areas.
Nagesh, kudos to you and your NGO. You're obviously trying to understand the problem which affects our society today, and you're trying to do as much as you can, bringing all these good features to the society for the benefit of society. But I personally feel that the rehab concept should be adapted in a big way, and that is where I think we as a society are missing out, because we feel very shy about getting into rehab. And I think that should be an open culture, especially when the families are not living in a closed confinement. They are now living separately from each other. So I think the concepts of rehab should be adopted in a big way. You have any opinion on this subject?
Definitely, you see, when a suicide takes place, it is lost not only to that individual or the family of that individual, it is a loss to the society. It is lost to everyone. Everyone around that person is shocked, as we have seen in the case of Sushant Singh, that the entire nation is affected by this incident, and everybody is affected. There is emotional trauma felt by each one of us, that such a successful star has taken this drastic step. But there is so much which goes within the mind of a person, and there is so much we as a society can do. When this kind of incidents takes place, the responsibility comes of media as to how responsibly media shows this incidents, or talks about this incidents to people. It is really a sorry state of affairs that media goes out and talks about this incidents in a very different way. There are norms which are fixed for media which has to be followed while reporting about a suicide case. I mean, as you know, because of this incidents, there could be copycat incidences also. People who are already going through such a phenomena or such a mental state can copy their ideal, their hero, and commit this drastic step. So it is very important for media as a responsible media to reflect and to report the incidents properly. Secondly, when a family is affected of the person who has committed suicide, it is the responsibility of the society, entire society, to come together and support that family, because that family is living in stigma. When people see that somebody near or dear one has committed suicide, it becomes very stigmatic for that person to live in the society. The person suffers from guilty, shame, and there are other kind of feelings which comes into the mind of the family members or the friends of the person who has committed suicide. Everybody starts feeling as if they could have helped that person, but it is because of them such an incident has taken place. So it is very important for others in the society to help the family, to get people out of this concept of stigma attached to suicide, because it is a state of mind which anybody or everybody can go through at a particular time when he is persistently facing an issue. So it is not something that somebody is of a weak mind or somebody is not able to handle, or this thing. It could happen to anybody. Like in Sushant Singh case, he was a very successful star, but because of some failures, because of some things happening in the society, this has happened. So everybody's contribution is a must. One has to contribute by supporting the family and kind of rehabilitate them in the society. And if a person gets back from the suicidal ideation, it is again a responsibility of the near and dear ones and the society to get him out of that situation.
Nagesh, this is a very vast subject, and we definitely not cover in few minutes of our discussion. But dear viewers, if you want to contribute or help out in this cause, do write to us. We will connect with you with Nagesh Sood and his NGO. So our email is will be listed in this video at the end of the video. If you want to write to us, please most welcome to write to us. Nagesh, it has been a pleasure talking to you, and please keep doing the good job. And from my side, from my team, from my company's team, best wishes from our side to you, Nagesh.
Thank you so very much, Chandrakant. It was wonderful. It was wonderful being here on this platform. Thank you so very much. Kind of you.
Thank you, Nagesh. And tomorrow we will meet again to discuss some other pressing issues, and we would like to know your opinion. So until then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we are in company of a very accomplished leader from IBM. Her name is Melissa Sassy, and she joins us from SFO, and she is the chief penguin of IBM. Melissa, welcome to the Likeable Leaders segment of our program.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I hope I'm a likable leader.
Oh, of course. I mean, you are such a popular leader. You are world famous, so you are definitely a likable leader.
Wow, my head might explode.
But I think we will understand your journey today, and for the benefit of our viewers, your journey has to be conveyed to the people so that they can get inspired by things that you have done right and things that you have not done right. So I think this discussion is about all of that.
Awesome. Good. I'm here. I'm ready. Fire away your questions. I think I have answers.
Melissa, you had such a versatile journey. So to begin our program, I just want to say as an overview, I mean, we have a lot of questions, but as a start of an overview, where it's all started and how you became what you are today.
Yeah, my journey is one of taking my worst nightmare and turning it into my superpower. And what I mean by that is about 13 years ago, my children and I became victims of parental kidnapping. And my children, they're safe, they're healthy, they're normal adjusted kids, but I never got them back. We're still in contact. They know they have a mother who loves them, and they know that this was not something that I opted for, I chose, or I even imagined. And I think a lot of people ask me, well, wait a second, how can something so awful turn into something that is a superpower? Like, unpack that for me. My daughter one day, and this is about 5 years ago, she said to me, and I was working at Microsoft at the time, and she said to me, Mommy, I'm learning Microsoft. And I'm gonna walk with us while I let my dog get out of my office, so forgive me. She's scratching at the door, and if I don't do it now, she's gonna give me there we go. All right. We're all working from home these days, and as much as we want to handle our distractions in a way that we have distractions these days. All right, now let's go back to my superpower. So she said to me, Mommy, I'm learning Microsoft. I'm like, what do you mean you're learning Microsoft? That's her accent. She's got a bit of a French Arabic accent because she has spent most of her life now in Tunisia. So sandwiched in between Algeria and Libya, the spark of the Arab Spring, the Jasmine Revolution that essentially changed Tunisia and the region, some for the good and some maybe for the not so good. But I tried to figure out, like, what do you mean you're learning Microsoft? And I realized that she was learning Word in her classroom, and she didn't have access to her own computer, and neither did her classmates. 30, 40 kids shared a computer, and she would go to the front of the class when it was her turn and file, open, type, and all the things you do with Microsoft Word. And I thought, wow, how can any young person really learn to become a creator, a maker, and a doer, empowered by technology as opposed to a consumer of technology, if they're not exposed, through either formal or informal education. And so my daughter, was talking about how she learns in her classroom, and my kids had technology at home. So, laptop, tablet, phone, I got all of those things for them because I'm essentially a digital mother. I know that sounds kind of strange, for those who have not went through something that I've went through, and, everybody handles their things, their nightmares, their tragedies in different ways. But I thought, there may be something I can do about this. I mean, hey, I work at Microsoft, and so I went back to my leadership team and, found a way to get computers into her classroom. And what kind of led from, what kind of started from, hey, let me get my kids some computers, ended up becoming a program between Microsoft and HP, where we sent 400 laptops to 20 Tunisian schools, and a collaboration with the Ministry of Education. And I started thinking about, what is it that, technology can bring young people. And I realized that it's not just having a device. It's not just having access to the internet, which, by the way, only 50% of the world has access to the internet, actually 52%. And I realized that, a big piece of making meaningful use of the technology in front of you, whether that's a physical device or, internet access, is skills, digital skills. And as I started my journey of thinking about how can they make meaningful use of these devices, I thought there's a place for me. And I may not be an engineer, I may not be an architect, but I know a lot of engineers. And what if I were to, collaborate with some university students in Tunisia? And what if we were to travel around and spend 3 weeks teaching young people to code? Not necessarily coming up with, a solution that would empower, all of these young people to all of a sudden launch their own business and, become the next best coder. But I thought, why don't I go out and demystify computer science and run some workshops, with young people, exposing them to computer science and enabling them to learn how to talk to computers, how to program computers to do what you want to do. And so me and 3 or 4 young students had a trunk full of laptops, and thanks to HP, we traveled around the country teaching young people to code. And what was kind of the beginning of all this was really just a summer vacation of giving forward in the community and, feeling good about empowering young people, through tech. And every time we went to a town, sometimes the mayor would show up. Sometimes we'd have banners all over a town center. We had the National Guard show up, and we kind of looked around and didn't realize, that we were setting off to do something that, empowered people to transform their lives and the world. And we came back home from this 3-week journey, all of us in this stinky car, me and, 4 engineers and our trunk full of laptops. And we're sitting in the capital of Tunisia, in Tunis. And I said, guys, gang, this wasn't just a summer vacation. We have a company, and we have something that will not just change the life of Zahra, Zahran, and Yumna, my kids, but these are the skills that will empower young people to prepare for the future of work. And there's a huge gap. None of these kids had ever been exposed to computer science, didn't even know what it was. And this is not just something that is relevant in Tunisia. It's relevant on the continent of Africa, the region, the Middle East and Africa, and the world. And so we launched the company. And I think a few years later, fast forward to today, my life's work is digital inclusion and technology entrepreneurship. And that's all about empowering young people through access to such skills. We've now taught tens of thousands of young people to code in 12 countries, and it's fueled a career shift for me. So I now am a CEO and founder of 2 companies, and I also am the global head of a startup program at one of the largest tech companies on the planet, thanks to my daughter one day saying, "Mommy, mommy, I'm learning Microsoft."
What a story, Melissa. I think nobody can tell a tragedy and say that, hey, I turned the tragedy and my personal experience into my superpower. I think it's quite inspirational, and people who can, because most of us live in a very cozy environment and we don't see the hardship. So I think, thanks for sharing some of the personal side of you. I think it's quite inspirational.
Thank you. It's taken me a long time to be able to figure out, how to transform that experience into something positive, and not just positive for me and my outlook on the future, my mental health, my physical health, but, it's also been something that I think has empowered, many young people from around the world. I often write recommendation letters for the students who participate in my program. And at one time, a large percentage of my students actually receive scholarships to come and study in the US for a year or 4 years. A large percentage of them are very interested in international experience and cross-cultural dialogue, because one of the things that I do in my camps is we think about problem solving, we think about solving world challenges, we think about bringing in world leaders who are doing really interesting things in technology and entrepreneurship. So when these young people are going out and learning to code, they're not just going out to learn to build things for the sake of building things. They start off with, what are some big wicked problems in the world, in your community, and how does it impact you and your family or you and your friends? And how can you create locally relevant and locally generated businesses and technology versus expecting everything to come in from Silicon Valley, but creating local leaders through this concept of how do you empower young people through problem solving, through critical thinking, how to have crucial conversations, how to manage your reputation and your personal brand. But how do you get those core skills, those core technical skills where you can hands-on build a mobile application or an IoT device that connects into a mobile application or an e-commerce solution, or even just a plain old website?
So I think you must have had a lot of challenges while doing your work or doing charity or enhancing the life of these youths with regard to language. So in Tunisia, do they speak French or?
Arabic and French. It's a version of Arabic, and actually I taught myself the local dialect. I'm not perfect and I can't read or write, but I am competent. And I've done TV interviews, I've done radio interviews in the local dialect, and I always start out my camps when I'm there. I'm not always there because my team really handles everything locally. And my team, by the way, is all youth-led and youth-run. So I have one person under the age of 35. Everyone else is, I have one person between 25 and 30, and then everyone else is under the age of 25. In Tunisia, a lot of young people now are quite competent in English. Previously, the older generation or previous generations learned French and Arabic, and a lot of the school stuff was in French. The educational system is still very kind of French and very theoretical in fashion. So a lot of young people, finish school, finished university without having practical experience, because they've spent a lot of time memorizing things, but not necessarily knowing how to put those things into place practically. So that's kind of one of the other things that I think about. But I've been going back and forth to Tunisia for many, many, many years. I usually am there several times a year. I usually spend my summers there. So many times I'm around people who do not speak English and only speak Arabic or French. So I've picked up the dialect and tried my best. I'm very good with languages. I lived in France for a year. My French is not great, but I'm okay in French. And then I also am fluent in Spanish.
So this shows that when there is a will, there is always a way. You can pick up different languages, even though they are from a different segment. So, I mean, French and Spanish are from the Latin segment. So, but I think it's good. I think
my Italian is not bad either. I can, and sometimes I can read okay and figure out the gist of things in Portuguese. I can't speak Portuguese, but it's my brain, for whatever reason, is able to pick up languages by hearing, and I can recognize patterns. I don't know why, and I don't know why my brain works like that. It just does when it comes to language. And I have some people say when it comes to linguistics that I have a photographic memory. I don't know if that's true or not, but I do remember things, when I hear people using common phrases, and my brain just remembers them.
Very good. So before we move on to the next segment, did you get united with your kids?
Yeah, I see them all the time. We're really close. They haven't come back to the United States. They will when they're old enough to come back. My oldest is waiting for the youngest to get to become old enough to leave on her own, because she doesn't want to leave her there by herself. But it's been a while since I've been there because of COVID-19. I don't mind traveling there, and I would go there in a second, but there are a lot of rules and regulations right now because I only have an American passport. You know, with the COVID-19 situation in the U.S. passport is a bit of a challenging piece of paper these days when it comes to travel. But I heard there's some ways around getting into the country. I just haven't explored that yet. I heard if if you're not coming from the US directly, but you're coming from another country that you can travel from, they allow you in, but I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what I've heard. So, and I've been a little bit nervous too. I don't know, try that experiment in case I end up getting there and they don't let me in. That would not be so much fun.
Well, the worst that can happen is they will put you in 14 days quarantine. So I think you can take a try. I mean, just try it out. So.
Hopefully I get to pick the hotel versus getting thrown in jail or getting thrown in a less than favorable hotel.
I'm sure. I mean, they will not pay for it. So
but that's okay. Tunisia, I think the currency exchange between Tunisia and the U.S. is pretty good. So usually coming over from the U.S. or Europe or other parts of the world, when you're in Tunisia, is you end up in a good spot.
Great. So, Melissa, in your long career, you have seen so many situations, and you have dealt with all of them. And while dealing with these situations, your evolution as a leader happens. So would you like to share some experience, how, for example, you shared one of the experience that how the transition happened from Microsoft to getting into a CEO role. But over 2 decades of your entire career, how did you evolve considering the changing scenario of the markets?
Yeah, I think for me, when I first, so I studied international business in university and Spanish. While I was in university, I did a couple of study abroad trips, one to Spain, so that I could be better with my Spanish. I lived with a Spanish family, and they only spoke Spanish to me, so I had to learn. I was forced to learn, which was good because that's what I wanted to do, because I'm good learning languages by being just immersed in the culture. I did a study abroad trip to Finland. So I spent the summer in Finland and spent a lot of time in Denmark and in Sweden. After I graduated from university, I decided that because I studied international business and I'm from the Midwest in the United States, so the center of the U.S., I really felt like I needed, more international exposure. But I didn't feel quite ready to go and work yet. I didn't feel like I knew enough. I felt like what I'd been doing was very theoretical in nature versus practical, and I hadn't ever really done an internship. So I went off and got my MBA. I studied finance as my kind of focus area, and I spent a year and a half in the UK. So I lived in London for a year and a half. I was planning to go out and work right after that because I felt like, oh, okay, I'm ready, and I stumbled upon a university that had a program where they sent you for a master's, you work with a company, and there are all these benefits. You get a job at that company afterward. And so I thought, well, I hadn't planned on getting a second master's, but it's in France. It's in the south of France, and I get a job out of it. So, hey, why don't I go get another master's? So I did. I studied supply chain or procurement. And I will tell you, it kind of sandwiched me into a career and a job that just wasn't the right fit. I essentially took the first job that I got because I needed to bring in money, and I needed to eat, and I needed to pay for my life. So I took the first job that I got, which was as an analyst in a chemical company. And there was nothing socially good about what I was working on. I came in, I did my work, I earned my money, and I left. And I ended up kind of moving from that to consulting to marketing. And I felt like at that point, like I really wanted to do something more with education, and I wanted to do something more with something more empowering for people in the world. By the way, I did a stint on Wall Street. So I worked at Goldman Sachs. I've worked at BlackRock. So BlackRock, for those of you who don't know, is the largest asset manager in the world. somewhere between like $4 and $6 trillion under management. I was a director at BlackRock and a VP at Goldman. Decided I wanted to go into tech and saw the opportunities of tech being integrated into everything, everywhere that we do, and everything that we have, and that tech touches every single industry. And I realized that I could actually help make the world a better place, make a good salary, and be, and utilize the skills that I have while empowering others. And I didn't realize that a job like that existed. I thought that, you always had to trade off a good salary for doing good in the world. I didn't realize that you could do well while doing good. And so that's something that has been a big fuel of my career. And, I think there's a lot of passion around, I have a lot of passion for my work, whether it's working with early stage entrepreneurs or, young people who are thinking about careers in tech, or keeping underserved communities in tech, whether that's women and girls, the Black community, the Latinx community, or whatever underrepresented group might exist in a particular country. So for me, I think my tragedy fueled a lot of this, because it gave me this altruistic thing that I needed in life. And it wasn't just going in and making a bunch of money on Wall Street. I actually quit my job on Wall Street without having another job. I went in for my performance review, and they asked me, like, what do you want to do next? And I said, I want to put in my resignation. And my boss is like, what do you mean? She was like, where are you going? I'm like, I'm going to move to Nicaragua and go help make the world a better place. And so I did. I left my big high-paying job on Wall Street, and I moved to Nicaragua and had some fun until I helped to kind of transition my career into, what it is today.
Well, this story reminds me of an Indian movie in which there is an Indian guy, very successful scientist working for NASA, but then he wants to light a bulb. So this whole story is about, from sending satellites into space, coming back to India and lighting a bulb.
There you go.
And you took the name of BlackRock. They were in the news here because they picked up a non-controlling stake in one of the large companies here in India. So I
have a lot of respect for BlackRock. I think they're one of the, one of the companies that really speaks out about, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, about that concept of conscious capitalism, about, doing well while doing good, and that corporations have a responsibility to the world and their shareholders to not just expect the government to pay for, certain social factors in life, but they have, I think, a nice stance when it comes to gender inclusion, Goldman as well, and a nice stance when it comes to making investment decisions and making sure that they've got, women, female representation, in the boards of companies that they invest in, looking at, climate action, and investing in small and medium enterprise. So.
Great. So Melissa, you have achieved a lot in your entire career. Would you like to share something which you feel is the best accomplishment so far?
Yeah, I think that for me, it's finding a way to compartmentalize, my tragedy, if you will, and, turn it into something positive, not just for me, but for others around me, and something that's much bigger than just me. From a career perspective, so that's kind of a life thing, how did I deal with this, and how did I get on, versus being a wreck. And don't get me wrong, I was a wreck for 5 years, and sometimes I still am a wreck. Sometimes when I think about things of like, why me? Why did this happen to me? Why didn't I see it? Is it my fault? Did I do something that caused this? And if I would have done this, and this, would we not be here today? But I try not to think too much about the things I can't control, which I can't control the past. It is what it is. But my biggest career achievement so far, and there are quite a few really cool achievements, but one of them was when I was thinking about this device giving program at, between Microsoft and HP, I participated in a hackathon at Microsoft because I saw how difficult it was to get devices outside of, into the hands of nonprofits and into the hands of people without. And I also recognized that at Microsoft they had hundreds of thousands of devices that went into PC Recycle, and these are devices that weren't connected to the network at Microsoft. So areas where there could be no personally identifiable information or trade secrets that could be taken off the devices because they were meant for demos or marketing or in-store and that sort of thing. And I realized that they were only breaking even with this whole PC Recycle thing, so they weren't necessarily even making money off of selling those devices. It was just more a process of getting rid of them to make sure that they didn't end up in a landfill. And so I thought, wow, what if we were to take those hundreds of thousands of devices and put them into the hands of nonprofits, and truly live the mission, Microsoft's mission of empowering every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And I thought, if you don't have access to tech, you don't have access to the internet, how can you really live that mission of empowering every person, every organization on the planet to achieve more? So I created this team as part of the employee hackathon, 4,000 teams, more than 100 companies or countries participating, so thousands and thousands of people, around the world. And we won first place in the Inspired Me category, and I had a chance to meet Satya. I pitched to Satya, so the CEO of Microsoft. My Twitter picture, the background is actually me pitching to Satya, so it's a picture of Satya and I. And I stepped in front of him. He was not coming to talk to me. My team said, Satya's coming, you're going to step in front of him. He's going to have a lot of cameras, and you're going to say, Satya, can I tell you about my hackathon project? He won't be able to say no, and this is your opportunity to make a difference. My team was about 50 people strong from all over the world, and I did just that. So he had to say yes, and he said, yes, tell me about your project, and the cameras are rolling. And I told him about my project of, Microsoft having hundreds of thousands of devices that go into the PC Recycle and are not put into the hands of nonprofits or others who could make meaningful use of those devices. And therefore, we weren't truly living our mission of empowering every person, every organization on the planet to achieve more. And he said, tell me more about this. And so I did. We spoke for 30 seconds, a minute. It was a really quick interaction. He nodded to his person and said, I like this idea. We ended up driving a big change within the company. One of the organizations in the company ended up rolling out a policy that enabled them to make that possible. And they changed the way that they handled PC Recycle activities for devices not connected to their network. It's now a program that's been rolled out worldwide in every single country that Microsoft operates in. And it really fueled a new career for me, and helped me to kind of get where I am today from a career perspective. So it was a hackathon. And it was stepping in front of a big CEO and taking a risk and not being afraid to step in front of the big boss to tell him something that I had in my head that I knew he didn't know about, and I thought he should know.
That's a very good learning that we can have and get inspired after hearing this. The confidence and the drive. I think these are the two key messages that you're giving.
Well, I'm thankful to my team that they enabled that to happen. And what I mean by that is, nothing is you're no good without a team. I don't know everything, and they always say this thing about there's no I in team. And for me, my team inspired me and empowered me and pushed me to take that big risk of stepping in front of one of the most famous, if not the most famous CEO on the planet.
Absolutely. In fact, over the last so many years, the industry is also getting transitioned. We used to see client server environment very long back. And then we started seeing Windows and Windows-based systems. And then the Apple OS became one of the most preferred operating system. And a lot of changes happened on the server side. So the industry kept migrating and modifying, reinventing. In your career also, you also have changed from the analyst to investors. Now, one of the world largest entrepreneur program. What do you see that is the winning uh, quality or essentials for any entrepreneur who want to get inspired by your story?
I think the biggest thing is to just go and do what you have in your head and not be afraid to take a risk, not be afraid of what might happen if you fail or if things don't go the way you think they're going to go. Surround yourself around a squad of people who will help you recognize that you're not an imposter, that you deserve that seat at the table. You didn't get there by accident. And it might be scary for some people who have never been an entrepreneur before. I became an entrepreneur by accident, and it took me a few years before I said, I'm a CEO and founder. And that's how I felt a little bit shy to say that. I don't know why. I'm not a shy person, but I felt like it felt pompous or something. And now I wear it like a badge of honor of, yeah, I'm a CEO, I'm a founder, and I deserve my seat at the table. And it's not arrogant for me to talk about the, experience that I have. And it's not arrogant to help, empower others, with those skills by saying, hey, I made it and so can you.
Great. So now you're working with a lot of entrepreneurs. I mean, you started with empowering young people and youths, but now you're working with a lot of entrepreneurs. So where do you see the industry going from here?
I think that in my role right now at IBM, I focus on fintech, health tech, and insurtech. So for me, I see a lot of innovation happening, but I also think that these small companies should have access to enterprise grade solutions to keep our sensitive data safe. There are a lot of companies out there that have access to our data, and not all of them use our data in the right way. I think that we need to have more control over our data, and I think as consumers or business leaders, we need to make better decisions about technology, about incorporating technical solutions that don't enable people to gain access to our to our data versus it being managed by policy. I want my data protected by the safest technology on the planet versus a piece of paper that tells an employee what he or she can and cannot do with my data. So I think we'll see a lot of continued conversations around data protection, privacy, and security, and that being both policy led as well as technically led. I think there's a lot of innovation coming in fintech when it comes to payments. I think we'll see a lot of innovation in health tech when it comes to predictive modeling. And, I have a lot of startups that I work with that are doing really cool things when it comes to predictive modeling or bring your own record to your doctor versus relying on your doctor, for example, to have read your medical history and understand all of the different things that might have happened before you came to see that doctor. Those are a few of the areas that I'm thinking about. I mean, I think about like the role that quantum computing, will play. I think about the role that, cloud computing is already playing, and, seeing a lot of, cloud revenue become fragmented, despite some of the larger players, owning big pieces of the market. So lots of fun and cool things, but I think we need to be careful of, that concept around, what are these disruptive technologies? We know there are going to be lots of IoT devices. We talk about the role of 5G. We talk about, the role that AI will play when it comes to, replacing people, which I believe AI doesn't replace managers. AI replaces managers that don't incorporate AI into their work. So you have an opportunity to stay. But 52% of the world is online, right? That means 48% is offline. So while the haves are thinking about what are they doing with 5G and what are we doing with, IoT and, AI and all this sexy stuff, remember 48% of the world doesn't have access to the internet, and large portions of that population may have access, but they can't afford it. And so we are, in turn creating this world of the ultra haves and the ultra have nots. And I think that, as we continue to see technology advance and advance our lives, that divide is going to become bigger and bigger unless we think about how do we actually empower the underserved, through access to the internet, through access to energy, combining those two things together when you're going out and building networks versus going out and building a microgrid and then coming back and getting it, getting that neighborhood connected, but combining those two things together. And again, it's not just about having, technology for the sake of technology so that consumers can go out and consume, but how do you empower people with true digital skills? Not everybody's going to be an engineer, not everybody's going to be a data scientist, but people need to understand how to keep themselves safe online, how to, understand what it means to speak the language of computers. So
I think the IBM is doing a lot of pioneering work, and people like Microsoft, IBM, some of the large companies like HP, they are doing great. And I think a lot of other companies like Starlink is joining to make the Earthlink affordable all across the world, and you can just get it from the sky. So there is no need for laying cables. I think a lot of work is happening. And you, as you said, that there is an AI, virtual reality, a lot of things are happening there. And you also mentioned quantum computing. So a lot of things are happening there as well. Are you personally looking at playing some sort of role in any of these?
I think of it on a few different spectrums. If I think about wearing my IBM hat, my whole role is about being an entrepreneur, so an entrepreneur inside of a big company. And, it is my goal that, the 30 startups that I'm adding to my program this year, the 15 that I had last year, so I'll have a total of 45 under my management by the end of this year, that these companies revolutionize fintech, revolutionize health tech, revolutionize insurtech, and that IBM goes to market with some or all of these startups to really think about how can we bring innovation, creativity, new ideas, new business models, new technical, innovations into our enterprise customers, into government. I think there's a wonderful place that startups play when it comes to helping companies innovate. So I would consider myself kind of like a chief innovation officer within, or one of them. I'm not the chief innovation officer, but I would consider myself one of a handful of chief innovation officers, within, my division or within the world of IBM that's really kind of thinking about how can we revolutionize our cloud experience? How do we learn from our customers to help make the experience better? How can we enable them to do the things that they need to do and come up with the innovations that they need to come up with, by giving them the tools that can help fuel that. And how can we help fuel that through them? So I think it's a lot of co-creation and collaboration. I think in my nonprofit world, I'm very focused on how do we empower people through digital skills, professional development, and entrepreneurship so that they can become economically empowered. They can increase their healthcare outcomes. They can gain access to informal education that goes above and beyond what they might be getting in a formal setting, and enabling people through practical experiences so that others can go out and say, okay, what can I do with IoT? What can I do with 5G? What can I do, with the connectivity in front of me? How can I become more economically empowered or socially or politically empowered and be part of the dialogue?
Melissa, it was my greatest pleasure learning from you today. We have come to the end of our discussion today. We have learned a lot. What would be your last message to the budding entrepreneurs?
So I think it's very simple. It's do the thing, whatever that thing is. Go and do it.
So do the thing. Don't hold yourself back. I think that's a very clear message coming from a well-accomplished leader, Melissa. Melissa, Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
And have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Seasons PR. And as you know, she has a deep interest in Ramayana. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you so much.
Ritu, we see an instance we had been discussing about few aspects of the life of Ram. You see, in those eras, those times, king to marry multiple times. They used to have multiple wives. But Ram married once and he devoted all of his life to Sita. So would you like to throw some light on this aspect of Ram?
During those days, for men, especially from the royal family, there was no rule forbidding them not having multiple wives. But Ram had only one wife, Sita, and which shows that he was a very honest person, and which also added to his greatness. Now, when he was in exile in a remote jungle, he was seduced by Ravan's sister Shupnaka. She tried seducing him, but then Ram never lost his control. Now, this thing says that he was a ideal husband and ideal lover too. He followed the path of dharma, and this dharma protected him in return, and that is why he could win the war against Ravana. So Ram was an ideal man. He loved his wife. Sita ji had her own identity also, and they basically, this story Ramayana is about two characters, Ram and Sita, and they both were great lovers. So this is it. Ram was an ideal husband, and I think every husband should be an ideal husband. Like Ram, he was a perfect gentleman, and he protected his wife, loved her thoroughly, and in wife in return always did what husband wanted to.
Okay, when we are in modern times, and when we look back, and when there were a chance for him to really get married, and he can go for another wife also at that point of time, but he didn't. So what this signifies?
In today's time, if I take it, should I take it from today's time?
Yeah.
In today's time, it's very difficult. What I see, people divorcing, people are into live-in relationships, and they are getting married multiple times, and it's very common in metro cities especially. So I think Ram was never into all these kind of hassles. His life was on domestic front and on personal front. His life was away from all these hassles, and so he could become a very good king also later on when he came back from exile. So if you are personally satisfied, you're professionally satisfied too. So on his domestic front, he was very much happy, a satisfied man. He gave 100% to his wife, and in return he got 200%. In today's world, if I see, this signifies that people are not happy. The loyalty factor is not there, and that is why they are not personally happy, and they are not professionally happy too. So people should be honest in their relationships, like Lord Ram was. They should be loyal, and they should be loving, and should sacrifice certain things which are not important in life to be giving 100% to your domestic life.
Yeah, correctly, you have mentioned. We'll meet again with the other aspect of and discuss the other aspect of the life of Ram.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow again. Bye bye.
See you. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. I'm also one of the co-founders of this company. And today I would like to talk to my fellow citizens, Indians, and convey a message. As we all know that India as a country is a large country. It has a more than 1.3 billion people as a population, which is almost like 25% of the global population. So it has a huge impact on the world economy. And the Indian government has also set up a target that, rather two targets. One is Make in India. That means more and more work has to come into India. And the second large target for Indian citizens is to reach a $5 trillion economy. Now, as you can see that while we can continue to make our own plans individually and as organizations, the 5 trillion economy dream that we need to achieve as far as our government is concerned, they have set up a target for all of us. The issue there is a skill which are required. So there are certain skills which are being taught in the colleges and universities, and then certain skills may not be relevant for the future. For example, if there are skills which are related to something which is repeatable, those kind of skills may not have too much value in time to come, simply because those skills may be taken over by the artificial intelligence uh, and automation. So what we need as Indians for getting more and more work coming back to India from the globe is these skills. So we all know that we need various skills, and we need a lot of people being trained into different kind of skills, and that is when the $5 trillion economy dream will be fulfilled. Now it has a very strong relationship. If there are no skills, there are no work, and there is no work, there is no 5 trillion economy. Having made this point, I'm sure most of you agree that success in life or achieving a target has nothing to do with your money or the backing or whatever you can do for your company and for yourself. The two major qualities which are required in order to be successful and in order to achieve your dream is the leadership. Second is the teamwork. So these are the two qualities which are definitely required in addition to the skills that we need to develop. Because if there's no leadership and there is no um, attitude to work as a team, then it will be difficult to execute global contracts and generate revenue for the country. So I think these are the two skills which are very important, which is leadership and the ability to work as a team. So team player, these are the two major qualities which are required and which are very critical for India to develop, in addition to create new job opportunities and also create new skills which will bring a lot of projects back into India. So as a professional, um, and as an organization, as a professional, I would like to help my fellow citizens and you know impart these leadership skills for whoever wants our help. We will make you better leader, better team player, And the why I'm saying this is important, uh, because nobody is training leadership. Even if you want to be trained in leadership, it is very difficult to learn the leadership skills in a classroom. It has to be learned by doing things, and that is why people like me can impart our life journey and our experience with new budding skilled people and help them to be a better leader. And most important is to be able to work together as a team, and that is when the India will excel, and that is when we will basically achieve the dream of becoming a $5 trillion economy. So with this small message, you can write to me. My website details are given below here. uh, you can reach out to me, and I will be more than willing to help and share my experience, and make sure that if you approach me, I will create a leader out of you. So with this, I'd like to say goodbye to you until next time. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and welcome to Legal Matters. And let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for inviting me and having me on this show.
Jeet, what we would like to discuss is something which is aware. It's a common knowledge. Everybody is aware that our constitution is an evolving constitution, and the constitution itself allows amendment to itself. So I think we would like to discuss more around this. How this mechanism works, and what was the first amendment which made the constitution the way it appears today.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. You are right. When you say that constitution is an evolving and a living document. And when the constitution was enacted and came into existence, that is on 26 January 1950, it was a great experiment that India began with, because it was the first written constitution and one of the lengthiest constitution uh, uh, which was enacted in India. And first time we became the citizens of this great country, and the citizens and persons residing in India had the fundamental rights. So this was the first time this concept of fundamental rights, the directive principles of state policy, the this great document came into existence. So certainly that was a great day for the country, and it was a great experiment, because first time something of this nature was being adopted and was put into existence. So certainly the constitution itself provides that it should change and it should adapt with the times, and any document which is created 70, 80 or 100 years prior would certainly, with the change in time, require certain changes. And therefore there was a mechanism prescribed under the constitution itself, that in certain circumstances the constitution could be amended. But this amendment of the constitution and the powers upon the parliament were of such a nature that not in every circumstance that the constitution should be amended, not every part of the constitution that could be amended, and there were certain inbuilt restrictions. But what happened is that when it came into existence, the first year of the Supreme Court, also because of the constitution, the Supreme Court was also constituted and came into existence in the year 1950. And the interpretation of the Supreme Court at that time with regards to the fundamental rights and certain judgments were so much in favor of the citizens, because it again tried to restrict the government from controlling the freedoms that the Constitution itself had provided. So the first of the judgments with regards to freedom of speech and expression was in the matter of Romesh Thapar and Brij Bhushan, where the government in 1950 tried to curb the freedom of press because it did not agree with the views being expressed by the media houses that were run by Romesh Thapar, who was slightly towards the left and Brij Bhushan was another was the editor of another organizer who was right wing. So basically, the Congress at that time did not want right wing or left wing to be in the center, or its views were not in consonance with the views of this government. So they wanted to curb it, control it, and therefore the government of Madras came out with a circular banning the edition of Romesh Thapar in the state of Madras. And these restrictions were challenged before the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court came down heavily against the state, saying that freedom of speech and expression, you cannot control it unless it is provided under Article 19(2). So these were landmark judgments of that time, giving freedom of speech, and freedom of press was also elevated to the status of a fundamental right. So this was a major judgment which gave a major blow to the government at that time. Second was with respect to the judgment of Champakam Dorai Rajan, wherein again the communal order issued by the state of Madras, which provided for certain reservations to certain religion and certain castes, was declared to be void by the Supreme Court because it violated Article 19(2), which says that for admission in educational colleges run by the state, there cannot be any discrimination with respect to race, religion, caste, creed, etc. So having a reservation policy was not in consonance at that time with the fundamental rights. And therefore, this judgment gave a major blow, because in Madras, this circular giving reserved seats for certain religious candidates was in existence prior to independence. So there was a major uproar in state of Madras. And the third judgment was with regards to the right to property, because at that time, right to property was also a fundamental right under Article 19(1)(f) and Article 31. But because the main program of the government was with regards to the zamindari abolition and land reforms, because it wanted to distribute the land after acquiring it from zamindars to poor peasants and farmers. So this was a major program, and these zamindars also did not want to give up their land very easily. So there was a great fight between the government and the zamindars. And the Bihar state, which came out with a state land reform act in 1950, acquiring the land of the for acquisition of lands of the zamindars. The zamindars challenged that act before the Bihar Patna High Court, and Patna High Court in 1951 gave out a judgment declaring the act to be unconstitutional, because the Patna High Court believed that it was violative of Article 14 of the Constitution, which provides for equality, as different zamindars having different parcels of land were to be given different rates of compensation. So this, the Patna High Court held, was not constitutional and in violation of fundamental right to equality of the zamindars. So because it said that there cannot be a class within a class, and therefore it violated the fundamental rights of the zamindars. So this was a major blow. So government at that time had the majority, because it was the only government, the Congress had the majority. But the parliament had not come into existence by way of an elected representative, because the elections were to happen in October 1951. But the government was so furious that it did not like the interpretation given by the Supreme Court in favor of citizens, and the programs of the government were not being implemented as it wanted. And therefore, though there was a provisional parliament and the Constituent Assembly, which had drafted the constitution, was granted that power of conducting the parliament, and that provisional parliament came out with a amendment bill to the constitution, and that was the first amendment, and it was sent to the president, and Dr. Rajendra Prasad at that time objected to certain changes which were made, because the changes that it had wanted to introduce were restrict the fundamental right of freedom and expression and bring out certain more restrictions to it. The second change that it wanted was to insert Article 15 Clause 4 in the Constitution, which which would empower the state to provide for special reservations and special provisions for backward classes. And third was with respect to insertion of certain more restrictions with regards to right to property. And Dr. Rajendra Prasad, in his comments on the bill, said that it's an irony of fate that the most cherished part of the constitution, that is fundamental rights, is the first to be assailed. So therefore, despite of objection from the president, and despite that the bill was introduced in the parliament, and after 16 days of debate, it was ultimately cleared on 18th of June 1951. But the most important and criticized move in that amendment was that it altered the basic structure of the constitution to the effect that it introduced a schedule 9 to the constitution, wherein laws could be placed. So a state legislature or a parliament could pass any law, and that law, if was placed in schedule 9 to the constitution, then the courts did not have the authority or jurisdiction to decide on its constitutionality. So this was unheard, and this was unknown to law, because you are taking away the power of the court to examine a law. And even if a law is violating fundamental rights of the citizens, despite that the courts could not hold it void. So this altered the entire structure of the constitution, the basic structure of the constitution. But despite opposition, there were few leaders who had opposed, even Shyam Prasad Mukherjee, who was also the member of the drafting of the Constituent Assembly and the drafter of the Constitution. He also vehemently opposed, saying that what is this amendment that you are bringing? But then, despite opposition, the amendment was passed and cleared and came into effect on 18th June 1951. So this goes to show that if there are not certain restrictions on the power of amending the constitution, then having a majority and a government which wants its way over the rights of the citizens, then amendments of such a nature which would take away the fundamental rights could also be passed. So thereafter, in a series of judgments of the Supreme Court, this battle began with regards to the supremacy of the parliament over the Supreme Court and the constitution. And several judgments of the Supreme Court at that time were nullified by bringing these sorts of amendments with retrospective effect. And ultimately, this matter was settled by a landmark decision of the Supreme Court, a 13-judge bench decision of the Supreme Court in Keshwanand Bharti in the year 1973, wherein the Supreme Court laid down that the basic structure of the Constitution cannot be changed or amended by the Parliament, and that power is not with the Parliament. So certain basic features of the Constitution, like the preamble, the Part 3 fundamental rights, so these were the certain basic structures of the Constitution, the judicial review. So these basic structure of the Constitution could not be amended, and that power is not with the Parliament. But rest of the parts of the Constitution can be amended. So this is what the majority laid down in the landmark judgment of Keshwanand Bharti. But the first amendment did bring out a lot of changes, and later on there were several amendments to the Constitution. In fact, till date, there are more than 120 amendments which have been passed by the Parliament with respect to the Constitution in a short span of 70 years, which is unusual because we see the US Constitution, which is more than 200 years old. There are not more than 27 to 28 amendments, even after 200 years. So it is not to be easily amended. Only it can be amended if there are certain lacunas which the Parliament feels that are required and are of such a nature that it does not alter the basic structure. Then only a constitution can be amended.
Well, I think the two countries which were formed at the same time in 1947, which is our neighboring country called Pakistan, and whether it is the first amendment or the second one, but I think we were successfully, as a nation, were able to abolish the jamidari system, as you said. And there was a mechanism which was also, I've heard from my forefathers that if there is a labor and he can show the payment receipt, the land will be his. And that is a kind of system that they came up with to bring equality. Otherwise, it was more of a feudalistic society. So I'm very happy that, in the neighboring country, the evolution of society has happened in a feudal manner. If you look at Pakistan, they were never able to demolish the zamindari system, and their whole politics and the entire social fabric is based on feudalism, whereas India has evolved. But because of this first amendment, What is your opinion? Did it change the way we do governance, or did it had any major impact on our governance systems?
So yes, so with respect to our neighboring country, yes, you are right. We could abolish the zamindari system and also give land to the peasants and farmers who were tilling the land on that day, because otherwise there were big zamindars who were exploiting these farmers and peasants. So rather than a feudalistic society, we have certainly evolved and given the poor farmers the right over their property. So certainly that was a major victory. But what was a little disturbing aspect of that amendment was taking away the judicial review, because Schedule 9, inserting Schedule 9 and saying that any act, even if it violates fundamental right, would be out of judicial review, was not in consonance with the spirit of the Constitution. So ultimately, yes, the economic social policy of the government in abolishing the zamindari system, it was successful. But taking away the judicial review, the power of the Supreme Court to examine the law, was something which was extremely disturbing. And later on, it was rectified by the Supreme Court in the landmark judgment of Keshwanand Bharti. But it took 23 years, because from 1951 to 1974, there were several acts which were placed in Schedule 9. And Supreme Court also in 74 said that all acts till date placed cannot be judged, but any act after 1974 is placed into Schedule 9, then it can be decided by its constitutionality can be decided, and if it violates fundamental rights, then it can be declared to be unconstitutional. So that was a landmark decision. But till that time, taking away judicial review was not something in consonance with the spirit of the Constitution. So that is the one aspect which disturbed the governance at that time. But yes, the abolition of zamindar system the government was successful.
And also the reservation, because the reservation was also implemented, and we have the reservation applicable till today. So I think these two things, which were very important. However, I think you made a very good point, very pertinent point, that anything that we come up with, any amendment to the constitution, is should be open to judicial review. And I think you're right by saying that before this landmark judgment of 1973, the highest number of amendments were done during that time. And after that 73, the amendments, you mentioned about 100 and odd amendments, but I think those are fewer than what was done before that 73 judgment, isn't it?
Yes, so around 43 to 44 amendments were passed till 77, 78. And 44th amendment, which took away the right to property from the part 3 of the Constitution, and it was brought into another as a constitutional right under Article 300A. But yes, so right to property was one of the most amended provisions in the Constitution. It went through a lot of amendments in order to ensure that the zamindar system is abolished and the land reforms program of the government is implemented.
Excellent.
But with respect to yes. But with respect to reservation, what the Supreme Court said, it cannot be on religious lines. But certain backward classes, the reservation could be there, and it was always there under the Constitution, and even the constitutional debates provided for the reservation policy. So, but that judgment was yes, correct.
Absolutely, Jeet. In fact, you put the whole perspective very correctly, and I think in a very simple terms. And all Indians, all of us should know what has happened from 1951, and how government acted, and what is the state of affairs today, so that we are more aware of our legal rights and duties. So, thank you very much for explaining the first amendment, which was made in 1951 to our Constitution, in so much of detail.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me.
So we will catch up again next week in legal matters. Until then, I'll say goodbye to you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to this edition of Grit and Valor. As you know, friends, we bring the stories of exemplary courage, bravery, and valor in this series. And today we would like to talk about a very extraordinary person, a gentleman of the Indian Army, and his name is Kuldeep Singh Chandpuri. Uh, Kuldeep Singh has been a very cool and calm type of commanding officer, and he ex, you know showed the exemplary courage in the battlefield, and that is what makes him a recipient of Mahavir Chakra. And this was during the Battle of Longewala with Pakistan in 1971. So what unfolded and how the courage and valor was demonstrated by Kuldeep Singh, we will discuss in this edition. Major Kuldeep Singh was the army major at that time, and he served for many years even after the war. But as you can see that he has many citations. More prominent ones are the Mahavir Chakra, and this was awarded after the battle, about which we will discuss more in detail, and what actually happened on the battlefield, which made him extraordinary, and that is why he was proposed for a gallantry award, and he was in the end awarded the Mahavir Chakra. And we will also discuss what led to this battle, what happened after that, and what were the drawbacks on both sides, so that we give equal credit to everyone. And so the battle started in 1971, but as many of us know that the battle with Pakistan was primarily on the eastern sector, which is now known as Bangladesh. So most of the Indian army was deployed on the eastern border of India, whereas the Pakistan wanted to open the Western Front. And the Pakistan intention was that if the Western Front is also opened up, and that will create chaos in the Indian army, and they will be able to then control, win over and subsequently control a part of India, and then get onto the negotiation on the negotiation table. So the Longo Wall is a very frontier post of India, and it is in the middle of desert. It's actually middle of nowhere, and I think we have to also understand why such a post is there in the first place, and why Pakistan decided to invade through Longewala, which is in Rajasthan. And Longewala post is originally a post which was managed by BSF. Even today, Longewala post has been managed by BSF. But during the war in 1971, this was vacated by BSF, and then Indian Army had acquired that particular post. This post is about 18 kilometers from the international border between India and Pakistan. During the 1971 war, both India and Pakistan declared that Thar Desert, which is one of the major deserts in the world, it is not fit for any major invasion because of various factors. It's very hot during summer, it's very cold during winters, and there are no resources. There are no roads available. It's all barren land, and it's all desert. In the Thar desert, the sand dunes are there, and if there is a storm, the sandstorm, these are legendary because you can't even see your hand. So both India and Pakistan declared that it is not a battleground. Yet Pakistan decided to invade through this area in 1971, and it's on the desert side. So we have to also understand what are the geographical location of this particular post. So as you can see, I'm trying to demonstrate to you that there is an international border between India and Pakistan. However, if you look closely, the border, there are hardly any town because it's all desert area. And the last post is F, which is the Longewala. And the Indian army was also trying to invade Pakistan, but Pakistan invaded India. The objective was that there is a city on the Pakistan side called Rahim Yar Khan, which has a major railway line connecting Lahore with Karachi. So India intention was in 1971 to capture this town, and yet and by doing that they will be able to control the railway traffic which takes supplies from the port city of Karachi up north to the battlefield battle trodden countries. So there was a strategic armament which was being placed at point E. So most of the Indian army was concentrated on point E, and point F is where the Longewala post is situated, where Major Kuldeep Singh took charge with just 120 soldiers. His job was to just guard this, and there was no likelihood of any frontline invasion that can expect from this point. So it was just managing the post and guarding the international border. And you see these point E and F, if you win over these points, then point G is a major town in India called Jaisalmer. And then you get onto the road infrastructure, bridges, all the supplies which if enemy is able to invade India and win over point E, F, and G, then enemy will be able to use the infrastructure which was already available. So the invasion was planned by Pakistan uh, by a major task force which comprised of the armor corps and also a major infantry. So we will talk about that in a bit. But if you are able to win Jaisalmer, then your job of reaching New Delhi, which is the capital of India, is a lot easier because you have straight road to reach these cities. Major Kuldeep Singh used to be part of 23rd Battalion of Punjab Regiment. At this point in time, we will also talk about what regiment Major Kuldeep Singh belonged. It's very, very important to understand the type of people that work in this regiment even today. So this regiment was erected by, in fact, there are two dates. One was the King of Patiala in 1705, and later the British also erected a battalion which was also called Punjab Regiment way back in 1761. So if you consider the date of commencement of 23rd Battalion, which is Punjab Regiment, as 1705, then this is 313-year-old battalion. So you can very well imagine it is the oldest military battalion in India, considering 1705 as a date of formation. And because of being among the first few battalions of the Indian Army with very rich and vast history, many citations, many gallantry awards, there is always a peer pressure on people to show exemplary courage. So this is a battalion Major Kuldeep Singh belonged, and the people, the training, when they fight together, the kind of support you get is all exemplary in 23rd Battalion of Punjab Regiment. So 23rd Battalion was given task of guarding the western border, and Major Kuldeep Singh Chandpuri was given a task to guard the Longewala post with only 120 Indian soldiers. So what was building up, and that created the invasion of Longewala. See, basically what was going on that before 1971, there are two Pakistan. One was West Pakistan, other was the East Pakistan. And there was a sort of a civil war going on within Pakistan because of the political reasons and social reasons. And a lot of refugees were coming into India, and that was becoming a big problem. So in 1971, a point reached where it was unbearable to support so many refugees from the East Pakistan into India. And that is why India intervened, and the battle between India and Pakistan took place. And it was a decisive victory after 18 days of war, where a new country was born, which is now called Bangladesh. So East Pakistan was converted into Bangladesh. When the Pakistan saw imminent defeat, they thought that we will open up the Western Front. That means they will invade from the West Pakistan side on the western border of India. That will create a chaos or mayhem within Indian army. But their intelligence was not as strong. They were, in fact, I would say the Pakistani intelligence failed to predict the preparedness of Indian army. Indian army was from the beginning prepared on two-front war at that point in time. And that is why their deployment on the eastern border as well as on the western border was adequate, which the Pakistani invasion did not account for, and they decided to invade through the most difficult terrain, which is a desert, and they decided to invade India. So I bring the map once again. As you can see that when the column actually entered India, and they decided to invade from point F, which is Longewala, they did not know what was the terrain in Longewala. Their intelligence was not given adequately to their commanding officers. However, the commanding officers of the invasion force were basically creating a lot of propaganda within themselves, saying that it will be so easy to win over India that they will reach point G, which is Jaisalmer. In the morning, they will have their breakfast in the morning at Jaisalmer. They will have lunch in Jaipur, and they will have their evening tea in Delhi or probably dinner. So their plan and their bravado or their propaganda in their ranks was that by evening, by just one day, they will be able to bring India to its knees, and they will win over the capital and all that. So with that thought in mind, they started approaching the Indian border. They crossed the Indian border. On the other hand, there were a lot of clear intelligence gathering done by Indian forces. The Indian Air Force base was at Pathankot and also Jaisalmer. Jaisalmer airfield was not operationalized in 1971. In fact, the aircrafts were moved back from the front line to a much safer location. However, there were army aircraft which were doing reconnaissance, and they actually predicted the build-up on the Pakistan side, and that is why the Indian forces were on very, very high alert. You will be amazed to see the size of the invasion which came from the Western Front into India. The invasionary size of the invasion itself was 20 kilometers long, and it was consisting of 3,000 soldiers, 500 trucks, and 60 tanks, which were Sherman tanks and also the Chinese T-59 tanks. And there were a lot of other armored personnel carrier as part of the contingent. And with this huge force, the entire brigade level force, they approached Longewala. And when they were coming towards the post, their movement was noticed by the reconnaissance military aircraft, and it was reported to the concerned authority. So the Indian forces were very, very well alert, and Major Kuldeep Singh knew that the force is going to come on his post, they will attack. So at that point in time, the commanding officers had given Major Kuldeep Singh Chandpuri two options. One, to hold on and fight it out till the time you can, or vacate the post and join the rest of the army. So Kuldeep Singh, being a brave soldier, a brave person himself, he decided to hold on, and he decided to fight such a big army with just 120 men. There was not sufficient time to build the defensive parameter around it. So they hastily put the mines which were very visible. And in the end, the anti-tank mines were identified by the Pakistani engineers, and they were deactivated. So in a nutshell, the bravery was the only weapon these 120 men had Major Chandpuri said that hey, the Pakistani invasion forces are coming to us, and they are telling their people that hey, within one day they will defeat India because they are such a huge column of armored vehicle and so many soldiers. So if you want to vacate the post, you can go back and join the rest of the army. But none of these 120 men vacated the post. They were standing with Major Kuldeep Singh in order to guard that post and also fight it out with the enemy. The Indian defenses were 120 soldiers. They had only 2 machine guns. They had 2 mortar launchers, the 81 mortar launchers. They also had 4 shoulder-fire rockets, which, when the battle started, the shoulder-fire rockets came very handy because using the rockets they were able to destroy some of these tanks. Later, on the second day, when the battle started, the reinforcement were provided, but it was not too much of a reinforcement. It was 2 jeeps with 106 guns. Recoilless guns were also provided to them, and 3 AMX light tanks, which were no match to the might of tanks that Pakistani had that time. But nevertheless, the next day, this was also provided to this Major Kuldeep Singh. Now, if you see the odds against India is 1 to 25, you can imagine, there's such a big invasion which is coming, and only 120 men are going to guard the entire invasionary force of Pakistan. Odds are totally against India. Odds are totally against Major Kuldeep Singh. Yet he decided to stay on, and all his 119 men decided to stay on and fight it out, which is definitely a very courageous thing to do. And also, they were low on ammo. They had only 2 machine guns, which is useless against the tanks. And some say that the Battle of Longewala is comparable to the Thermopylae, or the famous 300 of Greek. So it is similar to that. The odds are totally against the Indian guard post and Major Kuldeep Singh. Now we have to also talk about the role of Air Force. Way back in 1971, India was not a very rich country. We were dependent on whatever arms and ammunition was available. We had very limited budget. So we had outdated aircrafts in those days. These were specifically, I will talk about these 2 aircraft, which are Hunters and Maruts. These are the aircraft which do not have night fight capability. That means they do not have radars fitted into these aircrafts. We didn't have resources, funds to upgrade these aircraft, but we had only these aircraft. So I will talk about much in detail about this battle when it took place, and what is the role of Air Force in winning over this war ultimately. So when the battle really started on December 4th, 1971, the invasion was very well known to the Indian Armed Forces and Major Kuldeep Singh. Major Kuldeep Singh also sent a front party to trail along with the column, and the front party was using their walkie-talkie to convey each and every step that Pakistanis were taking. At that point in time, it was the Indian forces came to know that the Pakistanis were only talking bravado, but they did not prepare properly for this invasion. For example, their tracks they had on their tanks were not suitable for this kind of sand which was there in Thar Desert. So their tanks were getting buried. There was no, they did not have proper infrastructure to repair their tanks. As a result, some of their tanks rendered useless. Their engine seized because they were exerting too much pressure in the sandy terrain in which they were running. So some of the tanks got disabled, just because of the terrain. At the same time, Longewala post was at a height, and Major Kuldeep Singh and his team had prepared very nicely after studying the terrain, defensive positions at a height. So when the column came, the Pakistani invasion column came towards the post, it was complete dark. And they did not, the Pakistani did not see that there are soldiers in this part of the post, because they never had any intelligence given back to them. At the same time, that night was a full moon night. So the Indians could see what was going on in the battlefield, whereas Pakistanis had no clue, even though they were so huge in numbers, but they did not know what was going on the Indian side. The Indian soldiers had a lot of nerves. Major Kuldeep Singh told them not to open fire till the time the distance between the post and the tanks, Pakistani invasionary tanks, was merely 15 meters. And when the attack by Indian forces started, the hell broke loose. Pakistani did not know what hit them, and in the first few minutes of the battle, 5 to 6 frontline expensive Sherman tanks were destroyed by the Indian forces. And then the battle started. In a hurry during the night, um the Indian forces also had 10 camels with them, the BSF camels with them, and they should not be, the animals should not get lost in the enemy territory. So there was a barbed wire which was erected by the Indian forces to prevent camels to escape and get into Pakistan. While looking at this barbed wire, the Pakistani felt that the whole post was heavily guarded and there could be mines around it. There was a huge confusion when the battle started. So after the initial attack, when they came to know that the post is guarded and there is a huge army, but they did not know how many. They had no clue that only 120 soldiers are there. The entire frontline column halted any further movement, and they called the engineers to find out if there are mines on the battlefield, because just by looking at this wire, in the process of doing that, they also shot at the camels and they instantly killed 5 camels of the Indian army, which is not a very brave thing to do, just killing the animal. But nevertheless, let's move on. So when the battle continued by trying to see if they can disengage the imaginary mines which they thought they were there, they wasted 2 hours. The invasion actually started at 12, uh, 5 minutes past 12, the midnight of December or early morning of December 5th. The Indian side did not have any air cover, and surprisingly, the Pakistani Air Force also did not came to rescue of their soldiers. So battle grew, and single-handedly, these 120 men halted the entire column of 3,000 soldiers on the Pakistan side, and they fought very bravely for 6 hours. And these 6 hours became very crucial in the entire invasion of Longewala, or the entire invasion of Pakistan in 1971. As the sunrise happened, immediately the hunters and Maroons came, and they started shooting the scattered tanks in the battlefield in the desert, and they could pick up what they want to hit and pick and choose and destroy that tank. So there was a complete mayhem on the Pakistani side. They had not even prepared. They completely discounted the Indian Air Force. They did not prepare for any invasion from the sky. So in the end, it proved that there was a major intelligence failure on the Pakistani side. They were they just talked bravado, but they did not plan their invasion properly. And within the first 6 hours of the battle, by the time Air Force came, some of the soldiers, foot soldiers, came and surrounded the post of Longewala in a circle, and there were firefight going on between the men of Major Kuldeep Singh and Pakistani soldiers. But when the Air Force arrived, they started shooting each and everything, whatever was visible to them, and they started shooting, destroying the trucks and all that. During this first crucial 6 hours, Major Kuldeep Singh was not only holding and jumping from bunker to bunker during the shootouts. It was very risky to leave any post, but he was basically jumping from bunker to bunker all around in the entire post and trying to see if soldiers are really fighting it out and all that. So he actually played a major role in ensuring, first off, not vacating the post. He decided, he was given a choice that you can come back. He decided to stay and fight it out, knowing that the invasionary force of Pakistan is huge. So with just 120 men with hardly any armaments, he decided to confront the enemy. Second, he ensured that when the battle was brewing, he ensured that each and every person is motivated to fight it out and destroy the enemy. So he played a major role in ensuring that the morale of the soldiers are kept high during the entire first 6 hours of the battle, which was very crucial to win the war. In the end, the whole day, the Indian Air Force came back, kept coming back the entire day. They kept destroying whatever they could find. Um, Surprisingly, even on the second day of the battle, there was no aircraft, Pakistani aircraft, to stop the Indian Air Force. So during the day, the fight continued on the ground with Major Kuldeep Singh's men and the Air Force in the sky, and complete mayhem on the Pakistani side. When the battle got over after 24 hours, the losses, when it were counted, Pakistani lost 200 soldiers, 500 trucks, and about 32 tanks. So many of the tanks were abandoned by Pakistani. They just ran on foot because those tanks got stuck in the sand. On the other hand, the Indian losses were only 2 soldiers. They had lost 2 jeep-mounted guns and 5 camels. So you see, this battle, even with odds of 1:25, turned out to be a total failure of the Pakistani army, which were invading India. I think when as an army or the modern army or even during the ancient times, when you invade a country, you basically prepare for the invasion, because the defensive people have to defend their own motherland. But when you invade another country, you have to be very clear about what is your objective, what you want to do. So obviously, this battle proved that Pakistani did not prepare well, intelligently for winning over anything. So their objectivity was missing, their preparedness was very low. They were just only surviving on the propaganda. For this bravery of Major Kuldeep Singh Chandpuri and his entire team of 120, he was given Mahavir Chakra, which is the second highest gallantry award. Major Kuldeep Singh continued working for the Indian Army and retired as brigadier. This is very, very senior. So even today, hearing this story of Major Kuldeep Singh gives many Indians goosebumps. It's the ultimate story of bravery and courage and valor. This is the picture of the Mahavir Chakra, which was awarded to Major Kuldeep Singh. And this battle also showed that there was a coordination, a perfect coordination between all multiple forces of India. So there was a coordination with Air Force, there was coordination with ground forces, and all border security forces and all that. So the Indian force was very coordinated, whereas on the Pakistani side, there was hardly any coordination, then there was a lot of confusion. Nevertheless, the very fact is that you have only 120 men, and then you stood up against armored corps, a major invasionary force of Pakistan, which was as long as 20 kilometers behind, and with so many tanks and so many trucks and so many armored carriers, we had the Indian force had no comparable weapon to stop such a force. Yet they fought it, they stopped it, and they gave created major casualty on the enemy front without losing much of their resources. Brigadier Kuldeep Singh Chandpuri passed away in 2018. After retirement from the army, he also participated in the upkeeping of his city, which is Chandigarh, and he did many things. He helped the nation by providing a lot of his contribution in terms of leadership role and all that. And in 2018, he succumbed to cancer. He survived with three of his sons and his wife. So, he has been an inspiration, a living legend for most of the Indians. In fact, this battle is the second largest tank battle after Battle of Kursk. So it was a huge tank battle in which it is surprising that the one side used tanks, and the other side only used light machine guns. Unlike the Battle of Kursk, where Germans and the Russians both sides had heavy tanks, but in this one, there were the invasionary force brought tanks, and the defenders did not have any comparable armor to defend. Yet they fought with a lot of grit and valor, and in the end, Punjab Regiment and Major Kuldeep Singh Chandpuri was awarded the citation of Mahavir Chakra. So, friends, this is the end of this video, and we will continue bringing the stories of valor of India to you. Please give your comments, like and share. And if you have any special request, share with us, and we will cover that in the next episode. Until then, I would like to say goodbye.
Good morning, and this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I welcome you all to this very interesting edition when we want to discuss about the first paperless budget from the Indian government. To discuss further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Nevalgund.
Good morning, CK. Money, 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 hey? Don't we love a budget? Don't we love a paperless office? Come on, CK, spill the beans.
Right. I think the Indian government has started the first paperless budget, and they have also launched an app, which we will come and discuss more about in a minute. But let's throw some figures. The size of the Indian economy is almost $3 trillion. And if you look at the GDP as a measurement, and that makes it the fifth largest country among all the 203 countries in the world. And if you look at the PPP, which is a people purchase power, then we are at $10.5 trillion, which makes India as a number 3 economy in the world. So, the budget of India, which is an annual affair, is a very big deal. Especially we are among the top 10 countries, and whatever we decide will have a global implications. So this is one thing which I thought I will inform you. And there are other bit of information which I also want to inform you about is the split of GDP, and that is in terms of the different sectors that we have. One of the large sector is agriculture, which contributes to about 16% towards the GDP. Then we have industries, which is 25%. Manufacturing is slightly low. I think it could be better, and that is stands at 14%. And a large chunk of GDP is services. So you see, India is a very big services destination, which is almost 50% of the economy is based on services-based GDP. So that is why the budget is so important for us and for a lot of other countries as well. For your information, Naval, the budget was presented for 2021. Sorry, 21-22. It was presented in Parliament yesterday, and as we speak, the debates are going on. So, you have any opinion or thoughts about this?
You threw some big numbers at me there, CK, and fortunately in my life I can actually deal with those big numbers because I've lived in the big number world for years, especially in my finance roles in the oil and gas industry, where you used to put 3.2 and it wasn't 3.2 pounds, it wasn't 3,200 pounds, it was 3.2 billion pounds. So and the reason we put 3.2 is you can't put all the zeros by the end of it. You know, remember those days of calculators? If you were to start to put 1 trillion into the calculator, it would come up with an E at the end of it, error. We can't go to those numbers. So fortunately, these days of progress, we've got spreadsheets that can actually go to those sort of numbers. So, wow, 5th largest economy in the world. Purchasing power, $10 trillion. I mean, these are just phenomenal numbers to get your head around. And I bet there's a lot of young people at school thinking, I can only just about count up to 10, let alone 1 trillion. I mean, how long would it take me to count up to 1 trillion? So, yes, I mean, these are big numbers. And for anybody in the world to say that Indian economy is not going to be a global player, they need to start thinking again. Because, as you said, being the top 10 in the world anywhere, in anything, all of a sudden people need to start to listen. And it's a growing economy too. It's an exciting economy to be part of, and a growing, expansive economy, thinking about exports and imports at the same time. So, yeah, I mean, these are amazing times, really. On the back end of last year, COVID, you know, so at last we've got some excitement coming out of the pipeline. But paperless office, that's what we need to be talking about. Because just imagine cutting all those trees down to talk about this $3 trillion budget. You know, I mean, it's quite crazy. It's also quite crazy, by the way, that we talk in trillions of dollars. Because you can imagine what it would be in rupees. I mean, it'll be, what, $3 trillion would be, what, 300 trillion rupees?
I will tell you in Indian calculation system, it will be 36 lakhs crores. So there are two measurements there.
There you go. Just the thought of 36 lakhs.
Crores.
Wow. Exactly. You know, and you just go, that's just going to blow my mind, really. And it's
So
certainly not
simplify-
lacking in anything, is it? So
just to simplify the numbers, this 36 lakhs is 36 followed by 5 zeros, and then crores is followed by sort of multiplication of 8. So it's 36 into 100,000 into $1 billion. So it is like $1 billion rupees. So it is like 8 zeros after that. So
you probably lost lots of mathematicians along this way. So let's forget the numbers for the moment, and let's look at this, the way that the government have put the budget out there, because I think this is the most exciting bit, really. Not the fact that India is one of the leading lights in the world economy, but the exciting bit for me is this app. So let's hear more about this app and how people are going to get involved in it.
So, Neville, the interesting bit is that the budget is not yet finalized. It's just tabled as of yesterday. There was a speech by the finance minister, and really the arguments will start today in the parliament. And the budget is as it is stands today is already out for the public scrutiny. You can download using an app, and so let me show you, what this app can do. Let me switch over my view the to the show you my mobile in a bit. It'll take a few seconds when I switch
Sure.
over to my mobile. So while this is happening, I will just talk about that. It's a app which we can download on Android and iPhone, and download it. I downloaded it, and I'm very excited to bring it to you. Can you see my mobile screen?
Yes, I can. Now we're seeing into your. This is CK's home screens. This is what he uses, everybody. So have a quick look in here. This is an insight into CK's mind.
You can say that. You can say that. But this is my mobile, and
I bet you use Uber a lot, don't you, currently? The answer is no, you're not using Uber. No, exactly. We're all a bit locked down here.
So I have downloaded this, Neville, and it is available on my homepage, and it's an icon. I just go straight into this, and it says the Union Budget of India with the Indian logo. And I just enter this app, and then it starts. So it's so simple, earlier, if you had to access budget, it was a humongous exercise. You need to find an expert who can take you there to that page, to that para. But here you can just download it in your mobile and review it. You can see how the government planned it, and after the arguments and approval from the parliament, lower house and upper house, and finally the president, you will know exactly how this budget has shaped up from the current situation to after a few days from now. So as you can see that you can choose multiple languages, and since this is the first time, there are only two languages here, which is English and Hindi. So I'll go ahead with English, and then there are certain things here. Let me go to the speech. So what was the presented here was also recorded, and the text of that is available in the form of PDF. So this is a speech of the finance minister as of yesterday, and the entire speech is here. Somebody missed it. Somebody wants to do a little bit analysis of what she talked about. Any confusion, because when it comes to the press, there is always some confusion. So you can correct your perception by reading the speech. It was a six-hour long session yesterday, and it was a high-level presentation on the budget. So this speech contains all of that. And then if you want to look at a glance, then you can click on this first tile, which will take you to at a glance what is covered. And surprisingly, this is a PDF which is in Hindi language. Probably, can we read Hindi, Neville?
No, but the point is, it was a couple of observations. Really simple screen to manipulate. Once you click on it, it does what it says. It actually tells you budget at a glance. It's going to be a budget at a glance. The full statement. And it's great because, as you say, one of the key things that we struggle with around the world is getting really good communication. So this is typical of what a communication expert would say, straight from the horse's mouth. There's no middleman. You're actually seeing it as it's presented, which I think is the best way round, really. And then you can go and read in the newspapers people interpretation, and you can go onto Twitter and all the social media platforms, and you can listen to interpretation. But I just absolutely love this. I think this is really the way forward. I'm sure this has taken an awful lot for anybody to do, let alone a government. And I think we've got some real simplicity here. So what's your thoughts, CK?
Absolutely, and since this is available on my in my hand, in my mobile, I have freedom to search whatever you want. And as you can see, the search bar is very prominent. You can search on what you're looking for, and then it also, by nature of the app, it gives you different tiles so that you don't waste time searching for things which you're not necessarily looking for. So things like expenditure profile, where the money of the government will be spent, you can straight away click on that, and you can find out what is what is the state expenditure, what is the general expenditure, and so on and so forth. So if you want to do really do research on this, you can actually go and drill down this document, or you can download the complete document, which is also attached here at the top. You can see that there is a just above the search bar, there is a place where you can download the entire document. So if your mobile device or your tab or your PC has the space, you can download the entire budget. So I think it makes very easy for a common person to just continue looking at the budget as it is being discussed in the parliament. And by the way, the Indian parliament is also live telecasted. So if somebody is interested, really following what is going on and how the budget is going to shape, some things may be dropped, some income tax may be added, some cess may be added, some cess may be dropped. So you can actually be with the government of India and monitor these changes as they happen.
It's brilliant. I mean, it's a very transparent approach. It looks easy. Should we test it? Should we give it a little test? Go into the search bar and let's put a term that is on the tip of most journalists' tongues at the moment. Let's put in farming, shall we?
I'm doing income tax.
Okay, put income tax.
Nothing is happening. Okay, let's go with farming, your first choice.
You're going to need to spell it properly. There we go, farming. Didn't like that either. Agriculture. And you can imagine this is a huge source file that it needs to go and.
Right. So I think this is launched yesterday, and the plan is to roll out all the budgets for last 15 years. And I checked in the morning when I downloaded this app. Right now, it is showing me only one of the year, which is current year. But I think as this app matures, I think the search may be enabled, and it will be much more intuitive. But the important thing is, like, for example, if I want to go to budget at a glance, I can look at things like these, which are sometimes very difficult to even understand, like budget at a glance, and you can click on that and probably read only 5 pages. You see, if you want to read the budget at a glance, it says 5 pages. So you can just read the 5 pages. Interested in numbers, you can review these numbers, the split of various things.
No, it looks good. Very comprehensive. I mean, we're looking at this for the first time. We're going and sort of testing it. We need to give a little bit of latitude while people are putting these things out there. So perhaps the search bar is not quite what it needs to be. But the more important thing, if you go back to the home page, CK, it's there for you anyway. So you can actually, I can imagine now as a student, someone who has never been interested in budgets or politics or what have you, you can now actually just click on here and find out about what's happening in your economy immediately. So
absolutely.
I think this is a great stride. Actually, this is almost like going to Mars. Frankly, I feel as though we've just arrived on Mars and someone's given me how the economy is going to be sorted. So Don't want to give them ideas, but that might be the way forward.
Absolutely. I think it is very interesting because I think these guys have done a good job. And as we are progressing towards finalizing the budget, I think some of the search engine, search commands which are not working will start working because probably this is only interim and they are giving only PDF. So probably the search does not search nicely into PDF. But once the PDFs are finalized and the budget will be rolled out, which is before during the month of March, and 1st of April it will be applicable. I think it will be much more comprehensive that time. Important thing is I'm very happy that I can see the budget. I don't have to switch on the TV, waste my time, and I can actually look at what tile I'm interested in and review that whole part of the budget.
And you're mentioning those wonderful words. You're not going to turn on the TV and waste your time. You're not going to get an interpretation of what other people are saying. You're literally hearing it from the horse's mouth. So in my language, behavioral waste has been reduced. So now that's going to help you focus. And it might just get other people that are not necessarily interested in government budgets, but it might help people get to the bottom of what's happening in their country. I think this is a superhuman effort by the people involved. The thought has come from any government around the world, frankly, is definitely a huge leap. I mean, it's the sort of thing you expect in a big corporate organization, not in a government body. As we know, public bodies tend to be quite slow in moving, but I think this is setting the tone for the rest of the world, frankly. So I wonder who's going to be next.
Yes, I think it is a big deal because the level of transparency this government is showing is remarkable. I think it's not the technology which is to be blamed. It's the will of the people who are actually driving things. So I think the intent is also very clear. They want to be as transparent as possible because the thinking of this government of India is that they are the representative of people and people have right to know what they are doing.
Absolutely. It means that they can become accountable, as indeed they should be. At the end of the day, they're actually spending your money. They're collecting the taxes and then spreading that wealth around all parts of the economy for the benefit of everybody. So, yeah, they should be accountable. And what best way to hold people accountable than every citizen having access to the facts? So, fantastic strides forward. Thanks for sharing that little move around the app. Look forward to seeing it unfold. And the debates, of course, because as the debates crystallize opinion, the budget will change. And it's a lot easier to change a budget when it's all in one place.
Certainly, I think this will also avoid the confusion which is created every year because of fake news and trolls and Twitter handles which are designed to do this work. So I think it will have a much better positive outlook, having transparency, and you can, by just doing this small thing, you can actually avoid the entire fake news bust their designs.
We can all take a few lessons from that, CK. So thank you for sharing that today. I wish everybody to have a fantastic day and a fantastic week ahead. Get the app, find out what your country's doing. Get involved. You never know, you might be the next Prime Minister.
Absolutely, Neville, and thank you very much for finding time. In fact, I'm quite excited, and I'll tell all the citizens of India to download it and review the budget because it concerns all of us. So with this, I say goodbye to Neville. And Neville, we will catch up again with something more interesting tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Class. Today we have a very distinguished guest, is Dr. Sabyasachi Rath, who has a wide experience and exposure to training, to education management and research. He has been a corporate trainer to few top corporates in India like Fiat, ONGC, Aditya Birla. So, without wasting any more time, I would like to welcome Dr. Sabyasachi Rath. Welcome to the show, Dr. Rath. How are you doing today?
Thank you so much, Kanchan. I am doing fine. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, perfectly fine. So, how this in COVID era, how things are with you and how students are reacting to this
The
period?
students are the students really seem to be confused. As I told in the last talk, they are confused. They are in a crossroads. In fact, everybody, the whole industry seems to be at crossroads.
Yes, I can understand this like dilemma for students, how to get study and shall we wait for good times to come and going and enjoying a college life or just stick to computer screen. But the thing is that this pandemic is leaving a lot of deep scars in every sector. Now, when it comes to education, I think what kind of training is required actually to cope up with this kind of scene and how you see this future ahead?
I would suggest, see, in talent management, we talk about three different elements, very important elements. They are called attitude, skills, and knowledge. And there cannot be a better time to understand, follow, and practice this ask principle of talent management. So, what we need today is definitely skill set for the future job. At the same time, also you should have the desired competency level, which is again a combination of the attitude and the knowledge. So, the educational institutions, the educators, the faculty, the teachers at different levels must take into consideration that a student must be given orientation, teaching on these three aspects simultaneously. You don't need only hard skills, you also need soft skills. Soft skills cannot be ignored. That I will emphasize again and again. So, in addition to these functional skills, you must need soft skills for the future jobs to come.
Yeah, I think that the soft skill is no more a soft skill, it has become a hard skill. So it's very, very mandatory to teach soft skill in the way that enhance the personality and the overall characterism for getting a good job.
Right, right, very true. In fact, see, innovation, creativity, critical problem solving, these are going to be very, very crucial factors for taking your career forward, for any student for that matter. And people need digital literacy, digital competency to work in future. Now, when you say digital competency, you are talking about competency to handle this smart robots, smart machines, because we have instilled artificial intelligence in them. So we must know how to handle this artificial intelligence oriented robots and machines.
Yeah, so what is the way ahead? How that education institutions or school, which I think are trying very hard to cope up with this kind of situation. So what are your suggestions so that all this comes seamlessly
what are the educational professionals should do to kind of pacify the conflict, if any, in this scene?
See, first and foremost, I'll tell you, the educational institutes must prepare their faculty member to confront with these upcoming changes, right? Because there is a fixed mindset with the faculty member, with the teachers, the teaching fraternity altogether. So you have to come out of that mindset and believe and practice in the concept of learn, unlearn, and relearn, right? In fact, Alvin Toffler's book talks about this thing only, that in the 20th century, the person who is literate must understand these concepts, not the person who can read and write. So the faculty member must understand that they must learn, unlearn, and relearn. Second thing, the education institute must also prepare their infrastructure to be ready to switch between in-person teaching and digital teaching, because it is not going to be fully digital. It is going to be a combination of in-person and digital teaching. That is why you call it phygital environment with the digital technology. So you must have the required infrastructure, required skill set to switch over between these two, and faculty members must know that. And third, the methodology used by the faculty member and teachers, right, which was earlier based on certain competence level, now you must twin them or tweak them or tune them to the desired digital level. So these are the three basic things that must be done, Kanchan, to take this education or the training forward.
Yes, very well said. And I think that the era has come that we should take up this digitization normally rather than waiting for good times. And I think it is very, very important to learn the digitization, how to be presentable on screen, how to be good, and how to give learning outcome to these channels. So I think that's very, very important. And we will be discussing, taking this discussion forward tomorrow. Today it is so lovely and good to talk to you, Dr. Rath. So till tomorrow, take care yourself well, and we'll meet tomorrow with this discussion. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Kanchan. My pleasure.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have an interesting personality, Ritu Gupta, who is a CEO of Four Seasons PR. She is also having a great interest in Ramayana. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Ritu, there's an instance in Ramayana where Ram denies his righteous claim on the throne of Ayodhya and went to exile for 14 years. What do you think about this incident? How you see this incident?
Here I see Ram going to exile for 14 years as an obedient son. He did what his father told him. In fact, father never told him clearly, but he knew that the father has given a boon to his third wife Kekai, and he is in a turmoil. How to tell Ram to go for exile, to banish him to forest. So Ram, like an obedient son, and being Purushottam. Purushottam means an ideal man, best among all the men. So he gave up his crown and he went for exile for 14 years. Now this portrays the character of Ram as a person who never thought of taking revenge, as a man who had his balance, never lost his cool, never got angry. So this itself portrays that during those times, which is very rare to see now, that people, they have confidence in their parents and they accepted what parents they told kids to do. Ram accepted what his father King Dashrath told him, and it sets an ideal example in today's world that if you're looking out for peace, then do what other people, especially your family, they want you to do. If you follow the path of dharma, you're going to find peace inside you, and you will definitely give peace to the people around you.
So, do you feel that the gesture and this incident has any relevance in today's time?
See, it's I cannot say whether it has relevance in today's time. I don't think that kids, the sons would do something like this. But I definitely want to say that this incident definitely gives a learning or teaching to the younger generation that please have confidence in what your parents they tell you. Don't think it's very modern to think differently from your parents. You as a family is a unit. So Ram believed in family as a unit, and the younger generation, if they want to achieve success, later on Ram became Raja Ram. So if you definitely want to achieve success, so follow what your families they say. Follow what the head of the family, which is your father or your grandfather or your mother, they ask you to do. Because whatever they say, they have something good for you in mind. And yes, today's generation should, if we want our country to go ahead, then why not? Why not we follow what Ramayana has, what we see in Ramayana? Because Ramayana has many management functions also, and it is also one of the management functions. So I think kids should follow this, and this is actually very relevant if they want to do.
True, Ritu. And I think we should also follow a right path. And the right path leads you to a right results, a right destination.
Yes, that the path of dharma and make the right moral choices. And this incident tells kids not to think about me, but think about we. Think about we. And then definitely there is going to be peace around everyone. There's going to be peace in them, peace in their parents. Everyone around them would be peaceful. So that's what path of dharma, path of love is all about.
Nice talking to you, Ritu. We'll meet again tomorrow and discuss different aspect of the life of Ram. So till then, you stay safe, take care, bye-bye. Thanks again.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Tuesday morning of our show. Before we start discussing the topic of today's discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Bond.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Getting close to the end of 2020, and hopefully seeing the back end of the coronavirus with the vaccines coming through. And I noticed India's had its first vaccinations done. The UK started their vaccinations a few weeks ago. Europe is now having their vaccinations done. So hopefully we're getting on top of this particularly nasty disease that's going to be with us in the long term. But we need to be talking about the future. And one thing that we've seen on our press screens over the last couple of days is someone's coming to India. Who's that?
So, Naval, the Indian government has started a program called Make It in India. It's not made in India, it's Make It in India. And as part of that initiative, they have been talking to a lot of global corporations and persuading them to set up the manufacturing facilities out of India. And India has a huge workforce that can be leveraged, and they are all English speaking, well educated, with open outlook, and the country is democratic. So, with that background in mind, the government of India has been negotiating mega deals with large corporations. So, iPhone has already started their setup here. Samsung has started. A lot of other names I can throw in. But the latest kid on the block in India is going to be Tesla. And yesterday, the Industries Ministry announced that Tesla will be launching their India operations in 2021.
Well, like any time you and I get together, you always name drop, CK. You just drop in Apple here, or maybe Microsoft over here, Tata, over here. All the big names, and Tesla, yes, coming to India. And I think it's great, for the simple reason is India is the second largest population in the world. In not too long, it may be the largest population in the world, if you believe everything that's coming out of China. And equally, Tesla and India sort of fit very comfortably because it's dynamic, it's young, it wants to get ahead of the game. And the other thing is, in India, you have got an abundance of developers that are moving into the electric vehicle arena. You've probably got a concentration, your own Silicon Valley, if you like, of EV. Perhaps if it's not the biggest in the world, it's going to very shortly be the biggest in the world. And the other thing is, there's an awful lot of people there that can actually help the production lines get moving. Because one thing that we do know, certainly in the north, is that it's a very industrialized arena. And you can move things really, really fast. And let's face it, it's more of an open discussion than it would be coming from China. So it doesn't surprise anyone at all that Tesla is moving there. But let's look at why. Because my guess is they're not moving there to do the vehicles. They're moving there to look at the actual powerhouse of this vehicle engine, the battery. They're going to bring their technology into the battery side. Do you think that's the route that this is going to go?
I think so, Nabil. I think the next generation of electric vehicle lies in the power source. There are different backgrounds to why Tesla is trying to come here. Yesterday, I heard on the TV that one of the large car manufacturers has announced that in 2021, they will be selling 2 million car units in India in next year. So 2 million is a very aggressive target. So obviously these large car manufacturers, Tata being the second largest and Maruti being number one in India, all other players are much smaller, and the Maruti and Tatas make Indian designed Indian cars. In terms of volume, other players like Hyundai, Honda, their market share are very, very limited. Ford has a substantial market share, and so on. So there are so many car manufacturers. So Maruti coming out and announcing target for next year of 2 million car units, it's huge because we were thinking, hey, it's a COVID-19 situation, people will not be buying cars. But unlike what we think, they have done some study and they are setting up the target of 2 million. So Tesla entering the market at the right time is, I think it's a quite important decision by Tesla. There is another background, Naval, that the Indian government way back about 3 to 4 years back, they had announced their intention to completely migrate from internal combustion engine to electric vehicle by 2025. And they are giving a lot of softs to people who are setting up shop, car manufacturing, two-wheeler, three-wheeler manufacturing unit in this arena. And already in past couple of years, there are more than 300 to 400 manufacturing units, small, large, big, already there in the market and they are selling their produce. You mentioned about the golf cart size delivery vehicles. We see them all around to distribute milk, to distribute vegetables and groceries. These are the vehicles which are being used. There are golf cart type vehicles which are being used, electric vehicles being used within the society to transport people from their houses to the main gate. So it's already there. There are car manufacturers who are designing and building and distributing these cars. Some of them have already realized that making car is not so important because it's a very primitive technology. It is actually less complex than internal combustion engine. Internal combustion engine is very complex, and you have these Hondas of the world and uh, Rolls Royce of the world doing a lot of R&D, producing very world class, quite very powerful diesel engines. But the electric engine is already available for last 150 years. It's very simple technology. The key to success is lies in the charge point. So there are a lot of players in India who realize this over the course of past 3-4 years, and they are putting their money in charge stations. So when Tesla comes into India next year, they will have to fight with at least 300 to 400 players in all categories across the board. So they have to find their place, what segment they are targeting and how they are going to sell their cars among maybe 100 of their category. So I think that is where they, as a businessman, I can think of these are the challenges for Tesla. And obviously, I think there could be other things. They can use Indian workforce for research and development. And I think that the battery is a very critical part, very critical component of electric vehicles. So I think they will have to bring in their specialization to India to leverage Indian workforce.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, as I say, to me, it's probably going to be the new Silicon Valley of EV. And again, you're quite right. I mean, we've had golf carts which have been electric for many years, so the technology is not difficult. The thing about golf carts and any other electric vehicle on a small estate is they're not built for robustness. They're not built so that they can have collisions. So even our thought process of the driverless car, we don't need the anti-roll bars thought process that we've had previously. We don't need the crash dummies and the seatbelt strength that we've had to think of previously, because we're moving into a more secure arena, and cars having head-on crashes will be a thing of the past if we believe in the driverless technology that's going forward, because there'll be so many other fail-safes that you and I will be sitting in a vehicle, having a cup of tea we're out of proper china cups. It's a bit like the old British Airways first class travel. It'll be the silver knives and forks, the nice dinner plates, and the very fine china for drinking tea, because the vehicle will be safe. You won't have a thought of having a massive impact on something that's coming the other way or coming from the side. So we're moving into a different era. I mean, maybe some people haven't been thinking about this, but we won't have this heavy vehicle anymore. We will just have a vehicle made for comfort, to stop the wind getting in, to make the ambience of the internal part of the vehicle, climate friendly. If I want to feel cold inside, I can feel cold inside. If I want to feel warm inside, I can feel warm inside. But it won't be AC as you and I know it today. It'll be a completely different form of comfort. And I think with Tesla moving into India, I think it will accelerate those opportunities, because just like anything else, when you get a number of people coming together locally, talking about the same thing on a regular basis, sparks start to fly, ideas start to be exchanged. From what I've heard about the way they operate, very similar to the way they operate within Apple, people are encouraged to have conversations. They're actively encouraged to talk about things around the coffee area. Now, whether you're going to get that type of discussion when it becomes confidential to your company's own, future, there could be a conflict of interest. But like anything else, when you get two professors in a room and they spar with each other and they throw ideas out, there isn't this thought of intellectual property, which means there's no thought of protection. There's actually only a thought of growth. And I hope that this type of move will start to do more and more of that. Because we shouldn't be thinking about protecting our own intellectual property going forward. I know any shareholders listening on here will think I'm talking heresy. But the intellectual property will still be yours. The doing bit will still be yours. But bringing in this collaboration with other people will be the opportunity to advance your intellectual property and get yourself out there quicker. There's no point in having a patent, sat in every patent office around the world, just waiting for someone else to use your patent so you can go and say, excuse me, you're using our property. We're going to charge you a royalty. What's the point, really? We need to be getting out there and moving things forward. And again, this will be heresy as far as some shareholders are concerned because they've spent an awful lot of money on their company's development. But we've seen it in pharma, in big pharma. And we've seen what the COVID virus has done for their thoughts and our thoughts about big pharma. In other words, that those who can afford to pay will pay. Those that can't afford to pay will actually have it at a huge discount. Yeah, perhaps even free, depend upon what commercial relationship you can come up with. That's how we progress as a global nation. Maybe a little bit of utopian theory going on here, but nonetheless, I think that's really where this type of future negotiation should be going. And Tesla moving to India, I think is one of those big moves, because it'll be big headlines, and we'll find out, I'm sure over the next few days or few weeks, we'll find out the reasons why.
Right. So interestingly, you're talking about the business progression and the growth. There is an electric car manufacturer which has been selling, making, designing cars and distributing them for last 40 years. Surprising surprise. It's a surprise, people who are not Indians.
Surprise!
There is one car manufacturer. He is not great guy. He is not one of these popular name, but he has been selling nonetheless. And he started off with a 3-wheel electric car way back when I was in school, and then progressed to 2-wheel electric car with single motor. And now he has got a 4-door car option as an option. So you have option of 4 seats, 2-door, or you have 4 seats, 4-door cars, like a salon. And you can have an option of a sports model where they will have 2 motors and so on. And these are very low end, not low on comfort, but low end cars in terms of pricing. And they've also realized that to popularize their vehicle, because they have been doing it for last 40 years, the key point is how do we charge the cars? Their customers, they find it difficult. So they have come out with a very innovative method, and that is also up in the market, where if you buy a car, your objective of buying their car is you won't have point-to-point transit from your home to office and back. And then you actually put a shed in your house with electric solar panels, and you just plug in your car, and next day you're ready to go. So it's basically very convenient for their customers to charge their car. It comes with a complete package. You have a parking area, they build the parking area, they build a solar panel, they build plugins. So, and they have been there, they have been there for last 40 years. So when Tesla coming in, I presume as a businessman, they will not be focused on selling their cars in India because there is a huge competition. There is going to be a very huge price war, and Tesla has a certain benchmark for pricing. Even in the US, they have not, history says that they have not reduced their price, even though others in Silicon Valley are coming with similar offerings. What I feel is that the Tesla has also invested a huge amount of money in the R&D for battery because that is where the Achilles heel lies for all electric vehicle, whether you're having trucks or a small car. The battery is heavy, they are less efficient, and in order to succeed in this arena, because the electric motor is already reached the pinnacle of development. There is not more development required in increasing the efficiency of electric motor. So the battery is where the Achilles heel is, and I think if Tesla is setting up their setup in India, I think they should look at the R&D around the battery, which we are doing in California at the moment.
As you say, I mean, the technology of the car has been around for years. And the battery, the power source, has been one that has been sadly lacking. Even though we're pushing ahead at some phenomenal rate, we're still relying on this battery power. Some cars, as you've noticed, are going to be made of a solar material. So we've got the perpetual battery as long as the sun's out. So if it's an overcast day, you're not going to move anywhere, are you? And this is the issue, isn't it? And we've moved to other forms of power, like wind power. At one point, we would see cars going down the road and a big windmill on the top. Other people have seen sails. We've seen people on beaches use, go yachting on the beach with a big sail and nowhere near the sea. The sea is half a mile out that way. They've just been 4 wheels and just using wind power with a sail. So the way that we think, the way that we collaborate with each other will change. It has to change because I don't believe at the moment that our current thinking around storage in a battery is where we're going to be maybe in 5 years' time. And even so, if you look back at the progression of the last 5 years, it's still been along the same thinking. Nothing has changed much. I mean, you and I can remember as, maybe 12 or 13-year-olds in that science lab, in the chemistry lab, where we put a couple of spikes into a lemon and we created electricity. We had a little light bulb working on the side that sort of flickered, So the creation of electricity is as old as ever. We can get it out of plants if we just think very simply. I think that where we go forward is there's going to be a huge scientific breakthrough. Just like the pictures that are changing behind you. You have 2 cogs that are moving together, 2 same-sized cogs. Well, someone suddenly realized that if I make one cog smaller, I can turn the big cog and the little cog is moving around much faster. And again, we've had that technology for years and years and years, and it's the way our watches used to work in the past, and these huge clocks that have the inner workings. So as a human progression here, I'm sure someone somewhere, maybe they haven't been born yet, will come up with that spark of inspiration that just starts to take us down the next generation, the next move. Coming from the oil and gas industry, we used to have these fuel cells, as we used to call them, in the 1980s and 90s. I wish, with hindsight, that the oil and gas industry had just put a small amount of money to one side every year and invested in renewable, because by now perhaps we'd have had the breakthrough in renewable energy and certainly with, batteries for cars. But again, that's with hindsight. So we have to rely upon where we are today. I think it's a fantastic move for Tesla, huge move for India. All of these little pieces of the jigsaw are being put on the map, making India the power that it should be on the world stage. With 1.4-ish billion people, it's got a huge resource. And you have to hope that that huge resource is going to be channeled in the right direction.
Right, Nivel. So there are two announcements recently that I've seen in the news. One is just 3 days back, the one player in Bangalore launched their first electric tractor for the farming industry. So Indians are already launching competition for Tesla when they come here, because Tesla coming out with a truck, etc. So I think the Indians will quickly replicate. And the second news is that there was one player in New Delhi. They launched their cars online, and within like 2 weeks of their launch, they got 3,000 bookings, mostly from North America. They're selling their cars for $25,000. So, and these are all solar powered, which they claim you don't have to charge ever. So if you drive your car for 300 kilometers during the transit, it will charge enough for next 300 kilometers. That is what they are claiming. So I think there are a lot of innovation already happening, but I think the Tesla has to bring the R&D around battery. The usual solid state batteries are not sufficient for running any sort of revolution in the car industry. As you're coming from the oil and gas, you know for sure that the fuel cells also are seeing the sunset now, because they are not as efficient as internal combustion engine. So electric vehicles have to get into atomic arena, and the power source has to come from the some sort of atomic source where you charge your car once in a lifetime, and then you don't have to ever refuel your cars. So I think that is where the challenge is. I think there is a lot of R&D. I've read that Tesla is doing a lot of R&D, and they are coming out with even degeneration technology, which spoils the batteries after each charge. So they're working on these molecular levels where they can actually produce very efficient, long-lasting batteries, which are full of power with electricity. So I think that is where the challenge is. I think India is the right place to do all this, and also the solar power, because there are a lot of sun. The great Indian sun during summers. There are a lot of empty spaces which are not habited. There are places where such players like Tesla and others can do a lot of R&D, produce good quality solar panels and power generation. So I think that is what we will like to see as Indians, because they are coming to our country. And while there is competition in this landscape, but I think the new technology will make a lot of sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think it's a great move for the world. It's obviously a really good move for Tesla, because let's face it, these are a commercial group. They're only going to do things that are going to make a payback some way, if not tomorrow, then down the line. It's got to be a great move for India, but I do think it's a really good move for the world stage. I think it's an opportunity to start to progress and move things at a faster rate. I remember my father, who was a mechanical engineer. If he were around today, he'd still be saying the same thing. We still haven't come up with something that will compete with a combustion engine. As he taught me at a very young stage, it was suck, squeeze, bang, blow. And anyone that knows anything about combustion, they will know that's how a cylinder, it sucks it in, it squeezes it, there's ignition, generates the power, and the exhaust gases come out. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. I don't know what the phraseology will be for battery-powered vehicles. Maybe just be bang, 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 bang. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it won't be a bang because there won't be any ignition. It's literally just turning on that electric power, reducing it. As simple as that. Been great speaking with you, CK. Congratulations to India. Well done, Tesla. And let's look forward to a progressive future.
Right, Naval? We will wait and watch their official announcement and we will follow the story. And thank you very much for finding time to discuss this very important news item that we thought that we should bring to our viewers. Naval, we will catch up with you tomorrow again on something very interesting.
Nice to see you, CK. Goodbye, everybody. Have a good day.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and in this series we are on the journey of understanding our digital quotient or digital intelligence. So as you know, digital intelligence has become one of the key skill to have, and we have actually done a few chapters and we are going by chapters. This is a chapter dedicated about the personal security. And when we talk about personal security, we are actually trying to say that it's a personal cyber security. It has become very, very important for everyone to know, whether you are an old, middle-aged person, youngsters, to follow the personal security best practices while using your digital space, either on the internet, on your PC, on your mobile. So without waiting any longer, let's get into understanding the personal security aspects of of the systems that are available at our disposal today, and how we can be understanding those and be safe. So first thing is to create a strong password. So everyone who's using a PC or a mobile, and by using these different mediums, using different applications, must ensure that all our applications are secured by very strong passwords. The strong password basically means you should not be using something which people can easily guess and identify your password. So you have to use uh, some sort of special characters in your passwords. You have to use combination of small and large characters. The password should not contain your date of birth, etc. So you have to use these strong passwords. So chances are that it is very difficult for people to know your password and then log in into your work area. Now there are a lot of applications today which gives the facility of automatically generate those passwords, which are very, very complex in nature. However, you won't be able to remember those passwords. So what I'm trying to tell you is, make sure that you remember some codes, define some codes, and create those passwords and probably memorize them. You don't have to write those, because if you write those passwords again, there is a chance that somebody can see those passwords, copy them, and misuse your digital identity. So that is the first thing that everyone in today's world should learn and be safe by creating this strong password. But even that is not sufficient. You have to use the number two tip is two-factor authentication. So when we say two-factor authentication, what is two-factor authentication? So first factor is your password. And by merely typing your password, people should not be able to, or you yourself should not be able to enter, because the second factor is important. It's like having two keys in the system. You know, in olden days, the bank safe used to have two keys, and both keys have to be used simultaneously in order to open the safe. So it is similar to that. So ensure that two-factor authentication is enabled not only in your Facebook, but also in your emails, your mobile, your PC, everywhere. That means It is similar to a banking login where you enter your password and the OTP is generated, which is valid for 5 minutes, and OTP is your second factor. So this makes your work area to be misused very, very strong. I mean, in the sense that nobody will be able to penetrate if you have two-factor authentication security enabled. So please go ahead, enable two-factor authentication in your Facebook, in your LinkedIn, because all of these applications today are providing these features for free. So enable that whenever you try to log in into Facebook and LinkedIn or Instagram or your email, the code will be sent on your mobile as an OTP. Enter the OTP, which is very unique, valid for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and then you will be able to enter your work area. Next is identifying, because we are using all these social media platforms today. We create our accounts and then we use in some way or other. So the chances are that most of us are using all of these which are listed here, but then there are so many others. We create a profile and then we forget about it. However, the advice is to go and check the privacy policies and security settings in all of these different uh, platforms. So if you look at Facebook, there is a facility where you can control who can watch your updates and who can see your credentials, who can see your photographs, and whose update you want to see on your wall, etc. So make sure that these settings are appropriately applied on your individual social media accounts, because your identity will be leaked only through social media, because your social media, if it is not set properly, is open to public and anybody can access to your personal information, your personal pictures and your personal profile, and can be misused. So therefore, make sure that you go and update these security settings as per their policies. Also ensure that you set up the privacy policies appropriately what you want. These platforms keep coming out with new updates, new stronger security policies. So every time these platforms announce that there is an update in the security policy, you as an individual must log in and check what has changed and make sure that your security policy is up to date as you want it. So if you take these actions, the chances are your personal information will be secured. What is happening today is something called phishing. You must be hearing this in news and also in articles that the phishing has happened and so has lost so many millions of dollars. So what is phishing? Phishing is sort of a copying of your legitimate business. Say, for example, if there is a bank through which you deal, you do your banking, the bank website will be phished. When we say phished, it's like when you get an email from these, these sources, it will look like your bank web address. However, if you see carefully, these web links will be, there will be one alphabet different. And without looking at these links, you click on them thinking that your legitimate bank through which you're doing business has sent you some information, and you click on those links. Moment you click, the login password etc will be asked for, and then without innocently, without knowing what is going on, you will basically enter these your login password credentials, and it will go into wrong hands. So make sure that whenever you click on something, you check their website thoroughly. Don't fall trap to these phishing guys who are basically trying to get hold of your information. Now, the phishing can happen not only for banks, but it can also happen through on your Facebook, on your LinkedIn. So everywhere there's a chance that the people are trying to get hold of your data, which you are protecting. So something that you have to watch out for. If you browse your internet responsibly, the chances are your data will be secured. Make sure that you visit the secure sites which are secured by SSL security layer, and make sure that these are not some sites which you are visiting which are not secure and designed maliciously to take your data. So make sure that you responsibly sign up into the accounts which are secured. And if you look at the website, make sure that the SSL certificate is enabled. If it is not enabled, don't go to those websites. The another tip is make sure that your softwares on your PC or your tabs and your mobile phones are up to date, because with every update there is a security which is beefed up. So make sure that your updates are applied immediately as soon as they are out, and don't delay this process. Your software should be up to date with security, with built-in enhanced security. So make sure that your softwares are always up to date. Make sure that your devices are always locked. So a lot of these devices gives finger scanning or face reading. Make sure that you enable all the security measures which are available in your devices, and they are always locked so that even by mistake they should not be misused. At the same time, when you're leaving your work area, desk or your PC, do not leave them with your password on, so that without your knowledge, nobody should be able to gain access to your device. So whenever you leave your device unattended, make sure that you leave them in a locked format, not in unlocked format, so that your security cannot be taken away by somebody without your knowledge. There are a lot of antivirus, anti-spyware softwares which are available. If you can find some good anti-spyware software, you should actually get those softwares installed on your mobile as well as on your PC. Make sure that these spywares are not downloaded, because the spywares, by as a name suggests, is a software which will do spying on you without your knowledge. So if it is downloaded on your PC or your mobile, all your activities will be recorded and sent to the person who wants to gain access to your private life. So make sure that you have a spyware installed on your PC or on your mobile, to make sure that you are safe and sound, secure from all these spyware attacks. And last but not the least, you have to use backups. Make sure that you take the backup of your devices, and in the in this way you are able to save your data. Now when we say backup, it's not merely copying all your files. It's basically a backup of your all your files on your device with date. So when you actually do your backup, you will be able to restore your backup with date, and this way, even if your data is stolen or something like that, you will be able to restore your devices in future. So with this, if you take these steps, your life will be much more secure, you will be much safer. And as in post COVID era, everyone is moving on the digital arena, your usage of digital platforms will be much more secure, safer, and you will be able to successfully use all of these devices without losing uh, control on your safety, security, and your personal data. So with this, I will say goodbye. Make sure that you follow these tips. Whoever knows about these tips, good enough. But if you don't know about these tips, these are the simple tips which you can follow in your day-to-day life and be secure. We will meet in the next chapter of DQ. The whole goal of this series is to basically enhance the digital intelligence for everyone, for all citizens of the world. Do write to me if you have any comments, and I will take those comments in the next session. Until then, bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to our show. Today we are discussing about very important aspect of our mankind, that is social media and its effect. To discuss on this topic, we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He is closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. And thanks, and talking to you after a long time. And how have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine, enjoying the northern winters.
Yes, and I can really understand that. And I miss winters. They have a special charm. And regarding the topic that we have chosen today, it is actually a great irony that we are doing this interview on a social media platform.
Very true. Very true. But actually, I had no other options because, we are living in COVID era. And of course, in India, we are expecting a lockdown very soon, I guess, if we really trust on the news which are coming up.
Yeah. We have to be alert. But it's very important that we brought up this subject, Kanchan. Social media. I mean, that's something that which was started few years back, 6 to 7 years back, just to share things between friends and be on a real time sharing. Now, sharing has become something that has become a nuisance and a noise for many of us. And it is now keeping our brains active throughout the waking time and even sometimes in the non-waking times. And the amount of messages, information, planned messages, unplanned messages, good morning, good night messages, motivations, inspirations, suddenly the mind is never free. And a mind that is never free, can it never think about something unique, something creative. And just to tell you, sometimes when I hear the interviews of our, some Bollywood actors, and they say, I have not watched this super successful film, and I keep thinking, this movie made 300 400 crore rupees, and in that industry, and suddenly the another peer star has not watched it. And that's something. Now I realize that we get affected, we get impacted by so much of information. And the idea is not about the information. The idea is that when we try to influence, when other media houses try to influence. So what are your views? What are your, how do you see it?
Now, I have heard that all problem arise when men sit alone. I mean, man or woman sits alone at home. So, but then irony is that we are sitting at home and we are using digital platform to communicate, to interact with people. Not only the adult population, but also children, because they are ongoing classes through this digital media. But I feel that though it's a very essential and important aspect of currently taking a leap in future, but at the same time I feel that there are few things which are creeping in terms of depression and alienating from the society, because we don't interact in a group now, because there's social distancing aspect we have to take care. So I
So
think we need to detox sometimes, and how to do it. Let me know your ideas about on this, how we can do that.
so Yeah, so Kanchan, first of all, it is important to understand why the word has been used, the social media detox. It is not a real life, first of all. And probably our youngsters, millennials, children need to understand it. We saw the both sides of the world, Kanchan. The one life which was before this, and one that we are into this. So we can actually go back and forth, but for the children, but for the students, but for the youngsters, but for the millennials, they have opened their waking up lives with these uh, social media sites, devices, gadgets, always surrounded around Wi-Fi. And therefore there is something that is missing, is the focus. Missing is to talk to anyone, and say that while I'm talking to you, can you look into my eyes while I talk to you? Or while you talk to me, am I listening to you intently? The word intently is something is completely missing. There was a Netflix original documentary, The Social Dilemma or Social Dilemma, and it explores the dangerous side of the social media. So this onslaught, as you said, we are all sitting at home. I would say when we were not sitting at home, while driving, we have seen so many people on the phones. On two-wheelers, inside the helmets of two-wheelers, we have seen people talking on the phones. There are now special helmets which are built with those earphones where the phone has a jack to fit in. So we have taken it ourselves to the different level altogether. So there are benefits, and there are hundreds of things about benefit of it. But the why we have spoken about this, why we want to talk about this, is we want to make realize people about the facts. How many accidents happen while people travel and they do engaging on Facebook likes or Twitter or Instagram, sending SMS, receiving calls. And so important is to know the benefit, but also it is important to know the sliding part of it. And there are ways to do it. There are ways how to connect with the reality. Once we have to plan it out. It cannot be switched off today. We do go to our children and we see them, and we suddenly go and change the Wi-Fi password. It is actually very harmful to their minds. I have heard millennials, I have heard in offices, you can't just do this without informing. You cannot change the Wi-Fi password. So there is something that we need to understand it as a malaise, as a lacuna, as a human fallibility, and bring the drug in a small and a slowly paced way, and show the other side to the world, the real world, the real world. What do you say?
Yeah, you sounds like Matrix actually, but then I feel so it's a starting point of digitization, and yes, we have to go a long way on this platform. But yes, there are side effects like a couple of times there's a misinformation. We have to believe in that because that's coming to social media. Then again, there are some sleeping disorders, which again we have to manage because we are part of this. And how to escape from this, I don't see any way out. I look forward for your suggestion. But what I feel is that if you want to really enjoy this digital platform, so you should deal or engage with this platform in a limited time, and rest of the time you should also get into some hobbies which you really wanted to do some time back when you were in school or colleges, but when you joined the job you were not getting time to do it. So now this is the time to really engage these hobbies and be creative in doing things, interact with your children because you have time now to really, which you are spending at home. So we have more time to engage with the children, which always used to crave when you were going to office. So I think these are few aspects we should take care. What do you say about these?
So Kanchan, I read that make memories that you remember, not the ones that Facebook has to remind you of. And that is the crux of the matter. Today, we have we remember the birthdays, anniversaries of any, through our social media handles. And I would not just say it is only about Facebook, though Facebook has to take that in its stride, because being the largest social media platform. So how do we plan it out? We have to plan it out by doing a detox. We have to deactivate the accounts slowly. We have to understand the difference between deactivate and delete. So Facebook provides a deactivate option. Then delete option is the next step. Twitter only allows for 30 days to restore a deactivated Twitter account, or it will get permanently deleted. Instagram only has temporarily disable my account. They should have something like a delete account forever. LinkedIn, we have to be really careful here. I know of people who have passed away from this world and still their profiles exist on LinkedIn, on Facebook. How do you go and tell them to remove that? Why do we need to see those records? There is no need for it. But you see, there is an alter social media also has come up, and which is actually worrying, because we have not studied the after effects on our brain on that. In Facebook, we see everybody is in a happy mood. Everybody is posting, happy pictures. But there are people who are also putting up the sad pictures of their personal lives. Then some people are going through personal loss. Many friends in that list, 1,000 friend list, 1,200 friends list, they don't know what is the personal challenge of people. And then they post happy pictures. Then there is an expectation for a like. Then nowadays people post it on Facebook and they come back on WhatsApp and say, hey, did you check my Facebook post? So we are being always attacked. I would use the word attack. It is not easy to go for a detox. And I think people are doing it. They should be treated as heroes who are able to do it. So delete your apps. Know the triggers. In fact, there is something called, after you do the social media detox for 7 days, take a turn to think about it. What did you gain? Are you feeling rejuvenated? Do you have creative and curious ideas? Do you have a better way to connect with your friends? Some people are doing it for 30 days. And some people just go big bang, 1 year detox, and it affects them badly, because they now don't know what other people are posting about them. So, and each of these outlets, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, and for kids now, WeChat, Snapchat, and there are many others. Each of them have their character. Each of them have a culture. Each of them have their specific fan following. Like TikTok, we saw. And of course, all the technology companies will only talk about good things. But there needs to be a coordinated study about the effects of too much of all these in our daily life. And detoxification has a benefit also. Reconnect with reality, improved mood. We have more time for our friends, family, as well as our corporate colleagues, and lose our competitive streak. And suddenly we see regain a sense of privacy. In today's social media world, privacy has become like just a concept or a commodity. We think we are doing private conversations, and therefore we say something and nowadays I'm also seeing, while seeing a WhatsApp message, people are also able to make, oh, it would have been said in a bad tone. I mean, how do you read a message and figure out the tone? Because the language has got mixed from English of United States, English of Britain, English of Indian subcontinent. We really cannot figure out what is the context, what is the tone, but we feel bad or good about it. So many misinformation, so many confusions are there despite being heavily connected. And for with the kids and millennials, when I talk to them about this, they use a word called FOMO, fear of missing out. And don't touch my Instagram. You have zoned me. Zone, fear of missing out. This is something much more like somebody is sitting in my room, in my hand, invisible, and yet controlling my mind, my behavior, my gesture, my body language, and my mood.
Yeah, I feel that whatever you have stated just now, it's very true. But I also feel that this digital platform will be here for a long time, because due to this pandemic, we can't go out, offices are not opening, schools are not opening. But then, of course, there's a way to detox yourself through this thing. I think it's more important to listen to your own feeling and then take a break, because you have to decide how long you should be on social media, how long you will benefit you, how long is enough for you, so that you don't miss out anything. So we have different platforms, and I think it's only all personal choice. But I will not include in this kind of detox in business or in education, because there we need a regular broadcast of lectures, or regular talking or presentation. So I feel maybe we have to really adjust according to the terms. I think it all depends individually, how individual feel about it, and if it's really harming, then again you have to take a call on that, right?
Yeah, I think you are right. You're right. But again, when and I don't talk in terms of in this conversation. I'm not talking in terms of corporate life, because every company decides their own social media usage policy, and they are well to define what they want to their employees to do and what they don't. My conversation is more around our personal choices, where we really do not have boundaries within our homes, within our family members, for the people who live alone, far away from their families, or who are completely alone. So there cannot be a standard. I agree to it. But at the same time, the amount of fake messages, amount of deep fake messages, and how to tell the youngsters where to stop, when to think. Today, if I have to tell something, they will first of all go and check on Google. So the spoken word is losing its, charm. And therefore, when it when we come talk about community, and I think therefore there is a lot of challenges and legal aspirations around controlling it. If people would have been really generous and disciplined about these social networks, we probably would not have so much of legislation around controlling them. We are seeing what is happening with the elections being rigged or manipulated. So I think, especially for the youngster side, as I said, me and you have seen the both sides of the world, Kanchan, before the social media and after the social media. It is our responsibility more to introduce our youngsters, children, about the other side of the world, which is actually more real than social media. And therefore, it is my earnest wish to the listeners and to everyone in the teachers community, in the social world, about what we try to forward it without knowing the details, and we really don't know other person how he or she is going to react to it, because we assume, oh, I thought it is not sensitive, right?
Yeah, so I think the summary of today's discussion is that we should detox ourselves from a negative platform, and we should learn and we should guide our young people to come out from a negative media So it was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh, today. We'll meet tomorrow again with the next interesting topic. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Appreciate that we use this social media for something really, really interesting for our youngsters.
Bye, Sitesh. See you.
Bye.